Hello. Welcome back. Those of us like me with anosmia are always in smell jail. No, you don't get put in. Oh, wait, I forgot I'm already on this. Well, I normally start on the full cam, but you guys, just got to see a little bit of Matt. You're not in smell jail. You're only in smell jail if you also don't describe smells to those of us who can smell them. That's your responsibility as a not smelly person. What up, John? How you doing? Warming up. What up, Inspire? All right. Some housekeeping stuff right off the big old bat. I am going to, normally we take our breaks, whenever it makes sense within the episode. I will have to take an actually scheduled break right at 7 to do some stuff for work, because the day job never ends. So we'll do an actual, scheduled break right at 7, so plan your P's. As well as on another housekeeping note, I had something I wanted to show you guys because I've kind of leaked and foreshadowed to you guys that I'm making a video about mapping and my own personal mapping techniques, very reminiscent of the graph that I drew out for, I believe it was episode 4. One of the first ones that was really bad early on. I think it was episode 5, maybe 4 or 5. What up, Undead King? How you doing? But I've been working on that. I asked for submissions in the Discord. Thank you very much. However, I realized something in the course of prepping stuff for that video, which is that I still think my syntax is very, very good, but the actual process of graphing the map, the process that I was using, was probably not going to work at scale and to display to the stream, and I'll kind of show it to you. So I won't even say what map this is for, but this is what my stuff normally looks like. But it's a little chaotic, and for the process of actually making a map like this better, the moving around things is kind of hard. You kind of have to redraw it all, and then it looks weird. So I've been searching every night. Not every night, but I've been searching many, many moons for a good graphing software. My first thought went to something like Lucid Charts. It's a very, very popular one that people really like to use. And Lucid Charts was great, except it had one giant flaw. If I wanted to draw something like this, like the 2A connection to 5, and then 5 to 2A, if I wanted to draw that sort of relationship, it couldn't do it. It could, two lines would exist, but they would overlap. It would look like one single line. Not good. Not acceptable. Because this sort of relationship happens quite often within map design. Within dungeon map, battle map, you very frequently have this sort of loop. And so I was like, okay, we have to be able to show that. We have to be able to represent those. And I thought, surely, Lucid Charts was the first one that came to my mind, but surely there will be more. There will be others. And thus began my journey. Thus began my journey. I must have tried. I shit you not, everybody. I would not exaggerate. I must have tried 20 to 30 different graphing softwares, different diagramming, mind mapping. I know all the buzzwords now that all do the same shit. I've tried so many, and just none of them all of them had overlapping lines. Some of them allowed jumps, which is where, an intersecting line, if they don't actually connect, they add in a little whoop, they add in like a little symbol. But none of them solved this issue. Until today. Today, right before stream, I found it. I found one that it just did what I wanted it to do, just fucking right off the bat. So sick. It's called Cytoscape, and it looks like this. Ooh, it's a graphing software. I will make it look much prettier for stream, but this shit does exactly what I want it to do, makes the graphing process so much easier, and it'll allow me to really easily move things around on stream, which was the big issue that I was having. Is I wanted to be able to, when I was dissecting maps and when I was showing everything to you, I wanted to be able to move these around really easily. That was my main goal. It does look clean, Restate. That's what I'm saying. And it allows for really easy recoloring of these lines and nodes. So overall, I'm super, super happy that I found this, and we can now kind of actually do the graphing video now, which is going to be super nice. Because I know I foreshadowed that like a month ago or a month and a half ago, and I've just been stuck in software search hell, which, to be fair, if my degree in computer science prepared me for anything, it is searching through endless documentation to find what you actually need. What was this program called again? It is called Cytoscape. 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 It is traditionally used for like gene analysis. It's used in like the bioengineering field. But it's open source. It's got some decent documentation. And it's pretty fucking flexible on how you actually draw out these connections. So I will be using it at least for the first video, and probably kind of generally moving forward. It's certainly got the best of all worlds when it comes to what I was looking for specifically. So that's cool. Number 2, I have more foreshadowing for you. I have more foreshadowing in that, in the wake of, I believe it was SSH's question about how to get in contact with me, I've been thinking a lot more about the Discord. And while I can't leak anything, because it'll take me a while to set up, the Discord is in store for some cool shit. Because I've been talking about since the early days that I always wanted to get the Discord more involved in content. Not just like you guys submitting stuff, which is also dope. By the way, I'm putting together DM Live too. If you want to submit any prompts for that, submission form is in the Discord. Check it out. But I want to go beyond that. I want to get you guys like directly involved in the content if you guys want to be. And I think I've figured out something that I really like. And I like I said, no leaks. I can't be specific about anything, but it's going to be dope. Probably won't happen until well after I'm back from vacation, which is in the middle of September, but look out for that. We'll be hanging out for a few hours, then catching the premiere of Streampunk's new campaign. Ooh. Streampunk's Predation, a Cypher system game. That sounds fun. I've always been interested in some sort of cyberpunk TTRPG, but I heard that Cyberpunk Red was mixed. I've heard mixed things about it, but maybe I'll have to check out Predation. So yeah, that is kind of what's going on in the background. Last housekeeping item before we get to my takeaway from last episode. Last housekeeping thing. I'm going to stream more. Whoa! Hooray! No, I'm not. I'm gonna stream more. But I'm doing it very unreliably. And what I mean by that is I'm not adding anything to my schedule. I'm not, and I will not be letting you guys know ahead of time, which I know kind of sucks. I was really racking my brain for how to do it, but part of the issue is I can really only commit to these 2 times every week. Everything else like changes week by week. I can't commit to anything. But it'll be related to something I've talked about in the past, which is bringing back Lunch Club. And so the goal right now is just to stream as much as I can around noon every day, but I won't be scheduling an event for it, and I won't even be like kind of saying what I'm doing beforehand. It's just going to be lots of bonus stuff. So you'll have to tune in to see what I'm doing. If I'm not doing something that tickles your fancy, that's fine. There'll always be the VOD afterwards. And I'll let everyone know in announcements what I did afterwards. I'll put a little summary in. But yeah, so it'll be some short ones during the middle of the day to get a lot of those bonus ideas out of my head. Because I have a lot of ideas, a lot of little short things that I've been wanting to do, but that don't really fit within like the context of watching a full episode, because I almost never have extra time. I'm always like, oh, I'll do it before or after Critical Role, and then I never have time. So that is, I think, all of the housekeeping stuff. Also, I don't know if they're here. I know John is here. I don't know if Hans, Pawn and King is here. But big thank yous and shout outs to John and Hans, Pawn and King. They have been absolutely like providing crazy amounts of time codes for the episodes 1 through 5 highlight reel that is making Eden's job immensely easier. Oh, what's up, Hans? It's just been absolutely like taking hours and hours off of his and my potential workload. So fucking huge shout outs to you guys. And don't be surprised if you also see yourself thanked again in the actual video. But yeah, so we're putting together the highlight reel, and those highlight reels should come out soon, and probably 6 through 10 we'll see, but that'll come out sometime in September probably. And we're hopefully going to kind of catch up to current, because I want any new people to be able to like really quickly and easily kind of catch up to current in stream. So that's also part of the thing with those highlight reels. But anyhow, let us get into the Critical Role stuff now that we've gotten all that yucky shit out of the way. Last episode was the airship. It was the airship combat, which airship combat is cool. Air combat in general is cool, and it's always cool, and I will die on that hill. But it can be done better or worse. I feel like you missed an opportunity in this thumbnail. Zoom in hard on Matt's nostrils for vastly increased. Shit, Restay, you're so correct. The problem is I hate making thumbnails, Restay. That's the main problem. So, and especially I normally make them like the day of the stream so that I've had time to marinate. And because I'm a little bit lazy. And today specifically, I was like working here. And then I'm going to work a little bit during stream. It's going to be crazy. So hating making thumbnails is so fair, dude. It's the worst. But also, Rista, you're so right. I should have made his nose way bigger. or zoomed in on the nostrils a lot. Anyways, the takeaway. Air combat's cool. But this air combat gave me a big sort of idea about one of the things that I personally feel about combat. Oh, that's a good point, AKL. Yeah, I do know that Matt has talked about that. So in terms of actually like modifying his body in thumbnails, that is maybe an area I might want to avoid. That's very fair. But something that I realized about most combats is that I really value, and it's a really important thing at my table, that once I establish the rules, that I stick to them. So this is one of the things where I have talked about fudging in the past, and Matt's talked about how he doesn't fudge, which I believe him. However, Matt does do something that is fudging adjacent, which is where he changes the, I don't want to say the rules of combat, but kind of the way that he DMs combat as the combat goes on. It's not fudging inherently, but it is, you can see him pulling the strings of the pacing on the combat, which is normally the purpose of fudging. Now, in specifics, with last episode, you could see him when the enemies got knocked off the airship. So the really specific one that was like very kind of a flashpoint for me was when Keyleth polymorphs the wyvern underneath one of the riders. And as a reaction, the rider throws out a grappling hook automatically, no rolls, and then on his turn, climbs up just with his movement, right? No rolls, no checks, no saves. Okay, those are the established rules. That's something that these people can do. Fine, whatever. Maybe they have a passive athletics that's crazy, and that grapple shot is something they can do as a reaction. Makes sense for aerial raiders. I'm down if those are the established rules. But then we get into, separately from that, there's a Tiberius using, I believe, telekinesis, shucks a person off of their wyvern, and the wyvern, on the actual turn of the wyvern, it goes whoop and catches him. But later in the combat, again, established rules, fine. No saves, no checks. If those are the rules that we're going with, I'm down. But later in the combat, there's another point where a person gets knocked off the bow of the ship and they just fall. Not only do they not do the reaction type stuff, but they make, it was either an athletics check or a dex save. They made some sort of check and they failed it. And so they got punted off the ship by something. I believe it was like the listing of the ship. Wyvern, wyvern, tomato, tomato, yeah. Dude, I got destroyed on the poll in the community tab. There was like 30 people that voted, and my wyvern got decimated. But in the beginning, you can see that that there are no checks. There's no chance for luck or fate to get involved, and Matt is just allowing the enemies to do things, which is fine. But later in the combat, once the combat has gone through a little bit, they've taken some damage, expended some resources, suddenly now fate can get involved a little bit. now it's okay that like I think the wyvern had to, like, later someone got chucked off their wyvern, and they had to, I believe, make an acrobatics check or some sort of dex save for the wyvern to catch them, which is just a change in your rule set, in your consistency. Am I crazy, or is the background a little different? No, you might be crazy. I don't know. We cleaned the couch cushions, but I don't think you could see the dirt and hair from from there. We normally have dominoes set up on the table, which might actually be what you're thinking of. I don't know. Also, what's up? Wyvern, their castle. What? Yeah, but all of this is to say, this sort of change in behavior on how you treat the consequences of player action, this is really, like, when we really, really zoom out, this is the same as fudging. You are changing the way that you go about processing the rules and the way that you go about processing the player's effects on the world to suit narrative pacing, plot development, what have you. It's the same thing. Now, the question is, do the players know you're doing it? It's all about the vibes. I've said, I think fudging is fine as long as your players never know that you've fudged. Right? It's not illegal unless you get caught. Because if they never realize, it means you're doing it well. It means that they feel good and that everything is good and that the vibes are good. Because at the end of the day, having fun and like telling a good story is kind of the point. Do the players know? Do the players notice? Do the players care? Yeah. And it's the same way with the thing that I'm describing about this airship combat. Do the players know? Do the players notice? Do the players care? Obviously, the players know if they think about it because he's doing it out in the open. But do they notice and do they care? They seemed fine with it. Now it's on TV. They have some incentives to be more okay with it. But, you know, it's not tax fraud if you never get caught. Whoa. That's the benefit of working a regular job, is my company handles all that tax shit. I just submit like one form. Tax season is actually pretty fine. I just go to Free Tax USA. Fucking not a sponsor, but holy fuck, I can't recommend it more. Fuck H&R Block, fucking to it. Don't use any of that shit. Free Tax USA. Cannot recommend it enough. It's like $20 for your whole taxes. And I fucking filed in 2 states last year. Because I worked some in Kansas and some in Missouri. So yeah, it was so sick. Free Tax USA, hashtag sponsor, not hashtag sponsor, hashtag guys. I wish, dude, Free Tax USA, sponsor me. I use you. So to you, it's essentially a suspension of disbelief thing. Essentially, I mean, it's a, yeah. I think a lot of D&D is, and a lot of what you choose to do as a DM and what is okay for you to do as a DM, given the tone at your table. I think it does really depend on that. I'm a very low fudge, very consistent sort of DM, but this goes back to something that we talked about in the shopping episode, which is that my campaigns and the tone that I establish at my table is, at most times, they know the rules. They know the rules that I am implementing for them, right? That is in this world. They know that if they do something, it will have a consistent outcome. And that tone that I'm setting up goes for everything. So I am much more likely to fudge a dice roll because they can't see that the rule is being broken, and that's really important because I have established a tone at my table that they can see everything and that the rules are consistent. Whereas Matt has not. Matt's style is much more dramatic, it's much higher and lower, it's much more heroic. And so him fudging dice rolls actually takes away from the impact of the dice, and the impact of the dice is so important for his style. Like the dramatic 20s, the dramatic ones, but even the dramatic high numbers, like rolling an 18 or rolling a 3. Like his players would be really not necessarily bummed, but it would kind of take away from the benefits of having a very chaotic, high-rolling environment if it were to be found out that he fudged a lot. So me and Matt are on very opposite ends of that, where I can fudge, it's okay, as long as I'm being super consistent with my rulings at the table, right? Let's take this airship combat, for example. I also wouldn't want, hey, what's up, Mr. Dad? How you doing? I also wouldn't want them to insta-kill one of the riders at the very beginning. But I would have them roll because I know that I'm going to want them to be rolling later on. So I would have him roll some sort of dex save or an athletics check to climb the rope. But I'm much more likely to allow him to auto-succeed that roll. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's my tone is that the players need consistency. That is built into my DMing style, and I want to support that at every point along the journey. That's not built into Matt's DMing style. And in fact, any amount of fudging from my table doesn't really subtract from that tone. It doesn't subtract that the players know how their actions will affect the world or will proc certain reactions from the world, but they have no idea what is possible, what is not. I might have them roll for something that was literally impossible because I want to keep it established that sort of action procs a roll. So they know that this kind of fudging or this automatic type stuff might happen on the back end, but that's in support of this larger tone. Whereas Matt's is the exact opposite. He wants that every roll to have these dramatic effects, and he wants it to be able to be whenever they roll, the failure does what the failure does, and there's always the chance that that's going to, if he fails the athletics check, he's just falling and he's gone and that's it. That's what Matt wants to establish with this high chaos, high drama, very heroic environment. So he can't fudge. He can't do the things that I'm doing with this auto success type thing. So he has to change when people roll. He has to not even allow a roll. So it's a very complex issue, and this is, and you might notice some parts of DMing are contradictory. You might, if you were an eagle-eyed or eagle-eared viewer, you might know that last session I talked about don't have them roll for things that don't have interesting outcomes, right? I was advocating for less rolling. And I talked in my my Blue Hair DM about how I'm kind of a dice hater, just in general. But these things are married, and some parts of DMing are just contradictory. Sometimes I have to choose kind of which way I'm going to go in the moment. But if you marry these two things together, you'll know that I don't have my players roll for a lot of stuff. When in doubt, a lot of times there's not a roll. But I try to keep that as consistent as possible. I want them to know that if I have established that you must roll for a certain type of action, a certain type of challenge, that will be always. Even if maybe the failure mode of that isn't interesting. So I generally try to avoid rolling ever when the type of roll, the type of challenge is unlikely to have interesting outcomes. It's this sort of confluence of factors and pressures towards a certain type of tone. So, all of that being said, my overall takeaway is in the last episode, I was like, ooh, I don't like that Matt did that. Upon further reflection, I think that he should have done that. I don't think he should do what I do. Because you want to maintain narrative and pacing control over the flow of a combat. But have to be like different ways that you go about doing that. Do you go about it in this very consistent, the players know what they're getting into, more almost puzzle-esque type deal where you're I don't want to compare it to like a murder mystery, like an Agatha Christie novel, but I think when people hear puzzle a lot, or they tend towards that wargaming sort of feel, or that gritty sort of feel, people think about it as a game and they forget the storytelling. And I don't want that to be the case at all. I don't want you guys to think that. I am so concerned about the storytelling, but in the stories that I'm telling, part of the function and form of how I tell the story is establishing these rules and then breaking them for narrative purposes. Right? So that is like one of the ways, that's one of the central ways that I push plot forward, is establishing a rule and then breaking it. And when my players see a broken rule, they're like, oh, no, he did that, but he can't do that. I'm like, oh yeah, he did that. And they know that it's on purpose. They know that it's impactful. They know that it's important because I'm so consistent everywhere else. So, these are all things to think about. And I'm still looking for a really good term for that, of like, these are all things to think about. You need to, things that you need to really, that you need to think about as a DM, but that there's not a right choice on. Right? We've talked about this before. I still haven't landed on a word I really, really like. But a broken rule should mean something. That is very much my tone. Yes. Is I establish super clear rules. Very, very clear. But I feel free to break them for the narrative. It has to mean something. Whereas Matt and Critical Role has a much more has a much more loose definition of the rules, which is both good and bad. It means that the players can never truly know how their action will impact the story. Like, you can never truly know what doing this spell will do or what shoving someone will do. You can never have 100% confidence, which is disorienting as a player. But because you don't know what it'll do, there is tons of creative room and liberties for Matt to take to make you feel cool and badass, and to really develop the narrative within that flexible framework, right? So it's somewhat, actually, and this will sound really bad when I say it, and I don't mean it bad, but it is somewhat taking away player agency, where the player does not have full control and does not have as good of an idea of how any of their actions will impact the story. But that taking away of player agency allows for significantly more creative options for the DM in any given moment. It allows for more power for the DM to create these awesome moments between players and NPCs, all of that. Matt's style requires even more trust between GM and players? I would say so, yes. I would say that Matt's style does require more trust between the GM and players, because you are essentially telling the players you will never truly understand how your actions fit into the reality, fit into the world. I will tell you on a scene-by-scene basis. But you have to trust me that I'm going to make it good. I'm going to make it really fucking cool. And you have to trust me that that's going to happen. This comes into the Kavarn fight. Tiberius didn't trust Matt. And Tiberius doesn't really know how his actions are going to affect things, how any given level of foreshadowing actually foreshadows danger, right? Like, when there's that trust breakdown, it kind of ruins everything. But if you do have that trust, you get some incredible moments, some absolutely amazing moments. And I think that Travis really embodies what you want to do as a player if you have that trust in your DM, where he tries grabbing onto the horn and like suplexing Kavarn, right? In my type of campaign, that's going to have a limited effect. That's not going to have as good of an effect as you might want. I still try to really bolster my player actions. I try to rule of cool it as much as possible. But if something that I think is cool conflicts with a previously established rule, it's like a 50-50 on whether or not I'm willing to break that. But this also allows my players to really heavily invest in the story because they understand everything. They can really grasp everything in there. Oh, man. The part about player agency is super interesting in light of what we're hearing about Daggerheart, but I think a lot of that is out of the scope for these videos. Oh, man. I have no idea what that means, but maybe we'll talk about it someday. Yeah, I'm really interested in what you mean. Maybe put that more in React suggestions, like go into more detail, or go into more detail here if you want. Hashtag trust Matt Mercer. You have to. You have to. I mean, it's you are giving by allowing rules to change on the fly, you are giving more power to the DM, and you have to hope that they use it wisely. And I think that Matt does. Matt's a fantastic DM. So it really depends on the type of table you want to run. And you know, none of this is to say that me and my players don't have a level of trust. But the trust is allocated differently, maybe. and they prefer to place their trust in different places. Like, you know, they know that sometimes I fudge, and they trust that the few times I do fudge, that it is for a good and important reason. They can never prove that. They'll never know. But they have that level of trust in me. So it's kind of like where you want to place your trust. At this time, Matt would change rules and rulings in the middle of combat based on what chat would say. Later on, they changed in the middle. They only changed in the middle of combat if it was proven in the player's handbook. And tones, styles, everything can evolve. You can, and this is kind of advanced DM shit, but playing around with this established tone, depending on the setting. So, like, for example, maybe Matt wanted to go this hyper-heroic type of tone while they're in whatever combat they were, or whatever continent they were just in. But he wants to, say Vaselheim. I don't know anything about Vaselheim. Say Vaselheim is like an immensely learned society full of architects and scientists and inventors. Or it is a very martial society. It's very ordered, very lawful. These sorts of the sort of setting tone, if you're really, really good, again, this is like advanced DMing shit that I don't even really get into because it makes me nervous, but you can play with the tones. So Matt could say, while we're in Vaselheim, no more skill crits. We're taking away skill crits while we're in Vaselheim. because that really changes the tone. And you can make a couple of other modifications as well to really change the way that things are interpreted. So there could be some of that, Amanda, where he saw the way that the game was going and he decided that he wanted to change it. It could not be. I don't know. I'll have to see when I get there. But like I've said, a lot of these things really depend on your personal preferences as well as the preferences of your players. Once again, it's always valid to point out, here's a thing that CR does that works super well for them, which may not work or be desirable at most tables. Yeah, AKL. I mean, I think I still hold that opinion about Whispers. I think it works so dope in CR. I think it's so sick. But not I wouldn't have it at my table, and I wouldn't recommend it for new players especially. And what we're talking about with this stuff of a DM kind of changing the rules on the fly and this overall tone is not something I would recommend to a new DM, mostly because I personally think it requires more skill. As a DM, I think it is a higher or more skill is required to do it well. And I've said in the past, I think that Matt Mercer has one of the best skills of dramatic timing that I've ever seen. And I think that is why this style works for him so well. But I don't have that amazing of dramatic timing. I have really great improv skills. I have amazing improv skills, which is one of the reasons that my style works so well for me, is because it is really easy for me to come up with new things that fit within the established rules. That's not an easy thing for some DMs to do, to remember the established rules of their setting and their tone and to come up with new content on the fly that fits within that. I would still say I think it's a bit easier than Matt's, which is why I would recommend it to new DMs. But honestly, I wouldn't even say that this is like a most tables type of situation. It really is dependent on your DM skill set. Like, what are you good at as a DM? Or maybe not even good at, but just better at. That could help dictate some of these tonal decisions. Rocks fall, everybody dies. That sounds like a forward reference or an inside joke. But yeah, so that's really kind of the crux of my overall takeaway there.
As a heads up to you guys, there will be no critical role.
And we're zooming forward, starting off at John's first time code. As this discussion is longer than John, shut up. Don't, you can't say something so accurate. It's not allowed. Yeah. Oh yeah. But we'll get trucking. Again, I do have to pause at 7. Oh my god, speaking of how long this fucking discussion has been. I do have to pause at 7, but we will get trucking, get started with the episode before then. And hopefully my pause, I'm really hoping it doesn't take very long. I'm hoping maybe like 10 minutes. I'm really hoping it goes nice and fast. But we'll have to see.
Next week, because San Diego Comic-Con is happening.
It's also possible I'm going to try to just do it and like keep streaming, but there might be, I can't go into any sort of details because of NDA, but I might be able to do it and like still like do well on stream, but I might have to like start DMing people and it might get complicated. So we'll just have to see. Thank you for being patient and bearing with me.
Down in San Diego. I know, we have a panel though. We have a panel Thursday. I'll be on the main Geek and Sundry panel with Laura at 1 to 2, and then we have our actual full Critical Role panel from 4 to 5. So if you're going to be there, come see us at Petco Park on Thursday.
You don't need a badge.
Nope.
Yeah,
can just come and walk on in.
Yeah, it is at Petco Park, so don't get lost looking around the convention center.
I'll create a poll 1 second, SSH.
Yeah.
Because it won't be there.
Yeah, it's
At Petco Park.
it's the big sports stadium, which to me is a wonderful irony of us giving a panel about Dungeons and Dragons in the center of a giant sports stadium. That's right.
Yeah.
Indoor kids.
Yeah.
However,
shit.
yep.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Guys, that's
It's
awesome.
gonna be cool. They're also filming the panel, so for those who can't be there, the panel will be on the stream the following day, I believe. So check it out thereafter with the rest of the Comic-Con stream coverage. It'll be fun. Yeah, so that'll be good. The week after that, me and Marisha are going to be out of town in New Zealand. So this means a 2-week period without.
Also, feel free to bet whatever you would like. No hard feelings. How long the break takes is up to my work. It is pretty out of my hands. So I have my own personal bet for how long it'll take. But you guys know, there will be no hurt feelings, no matter what you say. 17-minute guess. That's fair.
Critical Role main story stuff, and I apologize, this is all stuff that got planned before the stream even started. We'll be at a convention in New Zealand. For those out there planning to come to Armageddon, please come see us. We'll be down there. It'll be fun for all New Zealand fans. Otherwise, the rest of the Critical Role casts that are available will be here and to play some other sort of game together and generally interact with the chat and have a good time until we return. So,
Okay.
yeah, we're getting the circumstance ironed out.
Fair enough. All right. 437. Absent player. Who's absent? There's another. Oh my God. There's another iPad. Although this looks to be maybe like an actual computer, so maybe it'll be a bit better. And also no Percy.
Sam
Or no
Regal
Taliesin.
and Taliesin Jaffe are both fighting traffic, but they'll be here shortly.
Sam.
However, let's go ahead and cut to the intro to give us 1 minute break.
I see. Okay, so the other two are on their way, and yeah. If you want to see cast and crew flail around for 3.5 minutes, okay, I kind of want to see that. You know me so well. Wait, let's see. Oh yeah, don't forget Sam. You're right. I would never. So no audio. Nice. Oh yeah, this is delightful. Intro video glitch. Let's see.
Well, we'll get that figured out.
Oh, is this a podcast now?
Apparently.
Old time radio.
All right, I'll skip past now. Cast flails around for a while, completely skippable. All right, we'll skip forward to 10:14, which is the end of the recap. If you forget Sam, who would be left to poop in beds, you're so right. Who would have the square manhood of legend?
Can you say all of that again for me?
They did not meet for an ep that week, and took a 2-week break between episodes. Okay, fair enough. What are you gonna do? I very much understand, especially when you kind of didn't think about it ahead of time. It's hard to throw something together, and if they're like, they're still getting used to the stream, it might have been nice for them to have like a small little break.
Anyway.
Oh, and Sam's here. It's like he never left.
So, as you guys have settled in, the horn's safe. You've taken
Safe.
more days on this journey. What was told to be about a 6-day journey across the ocean, 6 to 7 days.
3-week break. Interesting.
Is there anything you guys wish to accomplish at this moment?
Are we in the air?
You are still in the air on the skyship.
Not much we can do.
Well, we just, so we fought off the wyverns.
Oh, do we have one?
Is
We
little
have one.
magician halfling still being polite and brushing her teeth and
She.
Oh, that's right, our little halfling that
yeah,
we...
who you saved?
Yes.
Yeah,
mage.
saved.
Saved. She is a mage, and she has also been bound at the orders of the captain, so as not to cause any issues in the ship while she's there. So at the few.
Yeah. No. This is totally kosher. We're all good. Like this person, we saved her. She's not. in polite terms, an indentured servant.
Future after a conversation with him as to whether or not she could work on this ship, based on the fact that their first meeting involved her and her band attacking and trying to murder his entire crew. Captain Damon was not too keen on the idea at the time being and decided to lock her up. So we shall see her fate in the near future.
She's locked up.
She's locked up.
She's got tricks though, right?
She has tricks,
That's
but
smart.
there was an
Yeah, I'm sure that this random person that Matt was totally fine with Grog pitching off the ship. She's look, all of my conspiracy theories make sense, SSH. This one is ridiculous. This one is absolutely ludicrous.
anti-magic brig built into the ship specifically for this purpose.
Oh, that's good.
An anti-magic. I guess you know what? It's on a super magic airship. Zip my lip.
You put the kibosh on it.
She's nigged.
Cool.
Yeah, or you say just have it on the corkboard, not connected to anything. Just.
So, I'll say that Percy is continuing to read his book. The next few days pass without incident. Is there anything you want to accomplish? Anything?
You said next few days
Can I try-
without incident?
Can I try to further my
Cool.
beard?
Oh yes, trying to grow a
Yeah,
beard.
beard.
Go
Go
ahead
for
and roll a
beard.
percentage dice.
Beard.
Is it 20, right?
It's a percentage dice.
Oh, right, the 2 in a row. I
Yeah,
remember.
2d10s.
I'm learning.
First
Yeah.
one and the second one.
We're gonna do a
3,
small
8.
38.
small uptick in playback speed, especially given that I have an unknown break in the middle of this. So we're gonna go 1, 2, 5. Feel free if you know something that's coming up that you think I should slow down for. Feel free to say so.
The little bit of peach fuzz stubble on the chin of your Goliath face begins to slowly grow. It's coming out colorless. It's almost translucent with a hint of gray and white.
I'm a Targaryen, baby.
It's translucent, like
It's kind of hot.
It's a color is there. It's almost like a fishing line is like growing out of the bottom of his chin.
Don't be jealous.
That's great.
Thank you.
Sandpaper a little bit.
Keep in mind, Goliaths, predominantly, especially pureblood Goliaths, do not grow facial hair. The fact that this magical feat is even achieving any modicum of growth is in itself an arcane marvel. And who knows what detrimental effects this may have in the long run going against your physiology.
Oh crap. It'll make me look really wise, you guys. Nobody will know.
I have some beads if you want. We can like braid it and I can put beads in there.
I'm all about it. Beads
Okay.
and bells and shit.
I braid
Give me a
Grog's
scarf and I'll be
beard
gentle.
All right.
and put beads in it. And a few flowers as well.
Wait.
It looks nice.
It takes you a lot of concentration to try and get any sort of braidage through the about an inch to inch and a half of facial hair that has grown from his chin.
Looks good.
It's really tight when you braid it like that.
You'll get used to it.
maybe you can cast a grasping vine on his chin. Roll it out.
What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah,
I suggest against this.
you can certainly try.
Encourage it.
I encourage violence. You should just vote. So we're healed. We're
Oh, days have
Yeah,
gone
you guys
by,
have
right?
rest. Days have gone by. Your spells have returned to you.
Trinket's
DM,
feeling
days have
good.
gone by?
Days have gone by at this time. You've continued traveling over the Osmit Sea.
So
Are we nearing the destination?
I'll get to that in a second. Do you have a question, Liam?
Well, no, not a question, but last night, while Grog was sleeping, I can see right up Grog's nose. While Grog was sleeping, I went and got a bit of rope from the ship and used my disguise kit that I have. I sort of frayed apart the rope and spent about an hour using spirit gum to glue bits of frayed rope to Grog's skin into a small little Gilmore-esque goatee. He didn't seem to wake up, and I'd like to see how that worked out.
Alrighty. I'm
Look
gonna.
at that.
Dude, okay, speaking of trust, right? Speaking of trust, it goes both ways, and we've talked about how good Liam is in regards to roleplay. My opinion on Liam, I think when I first started, it was pretty whatever, and it has progressively and steadily gone up. And when we talk about like a tone that you have set at the table where you can kind of feel free to be, let's call it flexible with the rules, can also lead to fun things like this. It can lead to Tiberius running over to Draconia real fast, which, like, you know, let's establish the good and bad parts of this. I don't think, obviously, that was ludicrous, regardless of the tone that you set, right? None of the other characters would have thought, or none of the other players would have thought to do that. However, like him running to Draconia for a quick bag of holding is at least somewhat not supported, but it can potentially be emboldened by this sort of hyper flexible tone. Whereas I think even if Orion was still Orion and was at my table, I kind of doubt that he would have done that. Could be wrong. Could be just that Orion overrides all. But the really great side of this, when we talk about player action in this hyper-flexible system, is him trying to use spirit gum to, like, glue on a goatee in the middle of his sleep. Like, this is so much fun. And while it is possible within my more kind of rules-oriented system, I would probably like require some checks. It would be a little bit of a slower pacing. I'm generally like, when it comes to PvP, I normally let them all RP it out because I don't want to establish a tone of you can do things to each other and I'll ask for a roll. Right? So actually, I'm gonna backtrack really quick. I probably wouldn't ask for a skill check because I don't want to establish that. So I kind of have to leave it up to them. And that's where we establish, like, we were talking about trust between the players. That's where I have to have trust. And that's where the trust is at my table of, because my players know that I don't want to establish this fact of allowing them to roll for PvP, like, player versus player actions, I just leave it totally up to RP. Like, they can kind of do whatever they want to each other as long as it works within all of the other pre-existing rules, which is really, really cool and a super fun time at my table. And my players make significant use of that because they're all on the same page about the rules and how their actions affect the world. They can RP basically without my interaction, because they know how everything will unfold. But within Matt's system, this is really fun because they can try to do something ridiculous and Matt can ask for a roll and they know that it will be like respected. Like they know that the results of the roll will be respected and Matt will make it interesting no matter what. So they are allowed to do ridiculous things and be surprised by the results. My players can do ridiculous things that they all kind of agree on. Like they can craft their own ridiculous and silly story. But at Critical Role, it allows them to be a bit more collaborative on it, where part of the story is being crafted by the players and part of it is being crafted by the DM. Mine's a little bit more segmented, where it's like, okay, the players are crafting the story, the DM is crafting the story. Like it's a little bit more separated, which is totally cool. I personally love it. I love watching my players go off on tangents and have all sorts of hilarious RP mishaps that they all just agree on because it's fun. But what Liam is doing is also dope. So I really want to highlight the different ways that these tones can manifest. They can manifest in bad things, like what Orion did, but they can also manifest in delightful things, like what Liam is doing. So yeah. Grog and Vax pranking each other is one of my favorite ongoing bits. Hell yeah. Over under on if Matt has Liam roll for this RP. Ooh, I don't know. Yeah, get your bets, because I'm wondering. Because it would seem to fit the tone, but we'll see. Forgot to switch to live chat, you fool! You absolute fool. I'd like to see a game played with that kind of understanding. Sounds really cool, but definitely based on trust. Yeah, I think a lot of you will find. I think you find that in good collaborative environments, kind of regardless of the tone, the trust happens somewhere. It's where you choose to place your trust, where you choose to highlight it. I generally think that because this is more collaborative, there's a little bit more trust needed at base, right? Like, I think that in order to pull this one off, you need a certain level that maybe is a little bit higher than my style. But they both have crazy caps where, like, the more trust you have at the table, the better both of them become. Which is part of the fun of D&D, is that the more you get into the table and the more you can be authentic and trust everyone around you, the better everything gets.
A sleep check or something, right? Can't let him survive that.
For this, go ahead and make a perception check with disadvantage.
That doesn't kick her asleep.
With disadvantage.
1.
And see, I wouldn't roll. I would maybe use some passive scores if I'm going to use them at all. But again, I normally establish that. So when my players get into that sort of RP where they have trust between each other that there's not going to be like really terrible consequences, I have that level of trust. Sometimes my players will use passive scores against each other, and I don't step in unless I think they're doing something out of line. Sometimes I've even had, this is actually relatively, this has happened a lot, where my players will sometimes roll skill checks for themselves. I don't ask for it. It's just to help them determine their own decisions. Which, you know, when we're really getting into this, that's why I talk about, like, my player agency is super high, and that's the sort of tone that I establish where, like, sometimes I've almost given them too much and they want some randomness, but they will introduce it for themselves within their own personal decision making. And sometimes I'll do that as a DM too. If I'm not sure which way I want to go with something, sometimes I'll roll a D20 just to see what I think. It's kind of like if you have a decision that you need to make and you really don't know, you'll flip a coin. And regardless of what the coin result is, you know which one you would have wanted it to roll. So just like that is kind of sometimes the tone with these like very free-form RP sessions. But anyways, since Travis asked for a roll, I like the check. I'd be curious if Matt would have just let the scene play or if he would have asked for one eventually anyways. It's hard to know. Hard to know. Based on what I've seen and my analysis, I think there might have been a check at some point, but it's debatable. Yeah, rolling your own fuck up can be a lot of fun. Yeah, exactly. Like that, I'll do that while I'm playing right now. Like while I'm playing my sorcerer, sometimes, you know, I'm looking at a situation where I'm like, oh man, like, do I want to be really aggressive here? Do I want to take a more diplomatic approach? And I'm like, well, it's probably a 75% chance that she would take the aggressive option. And so I'll roll percentile dice and I'll just see where it lands. And then sometimes the dice land and I'm like, oh, I don't like that. And like, I don't tell anyone. It's all for my own mental decision making. But alas, to end that aside.
Get it out now.
You wake up the following morning, immediately run to the nearest reflective surface to check on yourself, and you have a glorious, dark brown, well-braided, mildly frayed, thick, coarse goatee braid. It goes about a good 3 to 4 inches from the bottom of your chin, and you are very proud.
I knew it! I am a special boy. Only this one strand is this color. Everything else is white. Translucent.
I think it looks good on you, Crow.
Thank you. I wave my head, it whips around.
I whip my beard back and forth.
It stays taut on your chin.
And, oh man.
Right, so,
to go back to something I said earlier where I think I might recommend my style more to new players. On the corollary, this style can actually be really nice for new players because it allows for the DM to guide them a little bit more through RP, right? So like I put a lot of almost responsibility on my players to RP. And Matt's style actually kind of helps guide them through more of like, okay, I try to do this thing, what happens? And then they can react to the thing that he says rather than having to direct the whole thing themselves. So there's a ton of positives and negatives, and honestly, this seems like at this point it might even be worthy of its own video of talking about and kind of classifying these two different styles a little bit more directly.
As you reach the middle of the 6th day of travel, the sky, which at this point had been fairly sunny and clear, begins to slowly cloud over. The weather grows more gray, and the clouds themselves seem to cluster more into what I wouldn't say a storm front, but definitely a more gloomy atmosphere.
Can I do like a nature check to see if this seems to be natural or an arcane?
Certainly.
Ting, 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 ting.
Nice.
Okay, that's on 20 total.
All right. Looking at these clouds, it is a slow formation, and they aren't moving at an unnecessary speed or seem to have any sort of ominous press towards you. It just seems like the weather itself towards this northern continent seems to be of the colder variety.
I'm gonna sense the weather, I suppose, because this doesn't look fun.
Okay. The weather is cold.
It's cold.
The
The
weather
cold
outside
Tiberius,
is
the
frightful.
cold. I agree.
like
It's rather cold.
And yeah, one of the things that I've talked about a lot, and this actually, I mean, I've learned all sorts of things about myself and my own process of analyzing this and my own personal lens and bias that I've been taking into a lot of this analysis is even talking about, don't ask to make checks. Don't say, hey, can I make a perception check for this? Which, in my defense, is the rules in 5e. Like, that is just raw. You're not supposed to. But in this sort of style and tone, it's a little bit more reasonable for the players to consistently ask for that sort of stuff because they don't actually know if Matt is going to ask for it or not. So, like, when Orion just said that, I almost guarantee he expected Matt to come back with the ask for some manner of skill check, right? If it's perception, insight, etc., etc. And instead, Matt just said, you sense the weather. Right? So this is one of the complications with having these changing rules. It can make for some funny stuff and for some very clear indications like, hey, dude, there's nothing fucking here. Like, what do you want from me? It's fucking cold. And so there's a particular feel and flavor to that tone. But when I'm critiquing it, I'm going through knowing that at my tables, I make it very clear what sort of questions, what sort of actions prompt skill checks, and when I will just give you information. And even just the way that he phrased that question is probably going to prompt me as a DM to give a skill check. I don't know. It's very interesting to see the differences. Orion opened his mouth, put it on the counter, boys. No, we have to keep the integrity of the counter. It is a sacred institution, a sacred measure. We have to keep its integrity. If I'm just throwing it on there for anything, nothing means nothing.
Scanlan.
Aye.
Like we were discussing earlier, would you be interested in the still standing friendly trade of my ironstone for your circlet crown thingy?
You know what, Tiberius?
Dude, you just had to let him talk for one more second, and then I'd love to put something on the counter. Here we go, part 3.
I have been giving this a lot of thought and consideration. What's for lunch?
I don't know, what would you like for lunch?
Oh, no, I was done with the conversation.
Well, Keyleth, if you could put a little slate up for me, I'd like to illustrate something for little Scanlan. Perhaps his tiny mind can comprehend.
Hey, that's rude.
Would you, perhaps,
His tiny mind is exactly proportionate for the rest of his body, Tiberius.
fine.
Well, not the entire
I'm gonna
body.
walk up to the. I'm just gonna walk up to the hall and be like,
Don't run out here! Poop! I throw up a slate.
Oh, man, Sam is trying.
oh,
Okay. It's the strangest wall you've constructed, as up in the air on the ship that is mostly constructed out of iron and metal. There is little to no stone available of which you can sprout a wall of stone. However, there are weights set up on top, so what you create is less of a smooth wall of stone, more than a
I need to
very
sit
thin,
down.
brittle shale wall that may function for a time being, but probably won't stand up for more than 5 to 10 minutes.
I see. Prestidigitation, some chalk.
All right.
You see, Scanlan, you've had this particular piece for over 10, let's
That's not what prestidigitation does, but fucking, I guess I'll allow it. You have minor illusion. You could just minor illusion something. You could minor illusion something on the floor. You don't have to have Keyleth waste a spell slot, but I digress.
say matches or...
Exactly, John. No mocking of the counter. You will not make a mockery of this institution in my courthouse.
Weeks. You have used it 0 times in over 6 battles over the 10 course, using it 0 times. I, being a sorcerer, have a special ability called Sorcerer Points, where I can do multiple spells in a single round.
Yeah?
No, you can't, but go on.
None of you can do, other than monks, of course.
That's true. Brag about it, Tiberius. Just keep bragging about it.
When I can do multiple spells, like 2 versus you, which can do 1, that means I can do 1 more spell than you can per round in every round after that, 100%.
So amazing.
Your utilization of the actual item has been equivalent to nothing. In the interest of the group and the use of items.
Oh, I'm so torn. Oh, I'm so torn because this is hilarious. If there's not the existing pattern of behavior. Like, if I don't know that this is really something that legitimately bothers him, which I do fully believe that it really bothers him, if that's not the case, this is fucking money. This is so funny, dude. This is so sick if I don't know that it's real. You know what I'm saying? Math is fun, but not in this case. Super Geek Mike has some great commentary on this interesting scene. Oh man, I'm so excited to see it because this is wild. Like, this is if this is Vax and Grog, I'm snapping my fingers. I don't know. This gives me secondhand embarrassment because he's kind of being an ass. You're right, which is. That's the thing, is if I thought that it's like when he called the other Dragonborn a peasant. I knew that it was Tiberius being an ass, but this is so clearly Orion being an ass, and it's very, very distinctly different. I do find this legitimately funny. It's so tough because it's like, on one hand, I think it's funny, but on the other hand, he's being an IRL dick on stream, where Sam is so limited in his responses. Like, if this is at a private table, Sam can be like, dude, come on. Like, I don't want to talk about this anymore. I don't want to give it up. But Sam is so limited in his responses that... It's kind of gross. It's kind of yucky. Bad character equals bad feeling. Where Vax and Grog is good playing character so far, good fun feelings. Yeah. The meta knowledge makes it hard, though. It's like seeing a person you hate make a good point on Twitter. Yeah, because it's like, I know that even though you made this one good point, that the way that you got there was probably bad, and your intention is bad, and like the thing that you're supporting through this point is bad. Yeah.
In general, it would be wise to switch it because you have needed to extra spells like invisibility.
The shale wall cracks.
Several times.
I'm sorry.
Where my item would be more useful in general.
May I ask, is magical ability inversely proportionate to wisdom?
Eh?
Who are you asking?
Is magical ability inversely proportionate to wisdom?
Absolutely not. I am one of the strongest casters in all of Draconia, and it only takes the strength of my charisma to do my stuff.
Oh.
You are
Everything
looking.
makes sense now.
So are you saying you want what he has back?
And then, oh man, fucking snaps to the cast. This is, I talked a lot about when I first started the annoyance counter that, like, you need to address characters' flaws in fiction or else they get out of control. especially if they are player flaws, not character flaws. Like, you need to address it in fiction, and if they get mad about you addressing it in fiction, then you know that you have to address it out of fiction, right? So there's, but yeah, good on them for addressing this in a lighthearted way, but also not just letting it fly, because this is ridiculous. This is Tiberius being a huge ass, even if it's funny to us as players and audience. Even if we think it's funny, and I don't want to speak for everyone, I do. Tiberius is being a huge dick in the fiction, and it is good for the other players to be addressing that.
I didn't recognize you, Grog. What? Is that you?
It is I, Brad Pitt from Legends of the Fall. My beard of glory. It's an old bard's tale.
So, Scanlan, what say you?
Your mathematical skills have been quite impressive.
I don't like to show them off.
No. For a man of such low wisdom, you are proving wiser than I ever imagined. I will gladly make this trade with you. You have convinced me.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes.
Hey, that's wonderful.
All right. Hugs. Now, what does this thing do?
Now you can store up to 3 level spells. You can use three of them in there.
So it's better than the Pearl of Power.
And you don't have to expend the spell slots to do the spells.
All right. Thank you very much.
Dude, Sam. Sam doesn't care what they do, Orion. Oh man, this is illustrative right here of just the differences in their mentalities and why this is awkward, and why, because Scanlan was asking what the fuck it did, not Sam. I want to be really clear, and you can hear him keep the accent as he continues talking, but Orion dead breaks character of oh yeah, look, so you can do this, this, and this. It allows you to cast your magic but into the stone, and then it will release later. He is allowing for good collaborative in character and in fiction discussion between them. He's trying to smooth it over between their characters, and Orion fucking breaks. And is yeah, look at the fun mechanics, which is okay. Fun mechanics are fun, but you gotta read the disconnect. You gotta read what's happening. Sam is just placating Orion. Yeah, I mean, he's oh man, the dude brought it up while I was off stream. He brought it up last time. He's bringing it up again. I just don't want to talk about it anymore. I don't want to have this conversation at the beginning of every session, and I don't want him to make weird comments about it. Which, I mean, fucking bets on whether or not Orion still makes a weird comment about it later. Oh yes, look at that double concentration, Scanlan. You see, I'm doing it, the thing that you never did. I lost my Tiberius there for a second, but I don't think that's a conspiracy theory. I can pretty confidently bet that one.
That was amazing.
All right.
Oh, man.
I'm man enough to admit that he's convinced me.
That was so good.
That was awesome.
I don't know what you wrote, but
I'm sorry.
I understand what you take and kind of place by your head and release. It seems to almost affix itself in the air and slowly rotate above your head, almost held in its own orbital gravity around you.
Pike.
Yeah, definitely, Ed. Yeah, he's I just want to move on. Let's just stop talking about this. Exactly. Yeah. He's the adult in the room. And Orion never did anything annoying ever again. We can delete the counter, everybody.
Check this out.
It is fancy.
It's like a halo. Like your god has smiled on me, maybe, and said, he's cool, go for it.
Oh, wow. Well, I don't know if that's what it means.
Well, religion is up to interpretation, so I interpret it that way.
It is very, very cool looking.
Thank you.
so casual on her god. It's cool, go for it.
Saren Ray, the she bro you never had.
Saren Ray is my wingman.
Many a cart, hold that bumper sticker. All right, so as this conversation comes to a close, the temperature in the sky has gotten noticeably chillier. And you swear for an instant, you start seeing what looks like specks of white snow beginning to drift in the clouds ahead.
It's snowing.
I'm dreaming of a white, whatever
So you
we
guys,
celebrate.
there was
Festivus.
there was something I should probably tell you. In this area of land in Vaselheim, on this continent, somewhere, I'm not sure where, resides the fire Ashari. Somewhere in the town of Pyra.
What's that?
Well,
What are fire Ashari?
they're my sister tribe. They're part of my sister tribe. So I come from the air Ashari.
Right.
Yeah, from Zephyra. So yes, so they're fire Ashari. So the point behind the Ashari, I'm not sure if I have expressed this to you all in the past few months. The point of our tribe is that we sought out the weakest points where the elemental planes start to bleed with our plane of existence. And these planes need to be protected, so our people have sought them all out in order to make haven there and be the protectors that we were all born to be. And as part of my aramente, I have to seek out each of the headmasters and prove myself a worthy leader. Which makes me really nervous. But, you know,
We got your back.
We'll do it.
Yeah.
We'll totally do it.
Yeah, we
so
can
I just thought,
plan
you
this
know,
shit for days.
maybe after, you know, we handle, like, the horn, maybe we can, I might pop in, you know, since
You know,
we're
if you
here.
want to, Keelan, when we go, we'll all follow your orders and make it seem like you're an extraordinary leader for us.
That could be good.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Good idea, yes.
This is a pretty level one commentary about Critical Role and Matt Mercer in general. And I don't know if I've actually made it before, but the way that he sometimes just shuts the fuck up and lets the characters talk to each other is a very good and needed DM skill that I think a lot of DMs, if not most DMs, struggle with. I know I struggle with it. And he's very, very good at it. And I took the chat off the screen because I was curious as to how he was going to react to it. And I do want to see. He seems more normal than like the Drakenheim thing, but I couldn't tell if this was something that she had worked out with him beforehand. Again, you know, pattern of behavior wise, I assume that she did, like, just because I have more of a basis of trust with Marisha Ray. But yeah, this is very interesting. This is another piece of like the players writing things into the fictional world. And I'd be curious I don't know if there's like a behind the scenes where they ever address that as to whether or not Marisha came up with the Fire Ashari being in Vaselheim, or if that was just something that Matt like told her off screen. Because I think that this is a fantastic opportunity as a player to introduce something into the world. I would try and let the DM know ahead of time just to make sure that they're cool with it and that it all makes sense. But this seems fantastic in terms of like adding things to the world. I think that's one skill that he's always had and continues to have. It's a good shout. Yeah. If you remember Kia's background, her Aramente goal was baked in. I remember the Aramente goal from the get-go. I'm more curious as to the Fire Ashari specifically being near Vaselheim. Like if that location was chosen by her, or if he chose it and told her off screen, or if she chose it. I love characters like feeling free to build things into the world based on their backgrounds and their motivations. So like as a DM, if Marisha comes to me before the session and is like, hey, I was thinking about it with my Aramente, do you think that it would be good if like the Fire Ashari were like near Vaselheim? And as the DM, I'm instantly like, fuck yeah. Like, sick, let's throw it in. Yeah, for sure. I love that sort of interaction from my players, and it really helps them get invested in the world, which is amazing. Whether or not she knew beforehand where they were geographically, yeah, that's what I'm really curious about. Which, you know, we might just never know. But I am willing to give them, right, the a charitable interpretation. Or not even charitable, but like, because I think either way she's handling it well. And it's kind of divorced from mechanics, right? It's lore, which is much more dope and cool. Even if Tiberius had said, oh, there's a magic shop in Draconia that I think might have the bag of holding, that is so much better than him being like, yeah, I went and grabbed one. That's terrible. So, all that is to say, I think he knew the fire shard was on this continent, but may not have known she would bring it up right now. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to tell, and like my caveat to this is that I think as a player, if you're going to do something like this, that you should try and let your DM know ahead of time. But also, like, this is so, I don't want to say low stakes, but this is so flavor related that I would honestly be okay. If I'm in Matt's shoes, this is my table, and she just whips this out without me knowing about it ahead of time, I'm still cool. Her just saying it's near Vaselheim gives me so much room, like wiggle room as the DM, to where like I don't have to bring it up this session. I can talk to her about it afterwards. We can work on something. Like, I don't have to immediately work everything in. Like, she even just her saying this and not giving specifics is giving me room and foreshadowing. Based on similar moments later on, Matt probably let her know they were near since he knows the geography better than the players. Very, very possible. And as a DM, it's very good to try and work your players' backstories in. And I do like him telling her that off screen so that she can have this nice character moment. So, like, the switch is kind of from player advice to DM advice of telling her that before session or off screen really helps her be able to bring everything into the other players so that they can have this nice RP moment. Rather than him being like, by the way, Keelan, did you know that the Ashari are here? And then, like, maybe she has like a nice, exciting moment, but I think that this is a little bit cooler narratively, the way that he did this regardless. It gives you a few sessions to prep for. Yeah, I think that's the big thing, is participating in the flavor, but also giving the DM time to make the flavor good. Yeah.
Do they make you burn
Either way, very nice, very cool.
things as a display of your abilities?
Well, they kind of teach me new things. They kind of instill me with their knowledge.
So the tornado thing, you could be like a fire tornado.
I could. I know. I'm so excited. But yes, super nervous because, social skills aren't my strongest suit.
You're
We've
a
noticed.
natural.
Oh,
You're
great.
Oh, you guys.
But it's very charming.
We gotta go there. There's fire everywhere.
Yes,
At
yes.
this point,
Is
the
everything
Yeah.
copacetic between the different tribes?
Yep, I'm gonna do the work thing off screen. If things go well, might not have to be RB. We're gonna keep going for now, and we'll see.
Ooh, good question.
What?
Are you guys friendly with each other?
Is everything happy?
Well, yes, yeah, no, we're all happy. I mean, that's kind of the thing where once a generation someone sets out and goes on the Aramente in order to come back a headmaster, and it's kind of like our, once a generation check-in, if you will, to make sure everything's okay.
Once a generation seems very... This seems like the Avatar problem, where it's like, maybe we should do it more than once a generation. Like, a lot of sentiments can change over the course of a generation. Especially, is Keelan the human? If she's not a human, if she's anything that's longer lived, a generation is a really long time. This isn't so much a player critique, but more of a lore critique. Yeah, half-elf? I think that's like 150 odd. I mean, I guess it depends on the actual thing. It's literally the Avatar, yeah. Which, I thought she was a full elf. Kinda regardless. These are long time periods we're talking about, and like, You have one person kind of fuck up relationships. Imagine if Keyleth was a dick. And I guess maybe the idea is that they wouldn't choose a dick to go and do all this. Keyleth's backstory is heavily inspired by Avatar. She said so. I mean that makes sense. Which this is an Avatar lore critique as well. Is you get one fucking Avatar that lets the Fire Nation get out of control, and then Aang is stuck with all of the consequences, and the world is just fucked. Like, you have one weak Avatar in the whole lineage, and they do a generation of damage. Not great.
Unfortunately, the last person to go on the Aramente didn't come back,
What?
which happens sometimes.
It does?
Whoa.
Like, didn't come back ever?
No,
So, like, you could die.
Or maybe they got lost to the winds of the road.
Right, yeah.
it was actually my mother.
What?
To which tribe?
We don't know. She left when I was a little girl, so I don't remember much.
Oh no.
So I don't know if she's alive or dead, really. But
Oh
We don't know
no.
that.
it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, no bigs,
Yeah.
right?
I
Which
mean,
is your
it's,
mother?
I mean, well, it's fine. It's weird. I haven't seen her, so I don't know. I barely remember her.
Do you think there's a chance that when we visit this place, we might have to defend ourselves?
No, I wouldn't think so.
Which
It's not like
means,
your
of
family,
course.
Grog. They're actually nice.
Yeah, we're cool.
Look, my family is nice too. We just share love with fists.
Oh, that sounds wrong
Understandable.
in so
Yeah, this is delightful. This is a fantastic example of sharing backstory, of the other characters engaging on the backstory, asking good questions, allowing Marisha to talk and not talking over her, but then still responding well. A+ scene. Great.
many ways.
It does, actually.
Would you rather have to go alone, or does your tribe permit there to be help for you?
I'm assuming it would be okay. We're pretty welcoming.
That's good.
Yeah, we should totally
All
go
right,
there.
we will go.
And maybe ask them if they've seen your mum.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Yeah.
It's weird. There's like this part of me in the back of my head that I kind of always wonders if I'm gonna
Parenting and banditry, and in Disney movies.
run into it.
How old? When was the last time you saw your mother, or do you even remember?
I was 5, 6, maybe years old when she left.
That's fair, John. It does provide more defensive capabilities. Like it allows the other three nations to kind of jump on one of them a little bit easier. It's not like Aang, which feels much more like the Dalai Lama. Yeah. Like it allows a little bit more of like we'll all tackle you if you get out of control. So I do think it's an improvement, but there's still she's like, oh, like we're all chill, and I'm like, really? You talk to each other once a generation and you still like each other? That's kind of wild.
So I'm the next in line.
This is heavy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, it's fine. It's good to
I'm
know.
just letting you know that we're gonna be in those neck of the woods, so I should probably,
Stop by.
go.
Well, and even that is a little delightful mini interaction of I don't know what Scanlan's whiz is like, but I just them playing their characters of like Scanlan doesn't normally get into this heavy of topics, but he really likes Keyleth. And so he's just kind of like almost thinking out loud of like, damn, that's heavy, that sucks. And she gets to express another side of her character, which is this very like group mom sort of vibe of like, oh, I didn't mean to bring down the mood. And it's like, no, like, and it allows them to reinforce something that Vax said earlier, like, we're a team, we're a family, we're with you. And they all individually, even Vax asking the question of like, oh, can we come with you? And Grog saying, we'll find your mom. Like, this is all, I mean, I don't know how much I should be harping on this, but this is very, very nice and delightful character RP interaction of like the right amount of like letting Marisha talk, Matt staying the fuck out of it. Like, yeah, this is really great. Scanlan has a whiz of 7. All right, solid. Yeah, but this is, and not that stats have to dictate the way that you go about interacting by any means, but sometimes it can be a good starting point. And like, I think that that's a great low whiz moment of hearing your friend say all of this and like kind of implying that they brought down the mood of like, oh, that's heavy. That's a good low whiz example of like, even if you wouldn't have meant for it to come off like that, it really easily can, and that's fucking real. So I think that if he was going for a low whiz moment, I think that's a way better example of one than something like whatever Tiberius has done. So yeah, just to like
Land sighted! A voice breaks out from the side of the ship's bow. You guys glance.
And as, again, dramatic timing, I think that it was kind of very clear that the conversation was petering off, that they had all said their piece. That's why I paused again. And Matt knows when to get it back on track so that they don't flounder too much, and we keep up the pace of this really nice moment. We keep everyone in character. Because as the pace fades off, it becomes more and more likely that people are going to break character to say other things out of character. So we felt the pace going down, and now he jumps in. It's good. It's good shit.
It's fine. It's good to
I'm
know.
just letting you know that we're going to be in those next.
To be as good a DM as Matt? No, dude. I'll claim to be better than him in a lot of areas, but dramatic timing, he's got it down. The small difference, there was a place where the pace petered for a second earlier in the conversation, and him knowing, don't jump in yet, and they brought it back up, versus that pace decline of he knew, he just felt it. He has the jellies. I don't know what it is, but he can feel it. He can sense it. And I can kind of sense it in post as I'm dedicating all of my energy towards analyzation. But in the moment, I don't know if I can tell the difference between those two lulls, where one is a lull that you let continue and one is a lull and like you shut the fuck up during, and one is a lull where you grab it and you keep the momentum going. Also, yes, smell descriptions. You're right. I am a better DM than Matt.
Neck of the woods, so I should probably go.
Give a little.
Land sighted! A voice breaks out from the side of the ship's bow. You guys glance over quickly to the edge of the sky ship, and you see right over the edge of Dira what looks to be this ominous continent slowly approaching. Through the mist of
continent is
low clouds
ominous.
of this area.
How is a continent ominous? I'm not trying to nitpick. I'm legitimately like, maybe the clouds are ominous, the atmosphere, maybe the air is like stuffy. I don't know how a continent is ominous. It's land. Oh, you uncultured swine.
You can make out what looks to be a fairly heavily wooded and overgrown landscape. You can see dark forest peppered with...
You're so exactly, Riste. This is why he's in smell jail. It's because he did not describe the ominous smells.
Snowfall across the
This
top.
is why.
Occasional mountaintops and peaks breaking through the canopy of the distant forest.
Home.
Creepy kind of like looms up to the side and looks a bit chilly and kind of like shakes it up. At which point Kima comes up and joins the rest of you. Kind of puts her elbows over and looks off wistfully for a second and goes, it's been some time. Welcome to Arthanzia, folks. It's an interesting place.
We'll follow your lead.
She points off, says, this forest here, we refer to as the Vasper Timberland, and it goes for miles and miles and miles before bleeding into endless tundra to the north, so let's hopefully not travel that far.
It's a fjord.
This will be interesting. And she kind of turns around and heads back down under the ship. As you continue to...
Why did you say that?
I was about to say, that conversation made it feel much more ominous than... This is a show don't tell moment. Like, have that conversation. Describe dark clouds, fog covering the landscape. I don't know what the fuck ominous continent means. Like, show don't tell. Describe things that are ominous, don't tell me it's ominous.
Who was that person?
That was so weird, right?
Everywhere we go.
Weird.
It's everywhere we go. Why can't people be normal?
As the ship slowly begins to
Yeah. Bit of a that is really a Skyrim intro screen of elsewhere the Khajiit hail from elsewhere, a land made of rising tundras and deep rainforests, and then you load into the fucking castle.
descend. You can see in the distance, from one of the various mountain ranges that kind of break past the top, there is one singular mountain spire that tends to protrude from the center of the forest about 20 to 30 miles off the shoreline of the Osmond Sea. Around the base of this mountain, you can see, the closer you get to it, what looks like hundreds upon hundreds of stone buildings. You can see little details along the mountainside, like countless staircases are spiraling up this mountain in different directions, kind of in a chaotic fashion, where there are large structures, fortresses built into the side of this mountain spire as you progress at the top. And this city proper, which spreads out, I'd say about a third larger than Iman.
So like generally the way that I build all of my Minecraft bases. Okay, I can picture it. Yeah, for sure.
Layers of walls and walls and walls. This is probably the most fortified city you've seen in your existence up to this point. Slowly it begins to bring itself down towards, and you can see, as you get closer to the city, the walls vary in color and material. Some look recently built. Some look like they've been, constructed in the past 50 to 60 years or so from, fine, smooth stone using modern architectural techniques. Some walls look extremely ancient, partially crumbled and having to be refortified. You also notice the top of these walls are completely covered with what looks like these strange dragon-headed ballista.
This is another thing of like, I think so. I'll synthesize this into more of a distinct critique instead of like show don't tell, because as a DM, it is sometimes important to abstract things, like saying, "Fuck, it looks ominous. Those walls look ancient. You feel nervous." Like sometimes you have to abstract and be a little bit of tell don't show. But I would try my darndest to not mix. And this is an opinion thing. This is very firmly cemented in like, I do think that this is correct, and I think this is not like a style differentiator, but it's not like I have data to back it up. This is purely my opinion. But I think that you should either do abstract, like it's ominous, walls are ancient, they look mean, or you do full environmental description. There's fog looming over the canopy as dark shadows are cast over the intimidating peaks. Even there I used, intimidating. What makes them intimidating? You have to choose, you have to pick and choose, but I would try to go as descriptive as possible, as little abstraction as possible, or full abstract. Say, it is ringed in ancient crumbling walls. Done. Or, some of the walls around the city have entire sections missing, where you see construction projects looking to reforge and revitalize these pieces. You even see that some of the marble is discolored beyond belief, covered in this in lichen and barnacles that take years, sometimes decades to grow, and this wall is covered in them, right? Like, so we're trying to go as environmental as possible. We want to avoid the word ancient. We want to avoid the word old. We want to talk about these in more detail. Or ancient crumbling walls. Done. Move on. Right? So we're picking and choosing what we really want to emphasize about this spot. Us players can be kind of stupid, so a little tell is nice for us and you know what? That's fair. That's fair. I talked a lot about in Craghammer how to do a lore dump NPC. Because sometimes you need a good lore dump every now and then. But there are some better ways to do it. There are some good strategies to employ.
Fence ballista that are along every single row of walls. This is a city that is meant to withstand any sort of a siege or onslaught.
Does it look like it's suffered a lot of sieges? I mean, is there battle damage to the
It's hard to tell from this distance. You're just starting to pick up details as the ship slowly descends into the city of Vaselheim proper. But for what you can tell, there are scars across some of the larger buildings. Some of the walls look like they have sections that have been knocked down and then rebuilt and then knocked down and then rebuilt. This is a very, very old city. Slowly, the ship descends towards what looks like a smoothed-out, flattened platform on top of some mill of some kind. It doesn't look like it's built for skyship purposes more than it's been haphazardly put together to receive a skyship should come to the city. But it looks like that type of travel doesn't come this area.
I'm reading dissertations and medical textbooks in my free time, Dave. So that I can really explain this barnacle bullshit. They just keep rolling nature checks just to test how much knowledge I even have. They're like, where does it end? They're like, oh, these barnacles take, 10 years to grow, do they? What's their reproductive cycle like? Are they like a high tide sort of thing? And they just don't let me escape. They just keep going down the well, but they don't know that I have a well so deep they can never get to the bottom.
Area too often. At this point in time, you can see now the crew's gathering their ropes. They're getting ready to go ahead and lower it down. Captain Damon is slowly steering and shouting directions back and forth to his deckhands. The scale bearers and Kima come up to the top
Begin the barnacle
of the
arc.
ship, carrying the box that contains the Horn of Orcus as well. As the ship slowly makes its way to dock on the top of this mill, Kima...
I mean, I do think that because I have DM'd, I know more than I would otherwise about metalsmithing, because it inevitably comes up.
has all of her materials over her shoulder.
You're right, John.
All right, so it's everyone's first time here in the city.
Yes. Yeah. Well, Keelan? Okay. Yes.
All right.
And there was enough in the interim for a short rest from us getting from there to the last day to where we're at.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Awesome.
John, have you ever been here? No.
Is it cold in the city?
It's pretty chilly as you come down. It's you wear furs naturally in cold environments, but this is the temperature's to the point where you may have to consider getting a little bit warmer clothing if you travel too far outside of the city.
I have a lot of winter cloaks already in my
We have some fancy cloaks too, don't we?
Well, those are fancy clothes.
Oh.
But I've got winter coats that I bought for the group a long time ago.
All right.
Yeah, so.
Pass them out.
All right.
Were we waiting on an answer? Oh, you're right. We were waiting on an answer. Scanlan kept asking.
So she pulls out the really nice,
You're
thick,
so right.
Oh, that's right.
fur
We went shopping?
crafted. Yep.
I remember.
Okay,
Oh, we went
so
shopping.
we have 3 of the fancy
We had a girl
robes.
shop day.
Yep.
I would have to take off my.
You know what? That's true. You're so right, John. I gotta slow this down to normal because I am legitimately very curious.
Like,
fancy
cloak,
robe.
wear that, right?
Huge on you.
So I won't wear one.
I give you what
I'll
color?
gird
We'll
it.
say you could probably put it over.
Okay.
It'll just look a little chunky.
Okay.
I'm gonna take a large fancy robe and try to tie it up to gird it so that it looks okay.
He wants a
on me.
fancy robe,
Okay.
not
Be
a.
aware, we
Let me
only
gird my
have 2
loins.
left.
And you gird them well. You look like the tiniest Turkish wrestler you've ever seen. It's kind of adorable.
Also, I'm gonna cast lightning bolt into the ion stone.
Yay.
Okay. So mark that down. So you have a 3rd level lightning bolt saved. You still use the spell slot, but after you rest, it'll be
Yeah, young McGill.
saved inside there. Which is an interesting experience. You see him kind of do this arcane finger wiggle in the air, and then he releases what is a burst of electrical energy that immediately funnels itself and vanishes into the stone, which is now humming with a slow pulsing glow of a greenish blue light.
Why are you watching this?
It's green? It's a green. Wait, is it like a diamond shape?
I don't know.
It's like a little.
Oh, it's like a
it's like
Sims thing.
it's like a little.
As long as it's green, you're happy, Skylar.
But it's white, right? It's white stone.
It is white stone, but the energy growing off it is kind of greenish in color.
Ah, there you go. Boom.
He's happy.
He's happy.
I'm girded and I've got a shiny head.
Eventually the ship comes to stop. You feel like kind of a little bit of a lurching sensation as the ship suddenly halts its advancing. All the ropes get dropped off the sides. They start bringing what looks to be some sort of a haphazard crane, also over in preparation for Trinket to be lowered off the ship. You can see there's it's kind of a look of I can't describe it better than anxiousness to Kima. She says, if you have any questions about the city, just speak up.
Where do we take the horn?
I believe, and she kind of looks over the edge of the ship, I believe our escorts will be happy to guide us. And
I'd like to do an insight check before we hustle off.
On
Kima.
Go for it.
But Laura has been holding a whisper about Kima. I feel like the content of the whisper must have been, you don't fucking see anything. Because she's been holding a whisper about Kima for like 3 sessions. So I don't know if she's just waiting for like a big moment or if it was just nothing. I feel like it must have been nothing. Anxiousness? Why are you anxious? I don't know. I mean, there's the non-conspiratorial thing. It's so easy to be conspiratorial. It's so simple. It's like, oh my god, she's anxious because they're giving away the horn that she wants. But the non-conspiratorial is like I don't know, she's just nervous because they're bringing this dangerous artifact into a new city. But it's so much more fun to be conspiratorial. I think they made a joke about how a lot of their whispers basically amounted to you don't notice anything unusual or upsetting about them in some interviews. Yeah, which is, again, I like whispers. I like whispers as a actual play mechanic, but I think that would be frustrating to me as a player. But again, speaking of something I want to do during like the 1 hour lunch club, I want to actually deep dive whispers in future.
I would like to look for any places. Oh, sorry.
Rolled an 18.
Okay, and what are you trying to glean off of her?
Why does she seem anxious? Does she seem
Has he got a whisper?
different? Does her demeanor seem different, or does she just seem in a hurry?
You could probably take it as a little bit of being in a hurry, but you also get the feeling like there's a nervousness to her that stems. It's hard to really tell where it comes from, but there is a nervousness to her.
Kima, when was the last time you...
Wait, guys. What? Guys, was I right? There's like no shot, right? I what the fuck? That was sus as hell. What? I'm shaken. I don't know how to interpret that because I don't know how to interpret that non-conspiratorially. What the fuck?
With your order.
Proper? That would be 8 years.
Oh.
It was a long time.
Of which we are about to meet them.
Sorry.
Do you get along well with
Yes. They're just well.
Oh, this could also be she just doesn't like the rest of her order. Okay. Could also be that, but damn, that was sus as hell for a sec.
You'll see. And she leaps over the side of the ship, grabbing the rope, and lowers herself down, as do the rest of the two scale bearers, kind of come down in tandem, clutching the chain on the sides of the box, bringing it down, almost like a big Jacob's ladder. Eventually, you all make your way onto the platform, and they're waiting for you. You see there's a cluster of well-armored men and women wearing semi-matching gray tabards over patchwork.
Dude, it really did. I was like, I've given up on the Kima conspiracy. I legit until they boarded the airship and everything was chill, I was still holding on to it. I was still like, there's a good shot of this still. But once they got on the airship and they successfully made it to this other town, I'm kind of like, if I'm evil and I'm Kima, this ship has gone down. Like 1,000,000%. This ship's going down. So I feel like I now cannot even believe my own conspiracy anymore. So when he just gave that to me, I was like, wait, no. Because I've given up. Ah, yes, give up on the conspiracy. That's exactly... that would be exactly what Kima would want. I don't know.
And plated armor. They look
We'll see.
like a really rough and tumble militia. But they all stand...
I need to double down. I'm on my last chips in the casino. That they want me to walk away. They want me to walk away. This next one, this is where I come up. This is all the genjutsu they really play. They played Shipped into the Nine Hells while they slept, but this is all hallucinatory terrain. So they're in like a hallucinatory terrain bubble. And they plane shifted while they fucking slept.
Firm, and kind of as you guys walk up, they give a nod of respect and understanding. And amongst them, you see one gentleman, an elderly gentleman with no hair, completely bald, thick spectacles on the tip of his nose, wearing the same silver and blue robes as the envoys that met you at the Council of Taldori, and the ones that are carrying the box. As you all approach, Kima kind of steps out ahead and goes, "Jan, it's been a while." The old man steps forward.
Holy shit. Oh my gosh. So here, I'll take it the rest of the way. Hans, you're not wrong. She could be like, I totally would have shown it. There is still the side theory that the entire order is evil. So she doesn't need to... So like they're already like taking it where she wants it to go. There is that aspect of it, but I'm not sure. That's a little bit of grasping for straws. Whereas the other theory was rock solid. 99% of gamblers quit just before. You're so right and based and accurate and spire red. Is that you quit right beforehand, right before the jackpot. What if that's why there are no smells too? Dude, I'm telling you.
It has been indeed, Kima. It has indeed. And that's the scale bearer, Jan, if you don't mind. I would prefer, in mixed company, the proper niceties of our presentation.
Oh, we're no proper company. It's all right.
And you are...
You're not wrong.
I'm Tiberius Stormwind, and we are Vox Machina. Everybody has names too.
I'm Pike.
Keyleth.
I'm Ion Stonebearer Scanlan.
Cocks his head curiously.
You can call me Kingslayer. I also did that.
Very well. And Percy introduces himself as well.
I have a beard.
Yeah.
He gives you the most curious look of all, which is hard to follow off of the Scanlan over here. And I...
Yeah, group of general religion haters with Pike currently doubting her God's help. Although actually they had the nice moment in the church. So yeah, 7 assholes walking into the church. Yeah, there's nothing could go poorly.
To understand, these are the bearers of the artifact.
Kima gives a nod.
The artifact.
Yes, and I think we should be on our way quickly. Yes, of course, please. These are our escorts. Follow suit. We will bring you onward to the Platinum Sanctuary proper to dispose of this thing.
How far is the Platinum Sanctuary?
No more than a 25-minute walk.
Inside check, Jan?
Yeah, the Platinum Sanctuary does not sound suspicious in the slightest. Anything with the term sanctuary. Nah, dude. welcoming, in public probably, where everyone can see and nothing suspicious could ever happen. the Grogbeard. I mean, you've heard Vox Machina's original party name, right? Oh, I have. I don't remember. It's like it wasn't the party. It wasn't the Brotherhood of the Sisterhood. It was something else. It is platinum, and which, you know, nothing has ever been associated with rich people doing shady shit to get power, right? Like platinum, wealth, rich. Yeah, it's like, that's nothing. I don't associate anything bad with all that. Yes, quickly, before the illusions wear off. The old man is obviously Orcus. Yeah, they're gonna pull off the mask if it wasn't for you dastardly kids. I do remember the super high intensity team. That's right. I remember the shits. Are you telling me that all animal sanctuaries are secretly evil? Dude, you got it. Look, I'm just saying, I don't know what happens in there. Do you? I just read a story the other day about a woman who had a sexual relationship with a dolphin in the 70s. And I will provide no other context. It's metal, hard and dependable. Just like Scanlan. Recall Kima's god. I know that she's Bahamut. It's the Platinum Dragon. I know. I'm just schmaying.
So,
yes, please.
Also, the Bahamut, to my understanding, is like a law and order type god, right? Like, I know that he opposes Tiamat, which is more like chaotic, but I don't know if Bahamut and Orcus have like a direct interaction in the lore. And I'm not sure, like, would Bahamut be good with like a dictator? Like, I know Bahamut is lawful. Is he specifically lawful good? And in this sort of lawful agenda, if something is being used for good, even if it comes from evil, is that, like, is Bahamut the type of, like, ends justify the means or not? Because Kima, so far, has given massive ends justify the means vibes. She's like, yeah, it's okay that my team of 4 all perished to accomplish this. I'd sacrifice them again. I would sacrifice all of you in order to kill this. Like, so would Bahamut be down with one of his paladins popping on the horn and if it means that his will be done? I honestly don't know the lore well enough.
Look for any temples that might have a sigil inside while we're going through the town, right?
All right. You want to ask around about that?
Us are the young guy.
Okay.
He's good aligned, but the D&D Alliance, they're tricky. They aren't always super straightforward. It's nice to see how easy it is to roll right. It's so, dude, once you're in there, all of the puzzle pieces, that's the great thing about conspiracies. And this is a little bit of IRL shit. Conspiracies allow you to mold the world to your liking. There's a great quote at the end of a fantastic video called "In Search of a Flat Earth" by Folding Ideas. Fantastic channel, fantastic video. And at the end, he gives like kind of a diatribe about conspiratorial thinking. And he talks about flat earther bit. Yup. He talks about how, like, when you are in that mindset, Your will is a hammer, and you bend the world to your will. You hammer the earth until it is flat. Like, he says it much more eloquently. But it really is. Like, once I am in this conspiratorial mindset, everything can be bent to fit the conspiracy. So simply. Like, without me even really having to try that hard.
Well, first off, you finished your insight check. What'd you roll?
What'd you get, Liam?
13.
Okay, I got 15.
Okay. He seems stuffy. He seems definitely dedicated to whatever his intent is, but it doesn't seem to be anything deceptive in his speech.
Yeah, I'm sure he wants to take the artifact back to the sanctuary. Very easy.
So am I correct to assume our plan is that we're gonna march this horn
through the town?
If my will is strong enough, I can fit anything through the square hole.
Till we get to the temple?
Nobody knows what it is.
Right.
Well,
So
unless
we'll just be aware there's a huge envoy.
I mean, we can only assume. Jan, how many people in the city are aware of this horn being brought here?
Well, up until now, other than myself, you travelers, and the High Bearer Vord himself, no one else.
High Bearer his name is Vord?
Vord, the High Bearer.
Also, I don't want to commit to it yet, but it seems that potentially all of us were wrong, including me on the last poll. Because it looks like, pending anything else happening, I don't think I'm going to have to take a break at all. Everything seemed to go smooth. I'm going to give it a little bit more time, let people DM me if they need to, but I'll probably log off of work at 8, and, if no one else contacts me. So we'll see. Yeah, knock on the faux wood krenneling. Yeah, so cross our fingers, knock on some wood, but seems like we should be good.
What kind of man is he?
You hear when he mentions Vord, Kima kind of twitches a little bit, and you remember Kima's official title is Lady Kima of Vord.
Right.
Her ex? One?
Well, Vord.
Scale bearer, Jan, yes.
No, scale bearer, Jan. Oh, that's a...
Vord would assumingly be a place if it was of Vord. It's not Lady Kima Vord. It's Lady Kima of Vord. Varn? Jan? Vord and Jan.
Name. As we travel through town, if you could point me to any place that would have a sigil of, arcane...
Lazy, Connor. Ew. Lazy. You can do better. Ew, Handmaid's Take vibe.
Arcaniosity.
Handmaid's Tale vibe, yeah.
This city, arcane magic for the...
I was more implying that they are Kavarn, because Vord and Jan, Varn, but...
most part is not allowed within consistent practice. This is a divine, a holy place, and the arcane tends to, how do you say when unwatched, corrupt and destroy from the inside. So...
Oh shit, Tiberius.
No, I'm fine. He's talking about other people.
Mm-hmm. You don't have any arcane abilities anyway, right?
Oh, of course I do. I'm a sorcerer.
No,
I think he's...
Sure. This here in Vaselheim, the cradle of faith, the dawn city, of whence all civilization and current faith once stemmed from.
Oh, delightful. We're in... Oh, this is... I love... Because no secret societies or cults have ever started out of a cradle of holy civilization. I was thinking Jerusalem, but same, whatever. Rome, Jerusalem. Yeah, no evil secret societies have ever spawned from there. And I'm not even making any political statements about any churches, just literally evil societies. As spawned out of there.
There is
Oh boy.
no way in but by foot. It is a pilgrimage, a journey for each to come here, and those that stay of their own will and divine right. And you see, he refers to the guards around it. Each guard you see now has around their neck a very visibly shown holy symbol of some kind of deity. Most seem to fall into the realm of Arathis, Avandra, Melora.
Also, I don't know anything else. Rome, Babylon, Jerusalem, Baghdad. Yeah, and especially with like the crumbling walls is very, very reminiscent of Jerusalem with the temples, the Western Wall. Very, very Jerusalem. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I'm sure that regardless of the good evil affiliation, I'm absolutely positive that this dominant world religion would never want to collect potentially holy artifacts, like say oh my god, there are so many artifacts from fucking Judas Iscariot, and I'm sure that the church would be very interested in anything potentially demonic IRL. Yeah, this seems like a dope place to have brought this. This seems like you're not gonna get disappeared into the fucking
and
church.
A couple with Bahamut.
Oh.
None of Saren Ray.
Or as Liam called
The
it,
best
Saren
one.
Ray.
The best.
Yeah. Oh, that's what an interesting detail. That the only, I think, confirmed good god that we're aware of, the only one, just so happens, none of Saren Ray.
Saren Ray.
I'm going to take it you don't see very many Dragonborn in these parts.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Connor. Yeah. More like accused of being, oh look, the witches have brought their shit right to us. Don't worry, we will contain it ourselves, but we will burn the witches.
No, and frankly, you're making me a bit nervous. However, as we ourselves are followers of the Platinum Dragon, we understand that it is dragonkind at the heart of it, the metallics that bring life and civilization and order to this world.
Yes.
Your color, I find off-putting.
I've always noticed a fine metallic sheen.
What the fuck? This is giving me like Catholic Church mixed with like fucking Aryan master race fascist sort of vibes. This is like, yeah, this is like 1940s Italy. What the fuck is happening?
Coming from your red scales.
I'm of the chromatic nature. I'm a bit of an anomaly in my family. They're all of the metallic brand, I assure you.
Somebody clip it! Dude, yeah, I don't... This is crazy. Like, you're the superior race. This is like someone rolling up to a priest, again, 1940s Italy, and being like, oh, you're a Nazi, but you don't have blonde hair and blue eyes. So, like, you know, you're on thin ice, mister. This is weird.
The Stormwind name runs true and wide throughout Draconia. But I cast Alter Self.
Okay, I want to make it very clear. Something that I have said before. I do not consider fantasy racism to be a good or appropriate allegory for real-world racism. Real-world racism is so much worse in every way than fantasy racism. And I will fucking go on record. So... I do not consider an appropriate allegory. However, that is the vibes I'm getting from this setup so far. He's a blue dragonborn. Blue dragons are usually evil aligned. I didn't even know that. I don't know all the lore implications of dragons and dragonborns, etc.
Real quick, and I turn myself into, I believe, gold. Because that's the red equivalent of
Isn't he
red?
red?
On the metallic scale.
He gives you a curious look and goes,
Can chromatic dragons like? Oh no, he prestidigitated. Tibbs is red. Are red dragons evil? All I think of when I think of red dragons is barbecue.
That would be better for everyone involved.
Indeed, I would be mindful to not do such things so openly in public in the future.
Ooh,
Burn the witch. Burn the witch.
And he kind of adjusts his robe.
This way, please follow me.
And
all chromatic evil.
Leads you
Very
to.
nice. How very.
You look really great.
So wait, hang on. Before we move on, we're about to leave, I'm assuming?
You're stepping off the platform onto a staircase that leads off of the top of the mill.
Should a few
Chromatic is Tiamat. Interesting.
of us, like, kind of flank around
Definitely.
and, like...
I think we should all
like-
kind of surround the
like
box
rooftop-
and make sure.
Rooftop shit? Yeah.
Oh.
I like it. Very
I
smart.
can go eagle form and have aerial support.
I love it.
I can
You're
stick to the
Overwatch.
rooftops,
Overwatch.
I guess, and try to follow along.
What's that?
I'll stick
Yeah.
to the rooftops and try to follow along, sniper eye.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Yeah, you two up top.
I'll just stay right on the path.
Yep, you and me.
All right.
Smash hands.
All right. So.
I'll take the 6.
Okay. As you.
I'm going to stay with it, but try to blend in with the crowd.
All right. All right. Go ahead and make a stealth check.
Yes.
Okay.
23 for stealth.
All right.
Robin. You know, it's something I could have I could have easily foreseen that, but you're tripping into spoiler territory, Mr. or Miss. What's a good non-gendered Mr. or Mrs.? I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, it's it was vague enough, but you're tiptoeing. I think you can speed up this section. That's fair. Pal, fucker. These are good. I like these. I like these options.
Check as well.
Oh, well.
I will not call you Bud. I have a dude. Oh my god. There's a guy at my work who he is not above or below me, but we work very closely together, and typically I am defining policy decisions that he has to live with. But he's also like 20 or 30 years older than me, and he calls me Bud all the time in like official emails, and I'm like, I want to strangle you, but it's also not worth bringing up because I've tried to bring it up before, and he brushes like on the phone, and he brushes it off, and it's super not worth it. But oh my god, we are coworkers. Stop calling me Bud. Not your Bud friend. Bub. I call my dog Bub. So that'd be kind of weird. Yahoo's friend, associate, buddy, comrade. Sport. I think we've gotten there. I like this. We've gotten there.
What?
Just keep your rooftop activity.
Not disturbing.
Maybe you
Oh, well, I rolled a 1, so that's lovely.
All right.
Are you flying up above?
Yeah, I'm going eagle.
What would you do anyway?
Going
Don't you have advantage?
going
Do I
aerial
have
support.
advantage in? No.
And I'm taking the rear.
Not
There
in
are
this terrain,
forests here.
unfortunately.
But with the forest,
It's an urban environment.
I do applaud your honesty, though, sister.
Yeah.
As you loudly clomp up and begin rooftop hopping, a few individuals in the city kind of take notice and like point out.
I
By the
wink
way,
at them as I'm climbing up.
the classic Vax All right, so just so you guys can have a series. You step down the staircase and get to the main city street proper. The first thing you notice, the roads themselves are not cobblestone, they're not brick, they are mud. They are thick, recently sleeted.
Yeah, it was fucking insane, Ed. Fucking insane. I've and he does it all the time. He is. I really pride myself on being like calm and cool and like very professional. And even though I'm very direct and blunt, it's all very professional. He calls me Bud. He gets very emotional and like passive aggressive. He is a tough person to work with. And he's good at what he does. Like, it's not like he does bad work. He's just frustrating, man, I tell you. I have resorted to referring to individuals on the internet as fellow gamer. I mean, it's all right. That's pretty good. Ugly bag of mostly water. That's a good one. I do like that one. Very nice, Star Trek ref. I don't recognize it off the top, so I feel fuck. I don't want to commit to this, but I think I feel confident that it's not a next gen reference, because that's the one where I feel like I would get everything immediately. Feel like, from my understanding, that feels like I was about to say that feels Borg, so I almost wonder if it's from Enterprise. I don't know. You just need to call him Sport from now on. Yeah, hit him back, dude. I feel too uncomfortable. I can't even clap back, because anything I would respectfully clap back with makes me feel too uncomfy to like call another human in a professional setting.
You hear the clomping of horse hooves as carts are pulled through, and each one is a sickly sound as each footstep makes it through. The people of this city are very hardened and rugged folk. Most clothing is swathed in furs and thick leathers. Armor is patchwork in itself. Most of the men grow coarse facial hair, and the women themselves, their hair is wild, and their appearance very stoic and grizzled.
I will occasionally hit people with a per my previous email, only because sometimes it is literally the nicest way to say, hey, I've already fucking told you. Like, sometimes that is actually the most respectful way to say that, and I need to tell them that I've already told them, because sometimes they're like, why didn't you tell me that? And how else do I say, hey, I did, you didn't read the email? Like, sometimes I will throw out a per my previous email.
The landscape of Vaselheim. Oh, thank you kindly.
Chicken through the magic door.
The people who live here, you gather quickly walking through and keep.
Yeah, and that is the thing ultimately, Undead King, is that it's ultimately not a big deal, and I don't work with him so much that it's like a daily thing I have to deal with. It's like a once a week type deal, and it's like, little bit of a downer on my day, but whatever. I can just ignore it.
Gives you a bit of insight as well. Live here not because it's easy to live, not because there's many comforts. It's a very harsh living in the city of Vaselheim. But the city is also currently the oldest known bastion of civilization in the world. As far as it's understood, most human civilization, and while humans believe pre-elf and pre-dwarf, and the dwarves and elves very staunchly disagree, all stemmed from this city, which is believed to be tens of thousands of years old. They have uncovered the single oldest temples.
That seems intensely unlikely, given the geography that has been described. But whatever. In a setting where gods exist, it's very, very possible.
To the main deities of good neutrality within this city, and as such, it is considered the holiest place in the modern.
Also, good neutrality, you say? Again, we get into the an ends and means discussions of, would some of these good entities be okay with using a Horn of Orcus? Like, it's basically, yeah, let's pretend that all of the governments of the world are good. If we found out that we could, if all of the governments of the world got together and was like, let's nuke all of the explicitly bad governments. Obviously, world is not that simple. I'm not making any statements about what should be done in real life. Giving a fictional example, right? I think even if you had explicitly good governments, that there are many of them that might say yeah, let's nuke the bad ones off the face of the earth. Nuke every dude. This is a clippable stream. But if this is the bastion of neutral good, there's some chaotic goods in here. How many of them are down with ends justify the means, and if they hear about this Horn of Orcus are maybe not as willing to just destroy this very powerful weapon? Probably neutrality in terms of political allegiances, considering how isolated they are. That could be what he's meaning. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see.
World, which is why it has been through many, many wars and has seen much warfare and strife and difficulty. And those that live here because they feel that they can fight against this and actually call it privilege to exist in this harsh landscape as devotion to their respective deities.
Also, warforged and battle-hardened that are going to fight as their default structure.
And actually call it privilege to exist in this harsh landscape as devotion to their respective deities. Also, because it is such a holy place, this is why the arcane is considered, for the most part, profane in public and very carefully controlled otherwise.
So we gotta be sneaky with that.
The buildings look old.
In my back pocket for now.
The buildings range from old to newer stone, warped wood from just the weather itself. You can see a lot of the wood has a kind of a mossy texture to it, just from the general overgrowth that tends to take the city. It's not kept for...
This'll really depend on how Matt and how the wider setting and game considers necromancy, because from my understanding, Orcus is the god of necromancy, or at least affiliated in some way. They talked about the horn having this incredible necromantic power, which, like, Revivify is a necromancy spell. I mean, this gets into, like, what is the arcane? What is divine? Is divine only... Like, is this Elder Scrolls rules where the divine are only, like, the good to, like, neutral ones? Well, I mean, if you believe the surface propaganda of the Elder Scrolls lore, it really is more a political allegiance than anything else. There are certainly some Daedra that are way kinder to humanity than some of the divines. But I won't go on an ES aside. But this'll be really interesting of, like, this is a horn that gives direct necromantic power and ability. And if the city is very, very focused on the distinction between divine and arcane, they might be okay with necromancy a la the horn. I don't know. Shia Gorath, fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah, brother. You can probably make a note of this point and get back to it in a couple of years. Yeah, this clip will come back to assault my senses. It's like halfway through campaign 2. Yeah.
Beauty is kept for function. There's scars across most of the buildings where you can see warfare has bled into the city. And there are markings and various points of ancient damage and certain structures that have not been rebuilt. That are just...
Especially, like, it sounds like this city is very, I mean, literally scarred, but also probably emotionally scarred against all of this warfare that they have experienced. You have a population that is much more susceptible, is essentially, if not a high control group, at least not a low control group. And they literally just narrated that they consider it a privilege to live here. Like, this sounds like a self-selecting high control group, which, I mean, I won't get too deep into, like, that with religiosity, because this is not a political stream, but in terms of representing this in fantasy, this does make sense for these two things to be linked. And if the source of a lot of this emotional cultural scarring is warfare, there's a decent shot that they're much more down with weapons of mass destruction, a la real world Israel. I don't know. The more I learn about this city, the less comfortable I am with us bringing the nuclear codes into the walls. That's all I'm saying. Like, this is starting to be like, the more he narrates, the more I'm like, ooh, like, this doesn't seem like the best place to have brought the Horde. This is starting to be more and more uncomfortable with, and like, the ominous continent is starting to be more and more real the more he describes.
Been left in ruin where they stand because they have not yet found somebody or a purpose to be restructured. It's a very different landscape than what you're used to.
And I will say, I don't know if all of this sort of descriptive synergy was purposeful on Matt's part, but if it was, kudos, snaps. There's a lot of really nice consistency to this city and this setting.
The walk itself is a very solemn, quiet walk through the city. The folks that do take notice just kind of give a nod of acknowledgement or a gruff grunt as they pass by. There doesn't seem to be a definite interest in your travel. This isn't a special occasion. It seems like travelers and strange occurrences are not that unnatural in this city.
Okay. So it's like New York.
You could say that. Yeah,
Okay.
it's a very ancient New York.
Sure.
And we're carrying a large
like
ark
Mormon
or a box
ancient
of some
New York.
sort.
You are carrying the platinum box that the horn was kept in.
How big is it?
It's approximately like 1.5 to 2 feet by 2 feet.
And
I'll see that side.
And it's platinum. It's just a platinum box.
Yes, it is made of like solid platinum and silver with a series of very, very intricate scrolling and engravings on it.
Is it
There were
sticking
some
out like a sore
sapphires in
thumb?
there too, some blue sapphires, I remember.
Yes.
Is it sticking out like a sore thumb?
Best you can tell, there are people taking notice of it, but none that like stop and gawk. They just kind of, keep walking.
Damn, maybe we should throw a blanket or something over it.
Yep.
You could if you want to now. So the whole
Sure, we have a
Burlap sack or something?
Yeah. The guards still
Anything?
flanking you guys, surrounding this ensemble as it presses towards the base of the mountain. You make your way towards the edge of the mountain, or where the mountain begins at the bottom of the floor, and you can see dozens of staircases ascending the outskirts of this giant pointed cragless spire that just sticks up, and actually the clouds cut off the top of it. It's reminiscent of Crag Shadow, the mountain outside of Western that you guys traveled to long ago, but even larger. You continue up this staircase, and the stonework itself is a little lopsided and awkward, and with each step, sometimes you have to kind of catch yourself, especially as the wind begins to pick up the higher up the mountain you go, and it takes about 15 to 20 minutes to ascend this staircase. Your legs begin to grow a little sore, until eventually you reach the base of what you can only imagine is the Platinum Sanctuary. You see before you, built into the side of the rock of this mountain, a grand stone fortress that looks older than time in itself. You can see the elements have weathered to the point where even the solid points and how the stonework was meant to be an edge.
Very, he's in smell jail. He is solidly in smell jail. Because describing old sense is like one of the biggest layups. Like the air smells of mold and mildew, of basements long forgotten and left to rot and fester, and have almost been aired out because they have been left for so long. So it's not even the smell of mold, but it's the smell of dead mold. It's the smell of dust. And this is a way to really make them feel old and tired and monolithic. You can talk about a clean, crisp smell as they advance up the mountain. You can talk about their nostrils being cleared out by the rising fires of the war barracks that double as temples. Like all of this. Those are, off the top of the dome. I won't claim them to be amazing, but these sorts of things can bring you into the vibe of the city.
Edge has been rounded and smoothed down. There are a series of silver markings across the outskirts of it, which Tiberius, you recognize as draconic.
Look, Percy, it's draconic.
Oh, so it is.
Hi, Percy.
Certain words from draconic.
Percy, you've been so quiet here lately.
Don't want to talk about it.
You see phrases emblazoned on the side of this giant temple that say things like honor, justice, various very, very old base draconic stuff. Like the current language is a more refined version. This is a very, very ancient basis of that language.
See that scanlan that says something like Apollo, justice, something.
This is I'll answer for other people. This is a bit of a hang up for me. I do really think that it increases the vibes a lot for people that can smell. But I doubt that anyone else in the chat has ever thought about it this much. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm tapping into a lost to something that people didn't know that they need. The reason that I harp on it so much is because off to the stream punks. See you, AKL. Is because it is so underutilized, John. I never see anyone utilize it as much as me. But I really try to utilize it more. I'll try and incorporate it when I can. Yeah. I think it is kind of a easy shortcut, John, towards vibes. It is hard to be abstract when it comes to a smell, because even describing an abstract smell is very loaded with imagery. And there's a very strong correlation. I don't know if you've ever seen any of this research. There's a very strong correlation between smells and memory. Smells are really, really, really good at bringing up memories. Even a lot of times better than visuals or audio. So the research that has been conducted is showing people photos of their grandparents, playing tapes of their grandparents, versus letting them smell like the perfume that their grandma would wear, the cologne that their grandfather would wear. And they almost, there was a very statistically significant measure of more detailed memories that were triggered by these smells. So yeah, it's I'm sure your players love the smell descriptions in the sewer sections of your campaign. We just went through a sewer section SSH in the last Bit-D session, although I didn't harp on it too much. But then they went to the butchers, and I got to describe all the nice meaty smells. But I even I'm not spouting smells for ages and ages. It's a setting the scene sort of thing. Or when something interesting comes up. I have been a DM for years, and I rarely use smells, but I do use them every once in a while when it makes sense. This is true. There are certain smells that take me back to exact moments in time. No, I've heard of the memory and smell connection before. Believe me, as a person with anosmia, I've heard it before. Yeah. Yeah. It's something you pay attention to in writing as well. Using all the senses when you can is always a good go. On top of that, as a minor bonus, folks with aphantasia have something to grab onto. And I think, Reese, that is one of the reasons that I am that I harp on it a lot more, is because my my visual mental acuity. I wouldn't say that I have full on aphantasia. But I've taken some tests. I've talked to some doctors. And I am more on the aphantasia side of the spectrum than what is, I guess, considered typical. So it is hard for me to visually imagine things, and the other senses help me get into things. But yeah, so it's more of a shortcut than anything else. It is a way to really quickly involve your players in the fictional scene, with very little words. Like describing smells is such a shortcut towards investment within the scene, which is the only reason that I harp on it so much. And at this point, it's a whole fucking joke. At this point, which I know John. I know you understand the vibes of it, but I do think I'm definitely overdoing it compared to, I think, the average.
No, it's Phoenix something.
It's maybe like Rise of the Justice of the Phoenix.
I don't know.
There's a lot of things.
From the top of this fortress, you see three.
And honestly, sorry if I hijacked that conversation too much. This is something I'm still getting used to. Of letting you guys talk because like the conversation feels so one-sided from my perspective. I'm responding to the comments, so sorry if I'm sucking up all of the air in the metaphorical room. It is definitely a balance, especially as more of you get into chat, because at first it was like, 2-3 people, only one of which was ever chatting. Yeah, right? It's like, I'm getting used to having enough people to allow them to even have a conversation amongst each other. Apparently only 30 to 50% of people have an internal monologue. I don't even know what you mean by that, SSH. What is that? I have talked to my therapist about it, which I don't know if this is what you mean, but I don't talk to myself. I don't have like self-talk. Like people talk about like, oh, like do like more positive self-talk. Like don't do so much negative self-talk. And like there's like the voices, there's like the imagined people that like talk to you or whatever about your current situation. I don't have any of that. I do have an almost constant running script or basically like a TV show in my head that is a combination of future conversations I am imagining having and memories of conversations that I had before and me exploring like variants of like, oh, if I had said this other thing, how would that conversation have progressed? And a lot of times I guess to continue the TV metaphor, what channel that's tuned into reflects my emotional state in the same way as I think self-talk does for other people. But I don't have any form of self-talk. So I don't know if that's what you're referring to, SSH, is like the internal monologue. I don't know what that means. Every time you pause the tiny screen, people have to hold their pose the whole time. You should be more considerate of their time. They're all at the wax museum, and I'm looking, and you're doing a freeze tag, or not freeze tag. What's the word? Not Red Rover, but the one where you like red light, green light, where like you like turn around and look at them and they can't move while you're turned around. And I'm just having a whole conversation while they're frozen in place. When you think, do you hear words in your head, or is it more abstract like visuals and other stimuli? We might be getting to the like, I'm not a person with an internal monologue, because I kind of don't understand what you mean, and I'm not even like playing it up for stream. Like, I don't know like if I think about thinking, is it like literal words? Like I can imagine someone talking, but yeah, I don't sit there and like think to myself. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have that. I have like, if I am thinking about something, I'm thinking about situations involving that thing. Or I'm like exploring my internal knowledge bank about that thing. But it's almost like always thing or like concept focused. If that makes sense. This is weird. I don't know. I have no mouth and I must scream. Sometimes my brain feels like that. Unironically. I have trouble sleeping sometimes because of that. Megaphone Man makes up for his lack of internal monologue with his external monologue. Restay. No comment. I am sure the people I grew up with would agree with you on that.
Constructs that don't match the stone structure.
I do talk to myself a lot. Literally, we have internal security cameras, and my wife got on the camera the other day and was like, "Who are you talking to?" And I'm like, "Myself." And she's like, "What were you talking about?" And I was like, "I don't remember." I was thinking. But it's just like, it's like I'm always going.
These may have been constructed or built many years later and have been added onto the temple, but 3 ivory and silver towers that ascend from the top of the fortress itself, almost parallel to the very steep mountainside that this fortress is built into. You come to the front doors of the structure. Two very, very large gray and gray stone doors, almost like white marbling through them, and you can see, mostly worn away, but still barely visible, the symbol of a shield with a dragon head.
Yeah, restay. It's that was before my very severe ADHD was diagnosed. I did not remember most of my life. I had to very distinctly try to remember things, especially short-term memory. Like, I would form long-term memories, but like short-term, like the things that I experienced went into the long-term memory processing plant. I had no short-term memory access to them. And the long-term processing plant had all sorts of safety violations. It was losing shit all the time. But yeah, I'm better now that I have medication for it, but still not great.
Emblazoned on the front of it, the symbol of Bahamut. As the scale bearer, sat there, as the scale bearers approach the front, the doors on their own and open to the interior. The grinding sound of stone across the marble flooring of the fortress proper. You can see the interior of the fortress. Do you have a question?
Can I see inside the temple, or the temple's pretty enclosed?
As the door's open.
Well, I was an eagle flying overhead.
Oh, yes.
And I was going to do a perception check to see if I noted, like, kind of do a loop of the temple.
Go for it.
So I'm an eagle.
So I'm an eagle right now. Okay, so...
You're such an eagle.
I very, very poorly fall off of the roof and clamber down.
20 total.
Best you can tell, there are, for the makeshift guards in the city, which you've heard referred to as bastions, they're all volunteers, and actually, from what you gather here, probably a quarter of the populace are bastions. So they have a very, very heavy civilian-based militia that guards the city. And
Are those the guys who were with us, the envoys?
Yeah. No, not the envoys. The envoys come from the Temple of Bahamut. They have the blue and silver robes. So, you see, they're just wearing makeshift patchwork armor, whatever that could be scavenged or constructed to outfit a militia, essentially. You see them going up and down every which staircase, just doing various passes and patrol work. Some of them have spyglasses, and you see them looking off in the distance. And as you're getting higher up the mountain, too, you look out about and you can see the entire forest around you. Very thick, ominous, and you swear every now and then you can see some trees move suddenly and heavily before coming to rest in the distance.
I'm gonna go check that out first.
The rest of you are
Okay, see, this is wouldn't have even questioned that ominous, because he is not going to spend a lot of time describing this scene. He is just saying, like, yeah, they're looking out there, trees look ominous as fuck. Like, he's laying it down. The other one is like, the land is ominous, but it's also this, and then the Kima's gonna come up to make it, to describe shit again, and then I'm gonna describe more shit. Like it should either be like quick and like abstract or long and detailed. I don't like it in between.
The temple.
Is it?
Keyleth is not there.
Is it lit in there?
The door's closed. Behind you.
Hope Keyleth is okay.
Wait, what?
I don't think that I was with the group. I think I was back with the crowd. So I see the eagle fly off, and I'm just going to follow after her.
What?
Yeah, the eagle flies out of the city.
Yeah.
You're gonna leave the city, brother?
Oh no! Now that I understand
see if I can tell what's making
the
trees
other.
Come on
But
in,
first
the
it did
temple.
shut my face.
I'm
so,
fine. I'm fine.
It's a big solid building. Doors are shut. That's it.
Yeah, I mean the temple. Would you like to enter the temple with the rest of the group?
Yeah, you would. Yeah, do it.
Just a bird.
All right.
Yeah,
so as
you
the doors are
would.
closing, you rush out of your subtle following pattern and wait and put your hands up. Manage to make your way into the temple right before the doors close, catching up with the rest of the group. Caleb, make a perception check.
I have advantage because I'm an eagle. Ooh, natural 20!
Nice. On the shiny die.
All right.
It's on the shiny die. Makes sense.
It's hard to see much anything because the canopy of this forest is so.
I will say, so that is something where this sort of butts up against two different and kind of conflicting pieces of DM advice. Of one, putting up walls in front of your players is okay, actually, and cool and based. But also not forcing players to take action. So, like, that was a situation where, like, the other party, like, sort of, like, made a decision for him. Like, I don't even think Liam said anything. And then Matt just, like, sort of went along with it because it would probably be better if Vax was there. Like, it would probably be better. But as a DM in that situation, like, in that exact situation, to provide a counter, I would not go with the, like, if they've committed to, like, following behind them, I'm not going to lock them out by any means. But I am going to present it as if they are equal options of, okay, do you want to keep watch outside to see if anything hinky's going on, or do you want to break from your established pattern and go in? Because now, and again, this kind of goes back to player agency, knowing what's going on, like all of this, knowing how their actions affect things. It's all kind of in this tone box. Where, like, I want to, even if there's absolutely nothing that happens outside of that temple, I want to give Vax the option. And something that I brought up a long time ago that really helps with this situation is the fact that they have the telepathic earrings. So if something does happen dangerously inside, Vax can always storm in and, like, figure out a way in. And that can be part of the thing that you establish with him is, do you want to go in with them, or do you want to stay outside and try to identify a way in at, like, in case you need to get in, right? Like, I want to establish, like, I want him to do what he wants to do. And clearly, he does not want to be with the group right now, and I want to support that. But I also don't want him to do things that don't make sense, like following Keyleth, like leaving the city. Like, those things don't make sense. So it is really honing in on what they want, supporting it, and giving them these options. And then if Liam did say, like, oh, actually that didn't really pan out the way that I had hoped, I'll just go inside with the group, then that's totally valid, but you haven't forced them into it, like in this case where they just kind of rush past it, which is, it's fine. It's just not, it's not what I would recommend. Even in Matt's style of game, I still think I would have tried to allow him to stay, to, like, give him, like, an equal option of, like, staying outside, even if staying outside is literally worthless and just puts him further away. And it then gives, again, the telepathic earrings really help with this. It allows the characters to, in fiction, in game, be like, hey, Vex, like, don't see you, like, where are you? Are you coming in with us? They can establish that in game of them talking about this and debating this, right? This isn't an Orion situation at the Kavarn Temple. So, yeah. Sorry, I was AFK when you talked about inner monologue. An example of inner monologue would be after you make a mistake, would be thinking to yourself, I'll do better next time, or imagining a conversation with your boss in prep for leaving work early. So in that example, after I make a mistake, I don't think I'll do better next time. I think about a variant. I think through the variants where I did something different and it went better. So I think I don't have an inner monologue, is what I'm saying. Or imagining a conversation with your boss in prep for leaving work early. I do that. I do run through conversations with people constantly. So maybe I do have an inner monologue. I just use it differently. I don't know. Because, yeah, I'm constantly imagining conversations. But I don't know. I have to hold my tongue because this ties with a character aspect of Vax that grates my gears. But to talk about it might spoil stuff. Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. And, maybe we will get to something where Matt does more of what I was talking about, and I will experience that, and maybe I'll see what you're saying. But we won't dive into it too far. Also, I'm not a psychologist, so I'm not an expert on everything. That was just stating an interesting statistic. That is interesting. I do find that very interesting. I think it's interesting to talk about your own mental experience because it is so hard to relate to people that do not have that. Like, it's at least easier to like talk about and think about with stuff like anosmia or colorblindness, where like it's more obvious when they don't have the thing and like when their experience is different and how it's different. But when it comes to like mental stuff and like your imagination, it's so hard to be like, yeah, I picture an apple differently than you. You know, other than like hearing what they say about it and being like, is that how I do it? And yeah, it's very, very interesting.
Dense and so thick, and the snowfall itself, which is getting stronger through the air, and it's kind of obscuring some of your vision. But you glance down and you see another set of trees shift suddenly about a quarter mile away from the city's walls. And you can see on the edge of the city wall, a number of guards are beginning to swarm up to the ballista and starting to load them and prepare them. You glance down and all you see are some fast movement beneath the canopy. Something large, something with, you swear you see what something looks serpentine-like. But multiple serpentine-like bodies or forms, and then it's gone in a second.
Hydra.
I don't want it to be a Hydra.
Stop gasping. I don't see shit, Laura.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, shut up.
You see a couple ballista set loose, and the bolts go flying through the air, entering the forest. You hear a loud screeching sound, and a few dozen forests now begin to shake to the side as the creature makes its way away from the city before going still in the distance.
Okay.
You get the sensation that this is a
Common
occurrence.
Okay, good to know. I'm gonna loop back around. Is there like an open window in like the temple I can just fly through?
Is there a super clear one that she can try to go through first?
Be like that Windex commercial?
No, that is it is very, very fascinating, SSH. It's something I've been thinking a lot about as I've been diving further and further into my diagnosis, and I go to therapy, which is super dope. I love my therapist. I really like therapy, and she helps me sort through that sort of shit. Of like, it's like nothing like to like fix me. It's just like she helps me sort through aspects of myself that I had never consciously thought about. And now that I am consciously thinking about them, it actually explains some things about myself that it's like, I don't really know why I do that, or I don't really know why I react in that way. I just do. And like, the more she sort of guides me through my own head and just like makes me like realize things, it's like, it's nothing like a, hey, you're fixed now. It's more just like explanatory of like, oh, like, that's why I get so mad when he calls me Bud. That's not a real example. I knew that already. But examples like that, which is cool. I think it's super dope. It helps me take more control over my life because I know myself better, which is very sick.
Back in the day.
The temple.
Damn it!
You make your
Break
way.
my neck, I die.
No.
There are small. They're not windows more than they're slits for arrow defense.
Right.
You could, as Keyleth could squeeze through. It'd be one of those things where like you have to careen and transform and then squeeze through.
Okay, I'll do that.
Which you do, and as you do, you come right into the face of a spear right there as another one of the Platinum Dragon
Should've
guards.
transformed into like
says,
a fly.
"Who goes there?"
Oh boy.
Hi.
The guard begins to approach from the side.
I am with Vox Machina. I'm pretty sure they just came through the front door. It's cool. I was just doing just like aerial support. I'm just gonna go reconnect with my group. It's fine.
Make a persuasion check.
I'm Keyleth.
Skill bearer.
I'm
Keyleth.
Right there, Gog.
What am I doing? A persuasion check?
Oh.
Christ.
You're gonna roll one.
Sorry, Miss Charisma.
Shut up.
Oh, wow.
Oh wait, I don't know why I'm rolling 2.
That's funny.
6?
Oh no.
Keyless 10.
Doctor, I don't know what to do with the information that I don't. We've talked a lot about how I process information, so she is well aware of my tendencies. It would be interesting to specifically talk to her in that phrasing. I think that labels are cool because it helps you categorize things if you very distinctly define them. And it helps you like grasp concepts and like have a shared language to talk to people with. So labeling it an inner monologue and then like talking about it in those terms could be very interesting. Getting to know yourself is a lifelong journey that is very worth the work. I totally agree. Never stop. Never stop, never stopping, never stop learning.
No, I just put
The one guy holding the spear to you keeps it there. The other guy walks up behind and says, "Let me see your hands."
Why?
Let me see your hands. He takes your hands, pulls out a set of shackles, and locks them on.
This is the second time you've been arrested.
Yeah, it is.
The guy with the spear turns behind you and just holds it to your back as the gentleman just cuffed you, grabs the chain between and starts pulling you towards the main chamber.
You know, can we just buzz by the front foyer and then we'll find my friends and then when I'll be like, hey, those are my friends, it'll be fine.
Leads you down the stairway to an area where it opens up into like a small courtyard. Takes to the right of the courtyard into a central chamber where the rest of Vox Machina is currently being led.
Do I see it?
Yeah, you guys all see her being led in cuffs, essentially.
Seriously? Again.
What'd you do?
Highness, what is your problem?
She's with us. She's with us. She was just outside.
No, we don't know who she is.
Is she? We have a few minutes to discuss this, I think.
At this point, Kima turns and says, "She's with me."
Oh.
And both the scale bearers go, "Lady Kima, I'm so sorry." And they go ahead and they take the cuffs off real fast and...
Is that right? Yeah, no. No part of me is surprised that this has happened before. This is just like when she held the person under lava and they said that this is becoming a pattern for her.
The spear back and they
Yeah,
step
you
back.
listen to Lady
Kima.
Classic handcuff wrist twist.
Hard ass.
Yeah, I'm with her.
They back off and bow deeply and then kind of escort themselves off embarrassed.
I
Did you guys see that?
I nudge
Did you
Grog.
that? I did.
Grog, I'm nudging you.
I knew you had it in you.
I'm starting to feel so
I'm just
hardcore.
nudging you.
Oh, okay.
Because Kima did something super hot.
I do need a tattoo.
I noticed. She doesn't love me though.
She does.
No, I don't.
Right. The Scalbarion continues to lead you through this main chamber. And this chamber, like I said, it's the temple. It's strange because most temples you've seen to Bahamut or many other deities are extravagant or, built with a modern day sense of architecture. This is a very plain, simple stone fortress. It's hard to grasp what time it was built, but just the smell itself seems very ancient. There's a scent of dust and age and functionality to its construct, and but there's still a sense of power to it, especially you, Pike, where you're sensitive to divine energy. This whole place is humming with it. Even though it's not the kind you're used to connecting with, this is, when they say this is a holy place, you can feel
Is everything okay, Pike?
It's just
Look, he's going to the parole review board. This is not... We're not there yet. But that was good behavior, Matt. We might be able to knock off some time from your sentence.
there's a lot of holiness here.
I would imagine.
On a scale from 1 to 5, 5 being super holy.
Probably 6.
Whoa!
That's extra holy.
This temple goes to 6.
The funny thing is, I don't even think that those smells like added that much at this point, but we take the wins where we get them.
I mean, just this whole land in particular. Oh, there's a lot here, but
That is good, though.
Do you need a moment? Do you need to
Yeah,
sit
it's
down?
good.
Do you need me to hold you?
I think I'm okay to keep going. All right. Yeah. But maybe later.
We can. This is okay.
You feel a nudge at your side.
We can
and
work
it's an
with
armored
this.
elbow from Kima saying, "If you wouldn't mind holding off on the fraternizing in the temple."
I think I don't want to fill the screen with on-screen elements. We'll have the annoyance counter. We'll have the smell counter. We'll have the gaping maw counter. We'll have the or jagged maw. I don't remember what it is, but I know Critical Role Stats already has a counter for that.
The Bahamut, I would really appreciate.
Toothy maw.
Message understood.
I remember it. Counter.
At which point, Scalbarion is now at a second set of double doors, and he presents his holy symbol above his chest. It glows for a second, and what was originally just smooth stone doors, you see a divine glow in the symbol of Bahamut you saw at the front of the temple appear for a moment, and then as it vanishes, the two doors open on their own into a central worship chamber. This is a much larger domed room. It looks like it goes up about 80 feet to the top of the ceiling, and the dome itself has what looks like an extremely ancient, detailed drawing, like Sistine Chapel style, of almost like the tale of the entirety of creation. You see all the elemental planes represented in the corners of the theoretical corners, where corners would be in a domed room. And you can see a crude representation of how all the planes lay over each other. You can see the astral plane. You can see where the 9 hells would exist, and the abyss itself. And in the center, there's the prime material plane, and across it, you see a giant image of the great platinum dragon Bahamut, drawn in all of his glory, currently snapping down on one of the throats of a multi-headed dragon. This other dragon with
interesting. Interesting. And this isn't really a critique. This isn't really anything. This is more of an observation that I want to see how it plays out, of the description of this entire place being very austere, very like fortress, like he talked about. And he directly drew a comparison to most other temples. But then they get into this chamber, and there's the very detailed drawing on the ceiling. Etching, carving, etc., which is not bad. I'm very interested because it draws a lot of significance on this chamber specifically, on the drawing, on whatever's going on in here. It's like, oh, this is the only place that matters. Everything outside of this room is function only, which is very drawing a ton of importance to this chamber and to this drawing.
5 different heads of 5 different chromatic colors, and this struggle between what you know to be Bahamut and Tiamat. Tiamat.
Is that the bad one?
You gather.
That is the baddest
I mean, I know that because I know a lot about dragons.
Cool. Do I see or learn anything about the elemental planes that I didn't know before?
Not from the artwork. It's very pretty.
So pretty.
I take it all in, and I'm reminded of one of the museums at home.
And actually, funnily enough, you've seen this art piece in a book. It's been a long time, but you know that this has been studied before and exists somewhere in Draconia, the tome that talks about this exact temple.
We just make cave drawings. Is
Those
Tiamat
square things with all the
still
paper
alive?
leaves in them with
Is he around?
scribbles.
At which point, both Jan and Kima and all the scale bearers kind of turn to you with a look of
Can't put my finger on it.
kind of understanding that you don't quite know, but also the fear and the knowledge that they don't say anything. They just give you a look that says, yes, very much so.
Oh, I mean, Tiamat's still around, huh?
Unfortunately, yes.
They continue walking.
Oh.
Now the floor of this chamber, which is a very simple stone, you can see there are small sculptures, each one representing some sort of a humanoid entity dressed in similar robes to the other envoys and members of this temple that you've encountered this far. Some of them are in full armor, some are wearing just robes, and they're very, very old. Some of them seem a little more recent, and you gather these each have some sort of cultural or religious significance to this temple. However, one of these is not a statue. In the center of this worship chamber, it's just strangely, eerily quiet. There is one humanoid that turns to the rest of you. What you see before you is a slender elven male, draped in long white robes that drag a few feet behind his form across the ground. He has a stark white hair that is slicked back against his head, no facial hair, frail but very handsome features. Elves, when they age very gracefully. And from the look of this, most elves you've seen, this is a very old elf that has aged very gracefully. He turns to the rest of you, and you see across his neck a very, very well-crafted, intricate series of draconic symbols that finishes with a giant emblem of Bahamut himself. His voice rings out and echoes throughout the hallway as you approach, each footstep echoing as you get closer. Welcome, everyone, to the Platinum Sanctuary. I am called High Bearer Vord, keeper of this most holiest of places. I received word from a disciple of mine, of which Kima has now stepped forward and bows, or kneels before him and says, Your Holiness. Of which he looks down with a smile. Kima, I am pleased to see you. It has been a long time, my disciple. He looks up to the rest of the group. I understand you carry something of terrible omen. Let us discuss how to be rid of it. Please, present the container.
Right here.
The
I wasn't planning on going down it. And the distinction between a religion and a cult is one of furious debate that I don't want to get into. However, I think it is fair to say that specifically cults of personality, and one personality in particular, are most common when we think of cults. And beyond that, a level of well, don't worry, SSH, we'll get there. And there's also a level of not dehumanization, but depersonalization, separating you from your past, isolating you, making you subsistent upon the leader. And so her name, being Kima of Vord, is real big red flag territory for this entire organization. Like, religions are just cults that went mainstream. I ain't touching that conversation with a 10-foot pole. But what I can be very confident on is that most religions that did go mainstream make a concerted effort to not be reliant or not base themselves on singular living entities, right? So like the easiest comparison is the Catholic Church, but you will not find any priests named after the Pope, right? Now, there's a conversation about, I know that sisters and brothers take new names. Again, not touching that with the 10-foot pole. I'm just saying that this is red flag territory about the moral implications of an organization that renames its members based on the leader. It's big red flag territory, and I am immediately significantly more hesitant about giving the horn to this dude. The cult religion debate will return in future installments. Oh, delightful. Cannot wait.
Scale bearers step forward and set the container on the ground. They go to reach for it, and he goes, no, do not open it. He kind of takes a second, holds the symbol to his chest, and closes his eyes. And you can see this kind of divine glow pulse off of him for a second.
Kima, what's happening?
She goes, shh.
Okay.
The box begins to pulse with the divine light as well. And then suddenly vanishes, and he kind of catches his breath. It is as you said. This must be sealed immediately.
Yes.
Yeah. We could have just told you that.
He gives a look to the rest of the group here, and you can see there's like a noticeable bead of sweat wipes from his forehead. I just needed to confirm that this was not some haphazardly constructed fake or a similar artifact mistaken for such a horn, but we indeed have within our presence one of the horns of Orcus. This does not bode well.
You guys, oh, sorry.
No, please.
I'm just wondering, you've had one of these before? Yes.
No, but we know that these exist. Few of us do. The knowledge itself has been lost to time, intentionally. It was brought to my attention, and through discussions with the council which sent you on this journey, that this would be the safest place to seal such an artifact. And amongst all other options, as of this time, I see no other choice. So, what's been proposed? Allow me to explain to you the plan. One of our most divine relics of our beloved protector Bahamut was kept deep beneath.
Just to clarify real quick, let's see, 0658. I just want to...
And then suddenly vanishes, and he kind of
he took it. He took the relic. So he took the horn, and now he's like, don't worry, guys. Let me tell you the plan that I have already set into motion. Oh, the holy light vanished. Okay. Retraction. That makes more sense. I was like, this is weird. I think the light is the thing that vanished, but I also had that confusion. Okay. Cool. Glad we're all the same. That's why I went and rewound it, because I was like, I need to listen to that again. All right, fair enough.
Of our beloved protector Bahamut was kept deep beneath this temple. Within the mountain we rest against. The Star of Exaltation. The Star of Exaltation. A crystal born from the tear Bahamut shed for the...
Dude, that was what I thought. I was like, did he just took it? He just took it. Okay. Interesting. Oddly phrased, but contextually it seems like it's still there. I see. Okay. Hey, no problem. It happens.
Sacrifices his first devoted maid in the Great War of Beginnings, the Dawn War. This item was unfortunately lost nearly 300 years ago, giving the last of its power to protect this very Vaselheim. The intervention it brought from our great deity expended and left the artifact destroyed. Since the chamber that held this star, a blessed and ever-watched nexus beneath the gaze of the great Lightning Dragon himself, has gone empty. We tended to it. We've kept it fairly well-watched and in the state it was originally constructed for. And we think no greater location to seal such a deeply rooted evil exists within our spheres of influence or any other. Unfortunately, the last time the chamber was cleansed and prepared was some 15 years ago. Our curate tasked one of our own scale bearers, and he looks over towards Jan, who sheepishly backs away, was tasked with preparing it for your arrival, and the artifacts. And it was found that the lower chambers, have been infested with some manner of foul subterranean spider or creature. And our scale bearer fled, at which point Jan leaves the entire conversation and exits the room.
Yawn.
You hear Kima kind of give a spit in his direction. But not before initiating the vault's defenses. Thus, I ask you to complete your journey into the Hall of the Exalt below. Clear out these meager beasts, and guide your reliquary into the vault chamber to seal it for good.
Will we have to contend with the defense systems as well?
Not all of them, but apparently in his haste and escape and defend himself, he set a few of them to aid his escape.
Great. Good job, Jan.
Thanks, Jan.
Why does he still work here?
Very good question.
Does he have tenure or something? Is it a union thing?
He's been with us for many, many years, and he has great heart devotion here. Though I don't think he may agree in his mind, he does bring much to the temple.
So wait, and you said this, you lost the Crystal of Exaltation during the war?
It was destroyed during a siege.
During the War of what? Beginnings?
The War of the Beginnings.
The War of the Beginnings. That was
close.
And how long?
I have so many questions. Why the vault has defenses, but the defenses weren't enabled? What are the defenses for? It seems like the defenses would be for not having spiders infest the chamber. No? What are they for? I guess they're not. And also, classic question of why can't they do it? Why does the party have to do it? Blah, blah, blah. Classic shit, whatever. Honestly, in this case, I actually think there's more of a stated reason, because it makes sense that the party would want to keep the artifact in their control. I think I would have been a little bit more hesitant if, as I'm playing, leader, what's his face? Oh, shit. Can you still hear me cursing? Because my lovely webcam, everybody, I bumped the cable and it turned off because it got scared. But Yeah, I assume they're like a fire alarm set off under attack, but he just said that the actual guy set them off. So I don't know. But this is like kind of a thing of like, you always have to give a reason that the party has to do it and that no one else can do it, right? And so there's a little bit less legwork here that has to be done because the party has a vested interest in staying with this until the moment that it is sealed. However, I'm not the most readily convinced about this location. It's this very holy site that they leave totally unattended for 15 years at a time, right? Like, it's a site that they believe is directly looked at by their god. And they have all of these extra soldiers just littering the city. And it was just empty enough for a spider infestation to start? I don't know, brother. Like, this honestly isn't as bad as Kavarn. Like, I was really, as a player, unconvinced to go and defeat Kavarn. I'm at least convinced to do this out, but this, in my player brain, or not in my player brain, sorry, my character brain, speaks to incompetence in the organization, which I don't think is the intention. But this whole situation speaks to rooted incompetence. And if I am a player, and again, this comes into like trust between the DM and players, right? If I'm a player and I have very good trust with the DMs that I run with, I would start shit talking the organization to the other characters. Like my character, well, my current character that I play would probably start shit talking it in front of the organization. Especially given that they're asking them to do it, so clearly they must think that we're the most powerful ones in the room. So what do I have to fear, right? But this is something that I would directly engage with as a character of like, you let this holy site that is capable, we're supposed to believe that this site is capable of maintaining the horn, and you let it get infected by spiders? What the hell? Like, it works fine in fiction. I just don't think it was intentional. This was kind of a just go with it section for me. There's reason enough if I don't think about it too hard. Definitely would have trouble trusting this was the best place for the horn, though. I mean, it's one of those things that, like, I legitimately, and this does play on... This does play on trust and good vibes between the players and the DM for players to essentially criticize world building. But I do think that it makes all of the world feel more real if they do that. So there's a really classic example where my character in my buddy's campaign went off with another character to help this old couple that was having there was problems at their farm. They're like, our fucking crops keep getting uprooted. And across the course of the RP, the NPCs said shit that, and I will remind people who don't know, or I didn't even specify, this is the character that is telepathic. So I was constantly telepathy talking about how stupid these NPCs were. I was like, they're making just asinine decisions. And that character is very rude. That is like very much part of her. She has a really huge narcissistic streak, huge ego. So she's just talking about how stupid these NPCs are, and her companion's like, they're not that bad. Come on, blah blah blah. And the DM, this is just like characters engaging other characters on their flaws. If you engage the DM on apparent mishaps within the world, it actually allows for them to create interesting story out of those mishaps. So Matt sort of did it with like, hey, why isn't this prepped for you already? Oh, because this guy is incompetent, right? So there's a little bit of an effort already to do that. But in this campaign where I'm talking about how stupid these NPCs were, my DM started to lean into it. He started to make them look even more dumb and incompetent and clumsy, to really dive deeper into this narrative that my character had established, just by having the trust to talk about it in fiction. If the characters, I'm looking forward to seeing if any of the characters on the way down talk about the incompetence displayed by the current situation they're in. Do they trust that this is the best place for the Horn of Orcus? Do they trust Kima? Do they trust this head scale bearer? Like, these are all really interesting conversations, even if ultimately there's enough justification for, no matter how incompetent the organization seems, there's really good reason to still believe that this is the best place for the Horn, even if it's not an explicitly good place for it, right? So but I think that by engaging within that, your DM can engage back, and you can build on this fiction that has to be established for narrative reasons, but if you dive into it even more, you can establish it and solidify it within the fiction. And now the narrative bends to allow for a D&D side quest. Please don't examine too deeply. Look, man, and this goes back to my shit, man. Established rules, reasons for everything. I love it when my characters look at something that I have set in motion, that I've said about the world, and they say, that doesn't make any fucking sense. They've done it many, many times. And that's okay. I'm into it. So then we work together to make it make sense, which is a huge joy for me, and I heavily recommend. So yeah.
How long ago was this war?
I'm sorry. It was created in the War of Beginnings. It was lost in a battle, a siege of the city of Vaselheim 300 years ago.
300 years. Called what? During what war?
Siege of the Middle Chapters.
That had no particular name.
Oh, it's just lost. It was just a thing.
It was one of the sieges in
the
West.
battle where the thing was lost.
Yes. Yes.
Right.
Paul, may I, question please? We'll clear out your basement, that's not a problem. I'd like to understand how you plan to protect this horn, how you plan to keep it out of the hands of entities who would use it for ill.
That big scary creature living out in the woods. Sorry, brother.
And how? That's fine.
He glances towards you and says, "Oh, that is but one of many."
Mm-hmm.
So Liam is approaching it. I would be a little, and this is where kind of depends on the character, right? Like my character, very upfront, very rude. Like she would be like, "Hey, you guys don't seem like you're capable of doing this." That's not Vax at all. Vax is much more diplomatic. But this is a great way. He's doing exactly what I was talking about. Snaps for Liam of saying like, "Hey, like, what's your plan here?" Because, and he's not saying it, but there is kind of the in the air implication of like, couldn't keep it safe from spiders. Like, how are you going to keep it safe from the shit in the woods? Like, so snaps for Liam. Love it.
Let it be known that this temple is extremely well guarded, is continuously under the gaze of our patron deity, and while some of the defenses have been put in place for your arrival, if the entirety of the vault is triggered, there is nothing that'll make its way there unannounced.
Are we to carry the box down as we journey into the dungeons below, or are we to leave it here while we go clear out the basement?
The scale bearers will bring it with you.
Okay.
Keep them safe.
Keep them safe? Oh, all right. We've got enough to worry about keeping
So
ourselves safe.
I'm just to get one thing clear, and I mean no disrespect, but how was the crystal lost 300 years ago if it was in this chamber? So this chamber has been broken into before?
We can enter the chamber under very...
Fuck yeah! Look! God, me and Marisha. Marisha was suspicious of Kima. We love it. We love to see it. I love it.
Very specific.
I don't care if it is a DM mistake. Take DM mistakes and work them into the fiction. Make them make sense because they exist now. Even if it was, I'm not saying this was a DM mistake. Matt may have a very good and logical explanation that is not improv. But even if it was a mistake, players engage them on that mistake and they will solidify it and we will work it into the world. That is, to me, that's one of the joys of DMing. That's one of my favorite parts. Me and Marisha, we're on it.
Chamber? So this chamber has been broken into before?
We can enter the chamber under very specific circumstances. We, at the time, requested the use of the Star of Exaltation as a divine focus, a ritual that required the intervention of Bahamut to keep the city safe.
Oh, so someone like brought it out and
Yes.
it was
then it
clumsy
was
and
lost.
lost it.
And you know
It
what?
wasn't clumsy and lost. It was used as a focus in the ritual.
Oh.
It was by the will of Bahamut himself
Okay,
that the
so-
star no longer was required to exist on this plane.
Oh, so it was
served its
destroyed.
purpose.
Mm. Lost.
Oh.
As in.
Like not around.
You should change your
Well,
verbiage
everybody's
there.
been talking. Can I
Just-
have used my
It's okay.
Charisma
my
10,
primeval
ladies and gentlemen.
awareness
Charisma 10.
to see within 6 miles if there's any dragons around us? Just because I'm curious.
Primeval awareness, yeah.
So you take a moment and kind of like zone out for a second. You do not sense any dragons in the immediate vicinity of the 6 mile radius of this.
Oh, okay. All right. That's all I wanted to know.
Primeval awareness over.
It's not good.
Can we drop off this box or what? I want to go see the fire dancers.
Yeah, let's go.
No, we need to go. Well, we
but,
also need to are we gonna do that now?
Just go.
Kill out
Yeah,
the
well, it's the
basement.
morning still.
Are we,
isn't it?
are, we
Let's
all,
go.
are we all potioned up? Are we all?
Yeah, we're good.
We're good?
We're all
Okay.
healed. Clear out the
Fine.
basement.
Nothing down there, right?
Yeah. I mean, you want us to do it now? Yeah.
I'm not.
Lest
I haven't been paying
this
attention. For
artifact be
anyway.
left longer in the open, which I would not be comfortable with.
No,
I would
neither
prefer
would I.
this be taken care of immediately.
Yeah, we'll do it
Let's
now.
go do it.
I mean,
Got a bear.
obviously we want the horn taken care of, but you know, we're taking care of a problem for you too.
Oh, here it goes. Here it goes.
Get it, girl.
The holiest place on the
Yes. The holiest place.
Haggle with the
Shaking
Pope.
down
What
the
you're
Pope.
inquiring
Shaking down the
about
Pope.
Shiny disease.
Religion's
is a monetary reward
I was just wondering.
for your aid.
I'm not asking.
The temple can provide a sum of 3,000 gold pieces
Per party member. Yes.
entirely. 3,000 gold pieces for your trouble on this journey. Which Kinesis words is, High Bearer, we do not need to take
we
money
don't
from
want
the...
money, of course not. I mean, I
But think
could
of the good we could do with that money, giving alms to the poor back home where we are.
Yes, spreading the word of Bahamut.
Bahamut.
For return for
We do a lot of charity work, and it would be well received back home in the keep.
You make a persuasion roll, you make a deception roll.
Deception.
It's not deception. We really will.
No, only one of you.
You
Ladies
won't.
of the evening really do need the money.
What'd you roll, Sam?
A 30.
Oh, that's really good because I rolled a 19. Wait, no, you didn't. Yeah,
3-0.
3-0. I have a plus 13 for deception.
That explains so much.
We gotta get you deceiving more.
I'm gonna get you deceiving more. You should lie more. It's good.
Lie to me, Pinocchio, lie.
3,000 gold at your disposal to bring about, to share in the prosperity of your people back home.
Amen.
Once the artifact is delivered and sealed.
From one holy man to another. I think we've struck a deal. Let's go.
You've done it together.
As you all turn, Kimi goes, I'll show you.
That's just good old D&D fun right there. That's just, oh wait, the party are traveling mercenaries. Let's go.
The vault.
Are you gonna come with us, Kimba?
Yes, I'm coming
good,
with
good,
you.
good.
Next is over at you. Shall we, holy man?
Why, yes, my sister. Lead the way.
She's been with us the whole time.
As you guys are walking out of the chamber, the door's closed behind. He turns to you and says, is that why you were blessed with such a temporarily swollen appendage before?
I don't know how the Lord works. It's mysterious.
Let us be on our way. She kind of walks off flustered and frustrated. You guys are led down 2 layers. This actual temple recedes further and further into the mountain until eventually you're led into what seems to be almost like a storage basement. It's a very musty smell. Like it's old earth.
It's dank down here.
Yeah, it kind of has that that slight moldy scent to it. There are 5 guards stationed in this storage vicinity, and as you approach, they all stand up. They're all still wearing
House arrest. Bang the gavel.
ceremonial armor, 2 of which you can see are really well armed. One with a greatsword, one with a longsword on the side, and they look pretty prestigious to be assigned to a basement this terrible.
At ease, soldiers.
Of course. And they step aside. Kina steps forward, takes her holy symbol, and removes it from around her neck. Places it, she looks at the wall for a second and kind of feels for a second, and places it into what you didn't see before was some sort of a slight recess in the wood. It flashes the divine energy, and suddenly the wood illusion is dispelled, and what you see before you is a stone doorway that begins to slowly shift to the side and open up into a staircase.
Are we going to find these defenses right away, or what?
Kima kind of gives you a look of shrugs, and to be perfectly honest, I have not been within the vault.
Oh. Well. Is there like a blueprint somewhere?
Liam, you're...
And you will see that... Bug, I am in court. Stop distracting me. Your Honor, you will see that my client described it as smelling musty. Now, I don't know about you, but that is very imaginageric in my head. I conjure all sorts of imagery, even though I myself am aphantasic. Now, that does not mean that I have trouble with bowel movements, but it does mean that I can't even normally imagine anything. But smelling musty, ooh, it was like I was there. Fuck, the webcam's done again. Well, I was at the end of my my character bit anyways.
I mean, back.
Maybe this is rich coming from an anosmiac, but musty, irony, and sulfuric are overused smell words. Oh, yeah. I'm setting a low bar for Matt right now. I could not agree more. I think you are entirely correct. I think especially sulfuric and musty. But yes, Restay, it's a big step in Matt's rehabilitation. We gotta start small. This is about no recidivism. We want to keep him out of jail. We gotta start him off small.
I thought he was Vex.
My communication earring was a little unfixed there. What was I say?
Check for some traps, brother.
You got it. I'm glad to get out of upstairs, I muttered to my sister because the
Restay, you son of a bitch.
decor up there was for shit. That is high.
8 or 10 point words? I think one thing that I was looking for when last session when we were playing Blades in the Dark, they went into a room that had this kind of unstable electronic or electrical contraption, and I was looking for the word and I couldn't think of it. And one of my players remembered it, is that it smelled... Oh, you're right, Bit-D reference. But this is an in-session. This isn't even about a mechanic. I could have lied. I could have said it was D&D, and you would have never known. But I was talking about how the room, as you open the door, you get a strange whiff of ozone. I think ozone is a very good... descriptive smell word. Talking about like an electrical smell. Talking about how things smell sickly sweet is on the upper used side, but I don't think it's overused. I like sickly sweet. Describing things as strangely fruity smelling is similar to sickly sweet, but it has a little bit more of an intrigue, mystery type air than a like direct, like disturbing air. Ozone to foreshadow lightning damage. I've heard it. Yep, exactly. Yeah, because it was this very like unstable electrical thing. Yeah, exactly. It's the ozone to foreshadow lightning damage. But I like both of those. Rotting is a classic. Rotting's a classic. But getting even into like mixing things up, if you're going for like a really specific smell, using a non-smell word. So like people talk about things smelling sickly sweet, but you can use a lot of other taste adjectives because taste and smell are so linked. So you can talk about something smelling savory, which is not very common, but it does conjure an image. Like, even I feel like in anosmiacs, you can at least relate to taste. I know that your guys' taste is much different because of the lack of smell, but you can at least start to grasp into that. It smelled red instead of irony. Okay, so you're making a joke, but occasionally using a straight up color for a smell. I don't do this very often, but talking about something like smelling green or something like that is stupid. But it can be really good if you are trying to go abstract and you don't actually need the players to necessarily be on the same page about what it smells like. Like if you're trying to make it describe something as weird or exotic or strange, talking about how it smelled yellow, like that's going to mean something different to everyone, which is dope for that specific type of description, right? I ain't even really joking that hard. Add some funky adjectives to the color and you get a funky smell description. Oh, yeah. It smelled abrasively orange. Oh, fuck yeah. It smells like a low viola constant undertones with a mix of staccato piccolo toots. John, whip that out in your next session. I guarantee the players are going to be like, I'm sorry, huh? I'm sorry, what the fuck is up with this room? I am interested. I need to learn what is going on here. That's a great one.
That was a 26.
26 for...
Traps in the stairway?
Traps and traps. All right. As you slowly begin to descend the stairway, you keep an eye out across the staircase itself and any of the surrounding walls, and the stonework here is also extremely ancient, marking probably a similarity to the most ancient of buildings you've seen in this city. This subterranean structure is probably one of the older...
I'll even say this. Something that could be really interesting and like a much more like straightforward and direct example of how smell can be used in a way that a lot of other senses can't, maybe with the exception of like hearing, is to foreshadow something that can't be seen. So, for example, in this, you describe the smell when they first enter the basement. He did it just now. Musty, old, whatever. More overused terms, right? But as they are maybe getting a little bit deeper, you start to say like, yeah, it still smells somewhat musty, a little moldy. It smells generally of nature, as if somebody has reclaimed this cavern, but also you're getting a slight sharp scent riding under everything else, as if it's pervasive, as if you wouldn't be able to escape it. No matter what comes in here, no matter what else is here, this smell will always be here. It comes to your nose whether you like it or not. It's a sharp scent of the forge, the scent of a policeman's cudgel before it crashes into your face, the scent of eternal conflict. Those weren't the best for describing Bahamut, but you can see my point where you can start to describe an aura, an unseen aura, like a paladin aura or a divine aura. You can describe consecrated ground, really well through smell because smell is such an unseen vibe already that it is really analogous to things like sanctified or desecrated areas. It's a really good analogy and trigger for indicating those things when they can't be seen. The chamber, despite being inside, has the sense of petrichor to foreshadow a possible tidal wave or rainstorm coming magically. Totally. Yeah. You can even talk about. I love using those sorts of things to foreshadow traps. So, despite being inside, if it's like a poison trap, it's like you haven't. This ruin has been utterly devoid of vegetation, yet you still smell something sweet on the air. You can't quite tell where, but it seems like it's coming from down the hallway. Now you've successfully foreshadowed that something is weird with this hallway. That's when I talk about foreshadowing my traps. A lot of times it's like that, where like they don't know if it's a trap, they don't know if it's something interesting, they don't know what's going on, but it lets them know that there's something there that they should be, that maybe is more than meets the eye. But that's a fantastic option, John. Especially if I think that's a great use for counterspell. Even is you can talk about or the descriptive language in combat of describing counterspell. If someone counterspells a tidal wave, you describe this emanating odor that is cut short. The violet hues starting to swirl and emanate that are then all sucked into your counterspeller's hand. And as you open your palm, you get just a whiff of the sea. You know, there's all sorts of ways to work these into your descriptions for things that cannot be seen. That is like the main use case. If we're talking about like, sometimes I overdo it for the purpose of vibes, but in a more moment-to-moment sense, it is a great analogy for what cannot be seen. Either what has happened in the past, what is the history of this place, or what is its future. What are potential things that you need to look out for? You can smell what the rock is cooking. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Parts of this temple. You don't see anything trap-wise. The stairway eventually comes to an end into a chamber about 50 feet by 50 feet. It's very, very low light. There appear to be...
light!
Okay, as the brief moment of light, before your eyes can really focus in, there's a flash of light at the edge of Tiberius' staff, and the room actually gets harder to see. You see there is a thick white mist that just kind of hangs in the air throughout the entirety of this room.
It's like having your high beams on.
I decast light.
Okay, you dispel the light,
What is all of
and
this?
your eyes adjust a little bit. You can see what looks like this room, for the most part, doesn't have any sort of details. There are a couple of sconces with low flickering light that are embedded in the side of the walls of this 50 foot by 50 foot room. It's about 20 feet high.
I go ahead and I just do a little wind gust and I go down the hall.
Okay, so you do.
the fog.
Which spell is this?
Gust of wind.
Okay, so you cast Gust of Wind. The mist that was filling this room blows out the other side, and you can see the room is a little more visible now. There's still a lightness in the sides, but the center of the walkway is clear for a second. You see now in the center of the room what were initially just dark spots in the mist. There are two...
I have complicated feelings about this. I'm still eating. I wasn't expecting to have to talk. Part of me is like, oh my god, guys, let him get through his description. But another part of me is also like, that's interesting ways to interact with the scenery. And it's kind of funny of like, oh, I cast light. Whoa, I decast light. Oh, she cleared it out. I cast light. Like, some part of that is like fun and whatever. But another, like the more DM part of me is like, oh my god, let him get through it. And I don't know which I fully land with, because like that joke isn't funny if you let him get through it. I don't know, I'm torn.
Pillars that are attached from ceiling to floor, roughly about 20 feet apart from each other, kind of in the center of each side of the room. Each pillar is solid gray stone with what looks like intricately carved small dragons, almost curling and wrapping around the statues. Each one of their heads kind of turned, mouth open, kind of angrily in different directions.
Can I check for traps?
You guys, both of you guys make perception checks.
I was 19.
Oh, we already rolled. Look at
Yeah.
him. Perception? 25.
So, looking about, Liam.
Dude, I will also say, God, this is just the smell cast really quick. Another thing that smell can be delightful for is giving failure rolls to perception checks. So especially if they roll where it's not totally clear if they would have succeeded or not, like say it's a DC 15 perception check to see something. I don't know. See something that's going to cast Tidal Wave, right? Say it's DC 15. And they roll like a 14 where it's like, ooh, maybe I passed it, maybe I didn't. You can narrate a smell that is almost the exact opposite of whatever would be normal. So if you would normally reference like the sea, you can reference the dryness of the desert or something. I don't know. You can reference these smells, these unseen factors, or just twist it a little bit to where maybe it is mistakable for the real smell, but but they are smelling something different that messes with their perception of what is going on. It makes for really realistic failed perception checks. Really realistic. Of them just smelling something that is just like a misinterpretation of what the actual thing is. But it's a misinterpretation that leads them towards incorrect conclusions. I think those are delightful. I honestly don't remember to do that as often as I wish I did. But it's just something I thought about here and something I would recommend because the few times I have done it, it has worked out really well. One of those eternally weird things where you're seeing the description in less than a second, but the description itself takes a couple of minutes exactly. I mean, yeah, the time scale of D&D is going to be an eternal struggle to really get through. Also, was there a smell in Spire Red?
Oh, yeah.
Dragons almost curling and wrapping around the statues. So. Each one of their heads kind of turned, mouth open, kind of angrily in different directions.
I don't remember it.
Can I check and...
Might have missed.
Can I check for traps?
You guys both of you guys make perception checks.
Oh, I see.
Oh,
I
we
see.
already rolled.
Fair enough.
Perception? 25.
So, looking about, Liam. Sorry, Vax. You notice the base of each one of these pillars is not flush with the floor. There is a slight gap, meaning there is some sort of a rotation or pivot to these pillars. You notice that these mouths of the dragons seem to be what's creating this white mist. And as time progresses, the mist begins to refill up the room rather quickly.
Alright. Do I notice any, like, does it seem, well, I guess, without touching it, any kind of poisonous in nature or anything like that?
Looks like mist.
While we're standing around, I'd like to reassign the
Looks like
experience to Vax, Grog, and Scanlan.
I don't get one anymore? You're taking it off of me
And
right now.
Yeah, he's giving it to me.
Because we're always together. We're always like kind of back together, and they're always kind of like.
That's true. I do wander off easily.
Or anything that.
Oh, is that you, Grog?
Hey, hi.
She's
Hello.
always kind of like in the middle. She's the wild card, and he's always in the back with us also.
Oh, is that you, Grog?
Range dudes.
Alright. Wait, do I still have one?
I'm putting down my mask just in case this is awful.
Okay. You guys are still at the stairway. The mist has now filled the room again in front of you.
Should we try breathing it and see what happens?
Yeah, sure.
I
My
just
gust of
reach my
wind-
arm into the mist and just see.
My gust of wind lasts up to 1 minute, by the way, so I can keep...
Oh, maybe we should just not touch the mist and go straight through the room.
I'm just airbending.
Okay.
You've been wanting to say that.
So
you can blow it every
as this conversation has continued, we'll say about 30, 40 seconds has gone by in transferring the earring and discussion, so there's still a little bit of... There's a clear pathway in the center there.
Let's go.
we go?
Let's go through.
Let's go before
Yes.
it gets
Start
back.
running. Hustle, hustle,
Go, go, go.
Okay. You all start running through. You're running through with them.
Vax, check for traps. Vorak, Desona, come.
I perception checked.
Oh,
the
we're
room.
good? Okay.
Didn't seem like there was
I'm running 10 feet ahead of everybody. I rolled a big old 1.
He tripped.
Okay.
Wow.
You
Oh no.
continue forward, and as you're rushing through the group, not paying attention, you gently hit the edge of the mist barrier with your shoulder as you're rushing to the side instinctually to like stealth along the wall. As your shoulder breaks the mist,
Bring it.
all of the dragon mouths burst into bright, fiery flame and begin spinning rapidly in the room. The people that are in the center running through right now, which include Keyleth, Scanlan, Tiberius, and Pike. All of you guys make dexterity saving throws right now.
Son of a bitch.
Way to go, Vax.
Teacher, did I have time to finish my book?
You have.
Yes!
You said dex save? Dex save?
Dex save, yes.
Okay, I will stop harping on it. This is my last one, but this is a very explicit example. Talk about how I always foreshadow my checks, especially on successful perception saves. The successful or perception checks. I would have told her exactly what Matt told her, but then also describe either some burnt markings on the floor, and or you almost smell. You're not quite sure what it is, but it's reminiscent of campfires when you were first growing up, first raising Trinket. You can't quite put your finger on it. It's the smell of embers and coal and char and ash. And I mean, before any of this happened, what the fuck are you gonna think of that? But you're going to be maybe a little bit more cautious. I'm like, I don't see a fire. I don't see burn marks. Like, what could be causing that? Gets you thinking. Thank you, John. Yeah, those are a lot of the ways. I mainly use smell, entering a new area, and foreshadowing traps. Or foreshadowing like important areas, but it's mostly traps. Maybe describe the mist more, so it's more like an oily smell also, instead of it's just mist. Sure. Yeah. This room smells oddly damp. So the mist is supposed to be oil. Ends by Red, I didn't even get that until you just described the smell. I was like, yeah, the mist is supposed to be water. Totally. And again, and this does really depend on what kind. This starts to edge into, it depends on the tone, blah, 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 of it is potentially a more interesting, dramatic moment for the players to not be thinking about that at all. You do somewhat risk analysis paralysis a little bit more with that sort of foreshadowing. And with Matt wanting to push forward a big dramatic campaign with dramatic moments and big decisions, and he wants to minimize those little decisions where possible, it may not exactly fit for him to foreshadow stuff like that. But for my sort of campaign, where the interactions between the player and the informed player decisions are like the crux of the story, and like them putting together plans that result in domino effects that they could grasp, when that's the goal of my campaign, this foreshadowing is immensely important. And as I've said before, I'm not always the best at it. A lot of the advice that I give and the goals that I have as a DM, I'm not always the best at, but they're in the back of my mind, and they are the things that I am aiming for in session.
18.
It's all right.
18? All right. Scanlan?
13.
13?
So if any of my players are watching this, they'll be like, I do not remember him doing that much of that. But I do really try. I really, really try to go towards these sorts of things.
3.
All right.
26.
All right.
But I'm short. I'm so short. They would
super duper
gonna hit you in
short.
the
They would
face.
just blow right over.
As the flames just burst out throughout the room, tearing into the air with this reddish white flame, both Vax and Tiberius manage to try and dodge out of the way as best they can, only receiving each of them
Well, all Vax has to do is roll because he's already on the freaking ground.
12 points of fire damage to each of you. So
Well, rogue with uncanny dodge
You
for a
take none.
successful save
And I
gets
take half.
0
you
damage.
take 0 damage, you take 12.
So I take half. Is it 24
No,
total?
24 total. You take half.
Ooh.
The rest
Scanlan,
of us?
Keyleth, and Pike all take 24 points of fire damage.
Ouch.
Ow. Are we still moving? Are we still
Getting used to it. Are you getting used to your new foot, Vax?
You guys move through. That's the four of you guys. Percy, Grog, and Vex and Trinket are all behind as they watch the flames burst out, and they all kind of stop their inertia, and now the mist slowly fills up the room. About the time that your spell wears off for the first minute.
Let's move.
Do we?
We're still in.
You guys are split right now with the bears, the scale bears.
Oh, they're coming with us.
and
They're
we're
like coming with
they're
us
with
through
you,
the whole
yeah.
thing.
Wait, hang on.
Keyleth, blow the smoke again. Blow the mist away, if you can.
Burn in another spell slot. All right, here we
Oh,
go.
no.
Okay,
All right.
it's very.
No, he doesn't
Don't
care.
touch
Now we
anything
walk
on the
gently
sides.
through.
He doesn't care at all.
Burning the second spell slot, the mist clears itself. Now that you're aware of what it does, you're very careful to direct it towards the center and leave an open path. The rest of you rush through, including the scale bearers, in the minute you have. The wind is blowing in your face from Keyleth's position. It's kind of like stepping into the force of a hurricane. You have to put your hand in
That
front
smells
of you.
pretty good though, Keyleth.
Thanks. I tried to get a little bit of like a sage thing going on.
Sagey, rosemary.
Rosemary,
I'm gonna press the
a little bit of orange
just
blossom.
a tiny
it's
like
nice.
airship.
This doesn't count for Matt.
Invited to your peppermint patty.
Doesn't
It's also
count for
pure
Matt.
oxygen, so
It's a
we
very,
get
very
little
tiny shield
buzz.
that it protects this much of your face.
That's what I'm doing.
Your eyes are fine.
I'm doing
The
this.
rest of your robes are just
Yeah.
You guys all make your way across the room. You can finish your spell, and the mist immediately fills up and completely obfuscates that room behind you once more.
One down.
Made it!
20 rooms to go.
You're now in what is a 10-foot wide chamber for an additional 20, or a tunnel or a hallway for another 20 feet before it opens up into another room, but there is no light source in there whatsoever. You, with light on your staff again, do you kind of step ahead to...
Do you want to shoot an arrow in?
Oh, would you like to see?
Yeah, let's do it.
No, Hans, I love cryptic. I love cryptic. I especially because I've talked about how I love visions that can be misinterpreted. If I am giving my players information for free about things that are hidden, I'm allowed to be as cryptic as I want. Because the alternative, a lot of the time, is them not getting anything, right? So I love giving my players cryptic shit. Again, something I wish I did more often. Because there is the only, we're talking about all this, all the smell stuff. The balance here is not over describing, right? We still have to get through the description. We have to get to the game. We have to get to their thing. But if you want to foreshadow stuff, I think you can be as cryptic as you want. Because most of the time, if you're foreshadowing this sort of trap, I mean, Matt didn't foreshadow it at all. So if you want to, any amount, no matter how cryptic, is good. And if you get into a habit of doing that, your players will know that they normally don't have to search out traps if something has not been foreshadowed, right? If they know that if they don't get something cryptic from you, nothing's probably there. And this is like an established thing that you can set up so that they don't get stuck in analysis paralysis, right? They're not checking every door, every window, every inch of this dungeon. They know that they only really need to pay attention if you give them some sort of cryptic indicator. And this is a really great pattern and culture and tone or whatever that you can set up at your table to actually help really avoid analysis paralysis and keep the game focused on descriptions and actions and vibes. Never underestimate how on the nose you need to be to get players to understand things. That's true if you actually want your players to understand it. That's a huge difference. There's a really great aphorism when it comes to writing mysteries, which plays on the rule of threes, which is that if you want your players to receive a clue that is central and imperative to the mystery, like they cannot solve the mystery if they don't have this clue, you need to give it to them 3 times. Because 1, they will miss it, 2, they will misinterpret it, and 3, they will finally understand it. So I dead on agree with John in that if you actually need them to know this information, you need to be direct, or you can be cryptic, but you have to be cryptic about the same thing multiple times and in distinct different ways so that they can like draw the pattern analysis between all of your cryptic things. Might also have given a visual cue, like the mist rises, unusual for fog or something, but normal for methane and hydrogen, sort of volatiles. You could even work that into a nature or a history check of you describe the odd behavior. You describe what they see, but if they are like, well, what does that mean? You get a check involved. And then you can start playing with it. They can start making decisions based on what they gather and what they learn. Yeah, I love Cryptic. Cryptic's fun, man. It is fun.
All right, so as actually this is our arrow.
But it's tricky. Because John is right. Never underestimate what your players will miss, even if it's right in front of their fucking face. So you just have to be okay with them missing it, which in this case, Matt would have been so okay with them missing the cryptic clue, right? And then you get this lovely aspect of like, once the trap triggers, they've misunderstood or missed the cryptic clue, and then the trap triggers, and they go, oh, like, how didn't we see it? And I have found that the vast majority of time, that is a fun reaction and it's good vibes rather than anger at the DM, because at least you tried to give them something, right? That's been at least the vast majority of my experience with it, is that it's actually positive of like, oh, like, we're such silly heads, we should have gotten that. Which is more of a fun reaction than anything else. Yeah, as a player, I sometimes either can't really imagine what is going on or I misunderstand what is being described when things are too cryptic, so it is useful to have a bit more specific descriptions. Which is completely fair. It really depends on the purpose of the descriptions. If there are things that players need to know, it is necessary. So even if we're talking about a dungeon and a puzzle dungeon, say that they need 3 keys. Right, they need 3 keys to unlock a door to get out of the dungeon, right? The location of those keys should be foreshadowed relatively clearly 3 times. Or not foreshadowed, but given like 3 clues as to where each key is. Now, you can give additional things on top of that are weird and cryptic. You can give maybe the location of a shortcut in a cryptic description or message. You can give a hint about a future enemy in a very cryptic way. You can give information about the lore of the dungeon in general in a very cryptic description. These are things that are all optional. They are not necessary to complete the dungeon, but when it comes to the location of the keys, they need to be given it 3 times or very directly and very clearly. Otherwise, you get frustration, you get unsolvable dungeons, things like that.
Light bursts forth from the wooden shaft as it arcs across the room. As it does, you can see the room, as opposed to the previous one, which was...
To determine those things on multiple checks, Hans, that's a very... The multiple checks is definitely a key there. Of like, if it is necessary for them to find, they need to have tons of opportunities. And then I would even recommend, right, you can have there be these potential optional ways that are maybe behind some checks or whatever. And then if they fail every single one of those checks, however unlikely, you then have maybe a challenging path, which I know doesn't really mean anything to you guys, but wait until the map video comes out and then you'll totally understand what I mean. But you have a challenging path, say for example, in Critical Role terms, the chasm, right? The chasm down to the Aboleth pool from the Dwagar war camp, right? That's a challenging path. They need to expend resources to navigate it, and there's an inherent danger to navigating it, right? So you put these optional, maybe sort of, they might get the clue or they might get the info if they make these checks or if they're clever. But if they run out of everything, they don't make the checks, they don't figure out the cryptic clues, there is a room past a challenging path where they have to expend resources. And then there's a very direct explanation of the clue in there. Very, very direct. So you can play around with this. You can play around with having like some that are kind of direct, but, you know, maybe they're multiple times. And it depends a lot on your players, their level of interest in cryptic clues, their level of interest in puzzles in general. All of this is very dependent on your players, but there's a lot to play around with there.
Square and shape. This one is circular. It is a almost like a cylinder in its design. Go ahead and make a perception check.
16.
Okay.
29.
He's
Okay.
better.
You notice that across this floor of the circular room, there are these circles marked across the entirety of the surface here.
Right. Those are probably traps.
I bet those are fun.
Pressure plates, maybe?
Okay, or sigils. We have to activate them or not
If I
activate
have
them.
dark vision,
Can we see?
This is actually, so this kind of comes out of the smell thing. So this could be any other scent. So I've talked about, or any other sense. I've talked about how sight gives you a map. It doesn't bring you into the scene, and it rarely gives you other information. Sometimes it does, talking about, scorch marks or wet spots or, there are things that you can do with sight to give additional information. But the majority of the time, it builds a map for you. And information is better delivered through some additional or other senses, like hearing, smell, taste, touch, any of that. And so in this situation, you can see they're like, are they pressure plates? Are they sigils? They're kind of floundering, like they don't have a direction to go in. This is very reminiscent of the really bad episode. It was either like 4 or 5 right after they leave the Dwagar war camp, where they're either going to go up or down, right? They have the vision, they have the sight of what is happening and what is going on, but they have nothing else that has given them information with which to make a choice. Doesn't matter if the choice is wrong. Doesn't matter if they've misinterpreted the information. None of that matters. Giving them something can really help prevent analysis paralysis. Really, really help. So even, let's take the Dwagar war camp example with the upper and lower path, right? You gave them upper and lower path, but again, that's sight only. If you then narrate, you smell something musty coming from below and cleaner air coming from above. That gives them a lot of information, even if the information is totally bogus. If something is tricking them or they are misinterpreting it, that gives them information and they can make a choice. If you give them more information about these sigils, whether or not it is going to lead them to the right choice, it leads them somewhere and directs their energy. So if you say that they have distinct markings connecting all of the circles, to me, that does speak mechanical or arcane. It's like kind of one of those two things, and it's very clear at that point that it's all one mechanism, because that's not even clear up to this point. We have no idea what these is. These could be summoning circles that we have to like stand on and do like something like additive. You can also narrate a certain increased smell of gore in this area to indicate that it's a trap, not like a key puzzle. All sorts of things to direct the player's energy. If you indicate to them that it's a trap, they start working on how to disarm it or avoid it. If you indicate that it's a puzzle, they start working on how to solve it. These are really, you can be that general. Even if they get it wrong, it at least gives them a direction. They start working on it, and they're either right or they're wrong, and then they move on based on the results, right? So just saying there are circles in the room is fine. It might be true to life. It might be true to fiction. But it kind of leaves the PCs hanging a little bit for what to do. Just like narrating, there's a way up and there's a way down. Right? And these things, if you want, they can be hidden behind checks. This additional information. If you want to be more vague like Matt, that's okay. But I would really recommend having these things on file for when they inevitably do a check to be able to instantly send them in a direction.
The other side of the room. Can we see to the all the way clear to the other side of the room?
Opposite side, there is actually a much larger opening. What looks to be.
And see, even at this point, you can see Scanlan is like, well, there's nothing I can fucking do with this. Can I see something else that like actually gives me something to work with?
Another staircase that descends. This one is 20 feet wide. It's a very wide staircase we're used to seeing, especially in the structure.
There's no door.
No doorway. It's open. It just descends down below. And the only way you can tell is because the arrow arcs across.
Back. I'm gonna click my boots.
What? No.
Haste.
Shouldn't we like throw something onto one of the pressure plates first and see what it does?
Yeah, me. I'm going to click my boots of haste. I'm going to run. I'm going to do sort of a running roll, land on the closest circle, and wait for like half a tick, and then roll off of it.
Are you kidding me?
What?
All right, do it. So as you guys are about to go, wait! Vax is already off. Clicks the boots. The magic, the arcane magic of the boots of haste kick into his body. He leaps forward. Make an acrobatics check.
I hope you get your eyebrows burned.
All right. You leap forward. Your hand touches the
Which, to support my point, additionally, is exactly what Grog did. Now, to be fair to the situations when we're comparing them, they debated for a while more on the up or down, but eventually, Grog just ran. Grog just said, I'm going down, and just did it. And I understand if you're a little bit more used to the stream at this point, you're a little bit more cognizant of pacing, you're maybe didn't like some of the slower analysis paralysis stuff that you guys had done in the past. I can understand why at a low information juncture like this, you would just say, fuck it, I do something. I volunteer.
first circle in the room. As it does, there's suddenly a shift in the room. Like all of a sudden, the hand which you had purchase on slides out from underneath you. You catch yourself on your feet, but now suddenly there's a loud grinding sound. The entire room seems to be shifting, moving, spinning in its own right, and you instinctually feel something moving towards you very quickly. Make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh boy.
I click my earring. You're an idiot.
I'm gonna use luck because that's blue, and that's a natural 20.
Oh! Yeah, 20!
Luck, take a drink.
You barely manage to move out of the way before that circular portion of the ground skyrockets up like a pillar, one very similar to the one that you created for your spell. It slams into the ceiling with a heavy thud, retracts, and continues again. In fact, looking around you, all of them in the room are now at different levels, pistoning into the ceiling. This entire room is slowly rotating, and there are just a series of pillars mashing into the ceiling. You have to make an acrobatics check to try and get through this now because you have
a great bit of foreshadowing. This is nitpicking at this point, but just like a great example of foreshadowing this is talking about how the rest of the ceilings, the walls have been hyper smooth, very, very seemingly purposely constructed. And when you get into this room, you describe the circles, and then you say above, the ceiling is oddly deformed. It is jagged and ragged, as if repeatedly worn down. Now, imagine you don't know what the trap is. That doesn't honestly tell you much. That's pretty... It's on the cryptic-ish side, but it gets them thinking about a connection between the floor and the ceiling. It puts them in a direction, right? And that's kind of the goal here, is like, it's not necessary that they find out what the trap does. I'm not trying to tell them, hey, like, you notice, I don't know, slide marks along the floor next to the circles, right? I'm not trying to be too specific, but I'm trying to inform them about maybe the major features of the room, the things that they might be concerned about, and get them looking in a certain direction.
Very little space to move.
Okay. I'm gonna use luck again. That is 18.
18.
Drink.
You managed to make your way halfway across the room, dodging out of the way as these pillars are slamming and retracting, kind of use the pattern of when they're pulling down from the ceiling, but they're moving very fast. One of them manages to catch you underneath your ankle. Go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw again.
That's 15.
15. All right. It catches you, takes you off of your balance, and it rockets you towards the ceiling. You manage to pull most of your body out of the way in time, but it still catches the back of your shoulder blade. You take 40 points of crushing damage.
Yes!
As you are slammed into the ceiling, and as the pillar retracts, you roll off with a heavy wheeze of pain. Catching onto your feet again, make one more acrobatics check.
Oh my god. If you get crushed to death.
40 points. I mean, okay. You know what? I can't even be too. I was about to say 40 points and all they got was circles on the floor. But to be fair to Matt, they didn't even make a fucking check. They weren't even like, can I divine the nature of the circles? Like, Vax just pushed forward before anyone could have done anything. So I was about to critique Matt there, but it's not really his fault.
I'm sitting down cross-legged style, by the way.
What?
This is equivalent to putting up a wall in front of your players. This is equivalent to Tiberius's spell not working against the wall in Craghammer, of saying, "Hey Vax, you can't just step on it with no consequences, my man."
23. 23. You managed to...
I don't know if I would have involved 4 separate checks. I think maybe that's a little much. But I could also be convinced that it's very appropriate, and I wouldn't argue it too much.
In the severe pain you're feeling, you can tell there's probably some serious bruising in there, and you probably broke a couple ribs. But you managed to just barely dodge and leap out of the way, making yourself across the room to where the staircase descends out of the immediate danger.
Jeez.
The rest of you now are standing on the opposite side of this room.
Wait. Those were checks for him to make it through? I thought those were checks for him to get back to where he started. Oh! 4 checks is very okay for that shit. Yeah, that's... Never mind. That's fine. If he's trying to go through this shit just raw? Okay. Yeah, no. That was all fair. I agree with Matt. I might have foreshadowed it a little bit more, but also I don't really blame him because Vax barely gave him a chance to. I'd hope this place had some beefy traps, to be fair, given what it's going to have to protect. True. Very
which is
true.
currently a rotating grinding mill.
That was great.
If there's any kind of device or anything on this side.
Okay, hold on a second, Vax. Just chill out for a minute. We all just took a little damage this last time.
Perception check.
He's checking.
All right, make a perception check.
For a lever or something.
For a switch.
25.
25. You can see on the ceiling in the very, very center of the room, precariously placed right where one of the pillars in the center slams into the ceiling, there appears to be a small quarter-sized hole, gold piece-sized hole in the ceiling.
Yeah, come on, Vex.
Race you for
in
it.
the middle of the room. In the ceiling,
Is
where...
there a shot of it, or is there bagoong going on?
Oh no, it's still going. The pillars are still slamming into the roof. And that one hole you see is right where one of the pillars slams into the roof. You only see it intermittently when the pillar retracts.
Go, sharpshooters,
You
go.
first to me.
Well, let's try this first, because you might just break it down completely.
Oh, very well.
You're much more powerful than I am, person.
Yeah, ladies first, perhaps.
Ladies.
All right, can I try to shoot an arrow into the little hole?
You can. This is a hard shot because it's at an angle now.
Okay.
And it's to be kind of a... we're talking, this is Robin Hood level split the arrow, because you have to hit it and ricochet upward to see if it'll have any
Oh,
effect.
jeez Louise.
I
Do it.
place my hands on her shoulders.
Can you inspire?
I can inspire her.
And I give her enhance ability.
Ooh, enhance
Okay, what does that mean?
You have advantage on
Ability checks.
ability checks.
This is what, an attack?
Oh wait,
Or is
never
this-
This would
mind.
be an attack.
I would like to
careful
offer
aim.
my beard for a rub of good luck.
I'm gonna.
If you would like to touch it.
Thanks,
As you offer the beard, it tears off.
What?
Oh no!
What did you do?
You know what? I'm gonna tie this to the arrow. It's gonna give it really good luck.
Seems like it's
I'm not
aerodynamically.
actually gonna tie it to the arrow.
Okay.
I'm just gonna kind of
plan.
crumple it.
Mark in your inventory, you now have a fake Grod rope beard.
Is that like a -1 to my confidence now?
Dude, I've seen Orion trying to talk. I've seen it. He better be supporting Vex, not subverting her. Because they are very clearly all supporting Vex right now. This is not we're all in on Vex. So unless you have something to support that, or you say, like, maybe, like, I can do this if maybe you ask. Maybe. I still think that's kind of a dick move. That would still get a 1 if he asked her, hey, I actually have a way that I want to do it. But if he just does it...
Oh, we'll come into play.
So the goal is to shoot an arrow into this, like the Death Star? Is that what's going on?
Essentially, yeah.
Okay, cool. As I see her ready, I'm gonna hold up my hand with my ring, point it right at that hole.
So you can deflect it if I...
I got your back.
All right, thanks, Tiberius.
All right, and you're going to...
I'm going to inspire her with inspiration. I'll sing, ooh, shut up and shoot that hole. Your arrow is my destiny. Yes, ooh, shut up and shoot that hole.
Let's go. Let's go. Okay. Okay. Orion?
And with that, you feel your focus, you wait, you breathe in, you breathe out, you breathe in, you breathe out in pattern with the slamming of the piston against the...
I don't fully understand his plan, but he's, I think, supporting her. So
the ceiling.
Get it, you're gonna
You let out all your breath and you hold, waiting between heartbeats, and then release. Go ahead and make your attack roll.
I'm gonna roll the fancy one we got last week.
Get it, girl, get it.
All right. Oh no. Okay. I add my attack bonus.
Yes, you do.
Plus an inspiration.
Plus an inspiration
Plus a
dice.
D10.
Oh shit.
You're so quiet. Oh, that's awesome. Okay. 35.
Yeah, good inspiration.
As you release the arrow, you see the pillar slamming. The pillar comes down just as the arrow crests over it, past another pillar that just barely manages to miss the high segment.
I cast telekinesis to swoop it up.
Oh, let me just see if I got it first.
You rolled a 35.
Alright,
It's going there anyway.
So as the pillar pulls down, the arrow goes cascading forward. Go ahead and make a D20 roll with the +5 modifier.
Sweet. That's 17.
17? Okay. So as the arrow makes its way, it ricochets off the bottom edge of the actual hole and immediately bends itself upward. The shaft bending as it begins to start heading up the hole. There's a sudden force of arcane energy that slams it even harder up into the top of this tiny little slit. As it goes up there, you hear what sounds like a splintering of wood and metal. Then you hear metal grinding. You start seeing bits and chunks of grinding metal begin to pour out of the hole, and the pillars begin to...
Hey!
Nice shot!
Yeah,
eventually coming to a halt.
Time goes this 37.
Slamming. The pillar comes down just as the arrow crests over it, past another pillar that just barely manages to miss the high segment.
I cast telekinesis to swoop it up.
Oh, let me just see if I got it first.
You rolled a 35.
It's going there anyway.
So as the pillar pulls down, the arrow goes cascading forward. Go ahead and make a D20.
Dude. That... I don't think that's the worst moment, but I'm trying to think of a worse moment. In terms of, like, behavior that is not explicitly, like, being mean, like being a dick, but that is so fundamentally bad. I don't even need to really talk about it. That's just, she rolled a 35, dude. And her, just let me see if I hit yet. Like, even if he wanted to do that, hey, fucking, to all the players out there, I understand, okay? I get it. There's this great thing in D&D called readying an action, where you can set up a trigger which includes an attack missing. So you can set up a trigger, and if that trigger goes, then you get to do the action. So he can say to Vex, hey, if you miss the attack, I want to ready an action to cast telekinesis so that maybe you hit it. Just talk about your plans. And then we're all good. If she does miss, you get to provide the support that gets her there. And if she doesn't miss, she just gets to have the fucking moment, dude. The disappointment on Laura's face while Ryan rolled his dice, she was quite deflated. Dude, that was so... I don't think... I've felt awkwardness and disappointment. I think this is one of the first things that he's done that's made me angry. Like that, I'm really annoyed. And when I was just saying that a second ago, I felt the anger rising in my chest. I'm I need to cool down. It's such a let her have her moment, man.
Could have done it.
You totally could
I
have
could
done
have
that.
made that shot.
Next room's yours.
Next room's yours. That was one of those impossible things, right?
Pretty damn close to impossible.
Nice.
Pretty damn close to impossible.
All right, let's go across.
Yeah, I just...
Eventually coming to a halt.
A wrench in a
I could
machine.
have done it.
You totally could
I
have
could
done
have
that.
made that shot.
Next room's yours.
Next room's
That was one of those impossible things, right?
Pretty damn close to impossible.
Nice.
Pretty damn close to
All right, let's go across and heal our rogue.
Yeah, we walk across.
As they come to the other side, I clutch my broken rib and injuredly hold a hand up and give a half-assed high five to my sister. Ugh.
Good job getting slammed into the roof like that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah.
So can we take a short rest to heal up, and then also a short rest to take a short rest in real life?
You can. We're gonna go ahead and stop here. You're now taking a short rest.
Okay.
You guys take a moment. If you want to go ahead and heal up at all, using any of your hit dice, you're able to.
I'm
Vax.
gonna do that.
Me too.
And on that note, we're gonna go ahead and take our 5-minute break here, guys.
Cool.
While the party takes a short rest, we're taking a 5-minute rest. We gotta be done by 10 tonight.
Let's
for
do
this
it.
stream, So we're taking a 5-minute break.
Yeah, it's I think it's one of those things, Hans, that is... Let's imagine two people with equal patterns of behavior, right? No bias coming into it. But let's imagine that it's Ashley Johnson and Orion. And Ashley, much less experience in TTRPGs, D&D, than ostensibly Orion. Because outside of a pattern of behavior, he has directly expressed knowledge and concern over certain mechanics, certain monsters. So there is a very clear and explicit level of understanding and experience. And that is something that I might expect out of a new player. And it is a great learning moment for a new player. That is the sort of thing where, as a DM, I maybe pull the new player aside afterward, not during the session. Don't want to bring down the vibes, don't want to embarrass them at all. Ever. But, after the session, maybe point out hey, I know that you were really excited. I know you wanted to help. There is this concept called readying to where, and I would explain it almost exactly how I said it here, of that way, if that player succeeds, it's great, it's awesome, it's dramatic for them. You have that built-in offer that you offered to help. And if they fail, then you can save it, and it's this big collaborative moment, and it's very, very fun and very, very cool. And that's a conversation that I would directly have with a player. But that is under the assumption that it's an Ashley Johnson or that it's a Hans when he's first brand new to D&D. Because again, I also get it, but you've played enough D&D at this point. At least it seems like it. That you should know better. You should know better. And the fact that he doesn't, I don't really care. I've said before, especially in the whole Kavarn temple debacle, that he was at the wrong table. That his behavior was not cohesive with the tone that Matt and all the other players were operating under. This is not a wrong table behavior. This is a new player behavior, and I would expect more from someone who is ostensibly very familiar with the mechanics and cares a lot about the mechanics, which clearly speaks to experience. I would expect more out of someone that's this experienced. What a fun session. Fun moment. Pew, pew, pew. Yeah, I don't know. That one was tough.
Break.
True five.
Orion, if you want to go ahead and we're going to go ahead and give you guys.
8, 9, 10.
Yes, sir.
That's
No,
one.
okay. Yeah. So I want to go ahead and introduce our guests and give them an overview of the charity we have currently on the stream tonight. So,
Yes. Got it. Roll
pass this over to Orion.
Yeah, Matt had given absolutely no indication that the arrow was going to miss. He'd given no indication that the arrow was going to miss. If he had, maybe jump in at that point. Then you have to wait for that sort of thing until the despair, right? Of Matt starts narrating the miss. He starts narrating it just barely, but it seems like it's going to miss. And especially if I'm the DM and I know that Orion has clearly set something up, I'm going to be very clear about that in my description to give the potential for someone to jump in on that. And then once we're in that low state, you come through and save it. But yeah, I don't know, man. What seems me the most is he doesn't seem sorry. His gut reaction was justification and dismissal that he did anything wrong. I agree. It's and I think that is where even talking about it being a new player behavior, like Hans brought in, it was everyone at the table looks and is like, dude, what? Don't if I don't want to put words in your mouth, and you might have been more like Orion when you were younger, and maybe you've just grown a lot. But I would assume, Hans, that even when you did that, being new to D&D, if everyone at the table had been like, dude, what the fuck? You might have had a little bit of self-awareness about oh, maybe that was the wrong decision. And you learn from it. You learn from that. But everyone looked at Orion and said, dude, what? And he was like, I don't even have to roll for it. What are you angry about? And it's like, yeah. Low whiz. He was asking Matt about the chances of hitting, seemingly proud that he did it. It definitely seemed like my read and my assumption was that he's like, yes, never would have hit if I didn't get involved. But I don't want to imagine too much. I want to look at what we can see, but this would have been a good time to metagame since we knew the roll was really good. If it was crappy or a middling roll, I could sort of understand the eagerness, but it was crazy high. Yeah, it's stupid high. Stupid high. And I completely agree with you, Restay. It's this is a moment where the metagaming is okay. You don't need to jump in. It was a 35. People said instantly, it's exactly what Liam said. Dude, she rolled a 35.
Okay,
Nice.
Come on over. Enjoy my chicken.
Don't forget to go to Teespring and buy our t-shirts.
Yes, by the way, our t-shirts are...
Go to Teespring. Go to Teespring. Go to Teespring. Okay, I'm going to do a little bio break. Cool down. Get myself some water. Maybe get myself a cheese stick. And I will be back in a moment for more D&D, for more Critical Role. Oy, 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 dude. Ooh. Orion is driving me to drink. I don't know if drinking on stream is not allowed or if there are any issues with it, but if there are, it's raspberry juice. I'm solidly of age, so I don't think there's any issue, but yeah, dude, that was fucking crazy. I was thinking about it more in the bathroom, and I was thinking about how the fact that it is televised, or not televised, but you know, the fact that it is on air, that it's live, that it's a show, really heightens the highs and really lowers the lows, because like that moment, if that moment happens in a normal game, like in a home game, everyone probably goes, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Let her have her moment. And then they go, what? And then the DM goes like, come on, man. And like, maybe you have an argument about it at the table. I don't know. But I think it's more likely that something happens in the moment. But because it's on stream, they kind of just have to brush past it. They have to like maintain the vibes at all costs, even if that means just zooming on past inappropriate behavior. You see it all the time with like big streamers that are really financially dependent. Like I try to, when I see stuff on my stream or in the chat that I don't like, I try to call it out. So like for example, during the blue-haired DM interview, one of his chatters, who seemed nice, did not seem like a problem at all, but they said something to the effect of like death to all furries. And we were having, there was like a small joke between me and Blue that was totally benign in reference to furries. And I said something like, oh yeah, furries are always welcome on stream, whatever. And they said death to all furries in the chat. And I had to stop. I had to be like, hey. No, fuck are you saying right now? Like, furries are welcome. And they're like, oh, it was a joke, man. And it's like, okay. Like, that's fine. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt that it was a joke, but not those kinds of jokes here, all right? But I can say that because I have 2 chats at any given time, like 2 new ones, and like I'm not financially dependent on this. If I piss all of you off and am at 0 tomorrow, I don't lose my livelihood. And I know that they're not financially dependent on this yet, but there is a lot of financial incentive, which really like messes with the incentives around the vibes about like keeping it up and maybe not like being too much of a downer. It's tough. It's a struggle, but it is what it is. The second half is 58 minutes, but I'd suggest 1.5 to get through before we hit midnight. John, I couldn't agree more. I was also thinking about that in the bathroom. Yeah, I might even, if there's any sort of combat, I'll bump it up probably to like 0.75 even, just to really hike through it quick.
Teespring, have 6 more days.
Oh, wait. Timestamp. After the break is 57:22. Also, everybody say thank you to John for timestamps. Seriously, the Critical Role timestamps, I mean, they're small and like, I don't know, may not seem impactful to a lot of people, but it is very quick and easy for me and helps make the stream experience better for everyone. So thank you, John. I think there's a lot of combat. Oh, delightful. Can't wait. And they may not be financially dependent, but they are doing all of this with coworkers all around and maybe watching. Thanks, John. Yeah, I mean it's coworkers. I mean they may not be financially dependent, but the crew is, because this is a Geek and Sundry show. And so maybe even if the proceeds don't go to Geek and Sundry, the success of the show still has a reputation effect on Geek and Sundry, which does impact people's livelihoods. So there's all sorts of shit surrounding this that makes it difficult for them to address issues in the moment. So yeah, it's tough. It's a tough aspect.
Various wounds in that circumstance. You make your way, playing a fancy little diddle on a flute. You make your way down this long staircase. You continue down for, I'd say, probably a good 100 feet or so before you start encountering, I would say, a mild change in the scenery at least. What was normally just a musty hallway is now becoming thicker and thicker, coated with large spider webs.
Awesome.
Everything's so sticky.
Spiders!
You push through and cut through, and it gets to the point where it's just so matted. You guys are having to bushwhack your way through as if you had a machete.
I'm not taking off my mask.
Could I turn to one of the scale bearers and ask if they have ever dealt with any umber hulks in this region?
Okay, so Scalebearer Vorak gives a kind of a curious look to your question. Scalebearer Desona looks to you and says,
No, I don't believe they exist in this region, nor this close to the surface as far as I know.
Right, that's important, isn't it?
Also,
the spider webs, like, are they becoming more as we try to traverse this? Okay. So I'm gonna make my way towards the front of the group because I'm noticing this, and I'm gonna do a fire breath, and I'm gonna instantly cast Control Flame and catch as much as I can of it, and start spinning it and burning the webs as we go.
Okay, very cool. So Tiberius steps forward and breathes a heating breath of dragon fire out of his mouth as it cascades forward, burning through the nearby web.
the worst person you know made a good point. That's cool. I was gonna try to rules lawyer it, and it's probably not allowed, but also Dragon's Breath is notoriously bad, so I'm letting it slide because it's cool. Fuck.
He casts a secondary spell and captures it and begins to shape it almost like it's a fiery clay in the middle of the air. And utilizing that in a very similar way he uses his telekinesis, begins to use that rolling fire to burn through the webbing as you guys continue down the stairway.
That's convenient. It needs to be disinfected.
And fire cleans all. It also leaves a terrible stench. Burning web has this awful kind of
burnt hair.
It's similar, like burnt hair with a hint of burnt plastic, if you can think of it. It's awful.
What's plastic?
This is more for your own player knowledge, sensory knowledge. The sound of the crackling of the nearby webbing that is slowly retracting.
You're being a very good boy, Matt. You're getting there. This is delightful.
And burning and melting.
You are really proving that you might be able to be like a good citizen of the Union. I'm liking it. No thanks, yes sir, but thank you for the shout out. Just trying to check my obsession for CR and helping you not waste time, but also not miss neat things. Fuck yeah, dude. I'm into it. I appreciate it.
Is immediately joined by the sound of a low clicking.
We piss them
I
off.
stealth
and they're
immediately.
Stealth?
Do we want to? I can try and cast Pass Without a Trace on all of us. If we
Oh,
want to sneak
yeah,
through
that
here.
would be good.
Do you want to try and
Yeah,
sneak
do
through? I cast Pass Without a Trace.
All right.
Everyone.
All right, so
Changes every time.
sweet. So Pass Without Trace is cast while you two both make stealth rolls.
So with the pass without trace, 31.
My magic's all stealth.
24.
With the plus 10?
Plus 10 from what? Say again?
Pass without trace.
From Keyleth cast Pass Without Trace.
34.
All right. You guys start off the side, kind of using the remnants of the web that's available to block your physical forms. The roiling fire that's been placed ahead of you.
Okay, this is a total side tangent. What? Me? Insane. But it is. I just heard Orion say, like, oh, is my magic stealth too? Oh my gosh. Crazy that we haven't had this discussion yet, but the idea of stealthing magic, of stealthing verbal and or somatic components, this is something that not only is a tone at the table aspect that can be really, really different depending on the tone that you want to establish, but this is something that I will often make dependent upon the setting within my setting. So if you are in the wild, in maybe a more desolate part of town, even in maybe like a more like an area that's full of scoundrels and lawbreakers. I'm actually not well, it depends. If you're in a more chaotic area, I'm probably not making you roll even if you want to stealth. Like if you want to stealth your stuff, maybe you have to roll, maybe you don't. But if you are in a high control area, whether that means gangs, whether that means traditional law enforcement, whether that means bodyguards, whether that means lots of animals around, right? Like that might be tipped off to whatever you're doing. Those are the sorts of situations where I'm more concerned about rolling. For sorcerers, meta magic to be able to cast spells without verbal components, that's the thing. Yes, subtle spell. And subtle spell is immensely good. So this, John, you make a fantastic point. This is an interesting area of DM fiat that if you let people get away with casting these spells like stealthed, I think number one, regardless of anything, it should be there should be a reason if you don't have to roll, right? So in the areas I described, I don't make them roll in chaotic situations where it might make sense for something to get missed in the hustle and bustle of things. But if we're in a very high control, very I think high control is the best word for it, sort of environment, I will make them roll stealth, and it's normally pretty difficult. And I've also allowed performance for this. If they want to cast magic undetected, I have allowed performance to hide their spell casting within something else. That is something that I'm very, very comfortable doing. But those are the situations where I craft it to the situation and I try to make it as consistent as possible. So it's not just, is him getting detected casting magic right now bad or good for the plot? Is it interesting to the plot? I really try and tie that consistently to the type of environment that they're in. Is it reasonable for them to hide their magic easily, or is that more difficult? And this is also brings in the advice of don't have them roll if it's impossible, or don't have them roll if it's not possible that they would fail. That's sort of worked into this advice. And sorcerers have the benefit, even at my table, of never having to roll. They can just use subtle spell and they are off to the races. And these stealth checks or these performance checks that I have them make are usually pretty difficult. I do want to still reward, I still want to reward those sorcerers. And the only reason that I am interested in this DM fiat area is because the PHB and the DMG are sort of vague on whether or not verbal and somatic components can be hidden in the first place. So it's not even like I'm contradicting Raw or I'm creating homebrew that steps on a feature. There's an implied interpretation, and there's Ray, which I haven't even talked about before. I've talked about Raw, which is Raw's rules as written, if you don't know, and Ray, or Rye, I've also heard it called, is rules as intended. And so there's a certain Ray interpretation here of, because sorcerers have subtle spell, it implies that everyone else cannot hide their verbal and somatic components, right? The existence of this almost proves the negative, but that is Ray. That's not Raw. The guidance, the actual official Raw guidance is very vague on the subject, and leaves it really up to DM fiat, which also a term that I've used before that I've realized I may not have explained. DM fiat, at least in my experience and my understanding, is any time a rule might need interpretation, or an interesting action is performed by the players that doesn't fall within the rules, DM fiat is the DM's interpretation and implementation of the rules as it applies to things that may not be explicitly covered by the rules. So, all of that is to say, I am okay with going against Ray, even if it steps on an existing feature a little bit. I would not be okay just saying, like, yeah, everyone can cast them at stealth at will, because I feel that that really does entirely subvert sorcerer metamagic. So it is only in certain situations, and in other situations it's related to a role, and in other situations it may not be possible at all. So these are all kind of levels to it. I use performance and sleight of hand to hide verbal and somatic components. Totally. I think that performance is amazing for verbal, sleight of hand is amazing for somatic. If you are wanting to like be in this vein, I think it's totally reasonable to require both, which is a big ask because one is a dex-based skill and one is a charisma-based skill. So requiring success on both of them to fully hide this is a tall order. And it allows you to really play on that failure. So there's a lot of ways to roll with this DM fiat. I think there's a key difference between straight up removing the need for verbal components and muttering the words under your breath, right? To some degree, I mean, we can talk about the actual what is done in fiction versus the actual like tangible effects. If you treat muttering the words under your breath as no one can hear them, you might as well have removed the verbal component, right? So the effect is sort of the same. But if it's like you mutter, I think it's totally fair if you want to go the opposite way with this. So instead of having a PC, like if the PC just wants to mutter it under their breath, right? They're not doing performance, they're not doing sleight of hand, they just want to mutter it under their breath. This now involves NPC perceptions, either passive perception or an active role. And I think that's totally fine. And so now you work in this failure mode where you can now not punish them, to be clear, but you can interact with that attempt. And you can really interact with that failure mode in interesting ways of like, oh, you were just trying to cast magic under your breath. What the fuck are you doing? Maybe a contested check? Sure. The caster's stealth or performance versus the captor's perception. I mean, we've talked about contested checks before. I don't do a ton of them at my table because I run a sort of lower chaos tone. But if you're running a table more like Matt, more in his tone with a little bit higher chaos, a little bit higher randomness, more rolling, contested check is perfect for this. Absolutely perfect. So yeah, I mean, there are a lot of ways to work in that interpretation of the rules in ways that are interesting and that provide opportunities for really interesting moments, because if you just didn't allow this, there's never the opportunity for failure, and those failures can be so interesting, right? So I like this even more than something like the homebrew potion rule, because the homebrew potion rule doesn't have a failure mode, right? So allowing something where sometimes you have to make a check, the moment that we get a check involved, we introduce failure, and we introduce potential punishment, and there's a lot of interesting things that can be done there. Maybe even an NPC Arcana check, depending. Oh, totally. Yeah. Arcana to see if the thing that you're whispering under your breath even is a spell in the first place. To see if you could roll Deception versus Arcana. That totally works. And this can be a conversation with the player on what they want to do. This can be totally up to you as the DM of, no, you need to make these checks. Yeah.
You're starting to reflect small little points of reflected light throughout the shadows in the distance that are moving towards you as you begin to see giant, hairy,
I back up.
arachnid legs.
I cast, my cloaks. I have my cloak on, and I'm gonna go ahead and cast Stone Skin real quick.
Okay.
That's what I do right now.
Cast Stone Skin. I'm gonna go ahead and ask.
I'm also gonna cast Stone Skin.
Can I cast?
You know what? Normally, I would give him an annoyance, but I'm not going to this time because at least he did it before Matt asked for fucking initiative. So you know what? It's improvement in one of his areas. So he gets to skip the annoyance counter this time.
I'm gonna go ahead and ask.
I'm also gonna cast Stone Skin.
Can I cast? While they're coming, I cast. I didn't have it written down.
I'm gonna go invisible.
Never mind. I can't find my spell.
I might not use that one for her.
This is exciting, guys. There's a board of some sort.
I cast entangle
This is
on the ground.
In front.
Yeah.
You can
Alrighty.
cast things?
Yeah, she's a ranger. She can cast stuff.
Delightful. Do all of this before initiative is rolled. I love it. Love it, love it, love it.
As long as it's at range.
The moment that Matthew Mercer asks for initiative, you cannot do any of this shit. But it's all before initiative, so I'm chill. They're taking advantage of the fact that Matt has to take a second to set up the map, and we are all good. If Matt doesn't tell them that they have to pause, then they don't have to pause.
Got a beard spell.
That's my terrible joke. No, I'm embarrassed.
And you can frenzy rage.
I will do that occasionally, by the way. I will say, hey, everybody, pause for a second. Don't take any actions. Talk amongst yourself. I have to prepare something. If it's potentially time-sensitive, initiative-sensitive sort of thing. And I think that's fully within the right of the DM. But if Matt doesn't say that, they are fully within their right to see this thing and to react.
Right. You can now see immediately scampering up the side what appear to be a series of large arachnid-like creatures. As you cast Entanglement, you can
That might be wrong.
Go ahead and read the spell.
Did I manage to catch a control flame my entire fire breath when I did that?
That's.
Yeah. I will say, John, that behavior would be better than what I've seen so far, because most of the behavior that I've seen is Matt says roll initiative, and then they choose to do stuff, and then they roll. Mostly when I say they, I mean Orion, but I think everyone else at the table has also been guilty of it. So even that would be an improvement for me. Yeah, generally we want to try and respect the time scale of what's happening, but if they see it, I haven't called for initiative yet, and they do one thing, much worse things could happen.
That's not what it was.
Is that what I'm controlling still?
Currently you are.
That's not what it was. That's the wrong spell.
Is there a way?
Sorry. Spike growth is the spell.
Spike growth?
Yeah, I start getting some
It has
rituals involved.
Spike growth.
Yeah.
Okay, that is different.
Yes, which is the ground in a 20-foot radius centered on a point within range, twists and sprouts, hard spikes and thorns. It's difficult to range for the duration, but anybody that can see me casting it doesn't take a damage to it. It's only the people that don't see me.
Okay.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Any creature that can't see the area at the time the spell is cast must make a wisdom check.
Cool. Oh wait, but can they see the area?
They can see the area.
Oh, well, that's not.
Quick snap to Laura for knowing her spell and for having it pulled up. I know it took her kind of a second to find it, but a lot of the experienced people, Orion, even I think Sam has some experience, but both of them are very guilty of like trying to cast a spell and then just not knowing what the fuck it does. Keela does the same thing, or Marisha, but I know that she's not nearly as experienced as Orion, or I think Sam, but I definitely know Orion. So good on Laura for having that.
Quite the same thing then, but I thought. Forget it! My spell is stupid!
No.
It's fine. Just not in the hallway with stairs.
Oh!
It's fine. Just
Sam
stick to
had
arrow.
zero experience. Okay. Uh-oh, so this just becomes an Orion thing again.
So much
Wow.
As I see this, can
Funny how that happens.
I release my control flame and let the fire breath just happen and like not control anymore?
Looking at your spell now.
You would have already had to do that in order. Well, actually, is control flame a cantrip? Control flame might actually not be concentration. Yeah, because control flame is a cantrip, so I guess theoretically, but again, I would tend towards you get one thing while time is kind of in this pause state. This is Sam's first campaign. Sam is killing it. Especially on Bard. Bard is not the easiest of classes to play. Sam's fucking killing it. Experience levels before this campaign: Matt, Taliesin, Marisha, Liam. Interesting. That's very interesting. I knew about, Matt and Taliesin. I didn't realize that Marisha had more than like Sam I think I knew that these top two were the least experienced. I thought Laura Bailey had a little bit, but interesting. Marisha and Tao were players in a couple of prior games that Matt ran. Oh, I remember. She talked, it was different systems. So I know that, I think that was the thing, is that Marisha didn't have any 5e experience. But I remember she talked about another system that they ran that actually sounded really interesting to me. Liam played when he was 13, but nothing in adulthood. Interesting.
Control flames is a cantrip.
I know.
You are able to control just enough fire to burn away the things. It wouldn't actually do any damage if released. Control fire, it kind of like captures an element of it.
Okay, so that's what I was using, the element of what I did.
Yeah.
But I used it so I can have the fire.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Use it as
That's how I
catalyst
thought
to it.
Okay.
They can see the ground.
They can.
No, don't cast it.
Decent
Doesn't mess
reaction.
up the ground if you try to walk through it.
Not you guys, but they.
Well.
Video
that's
game
something else.
experience.
No, right now everyone rolls initiative.
Thank you.
I was like,
Only so many things you can do here, Tiberius.
I know, but I like doing lots of things.
I know you do.
It's not bad. I'll take that.
Yeah. I love my new stats.
I don't think that.
I love my new stats.
Like, better just-
I roll terribly, but my stats are good.
Every time. I've never rolled a double-digit initiative roll ever.
Oh, Scanlan, but you rolled them
We
in the
just
account.
will Wheaton roll every time you roll initiative.
Is that what we're calling it? Wheatening?
Yeah, Wheaton.
Wheatening?
Wheaton.
Alright.
Yeah.
Wheaton.
All right, so 25 to 20.
That's 20.
Yeah.
Oh! I feel like that never happens when it's like damage or something.
That's okay.
23.
I'm gonna go with
All right,
it.
so 23, what you got?
There we go.
All right, so we got Vex,
Sorry, I know that was probably a little quiet. Very interesting.
Grog, and Pike, what's your dex? What's your initiative bonus?
Nothing.
I'm honestly mostly inferring Orion's prior experience by the way that he is interacting with mechanics and unestablished lore. Because he's interacting with unestablished lore with a lot of pre-existing knowledge, which could just mean that he's read Dragon Magazine for 12 years. Very possible. But I find it less than likely.
Nothing, so 20. All right. 20 to 15.
17.
17 Keyleth.
15.
16.
All right, Percy. Tiberius. Vax.
He's gone.
Left the screen.
Oh, really?
Great.
I'm gonna consider that. I'm gonna consider that a low initiative.
He's meant to go poop.
7.
7 for Scanlan.
Or deal with.
All right, we'll get to this turn when we get to it. We'll have one of your turns. It's okay. All right, Vex.
Wait, there he is.
He has a hat.
What do you want for initiative?
It's trinket.
That is a 16.
16.
Okay.
Get your head out of your ass.
He's Dr. Evil.
Me.
Yes.
Oh, I'm gonna cast Conjure Barrage at all of the spiders coming at us.
Alrighty.
And I'm gonna Hunter's Mark whatever one looks the biggest.
Okay. From this position, you will also hit Tiberius to hit.
Oh,
all
where
of
am
those.
I?
You're right here.
Oh.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
I mean, you could.
I'm gonna move to where I'm in the middle of them. I'm
Right
still
there?
kind of stuck. Yeah, and then I'll Conjure Barrage from there.
Okay.
I cast Hunter's Mark on the biggest one I see.
Okay. This one here is one of the more larger ones. So
Okay.
go ahead and mark that. And go ahead and. Conjure Barrage does what damage?
It does 3d8 on all creatures.
They get a saving throw?
Yes, they do. Half damage if they save.
Okay. What's the DC on your spells?
My DC is 14.
Alrighty.
What's your DC, girl?
The subtitles in a funny gruff voice, mimicking Laura's gruff voice.
What's your digits? Give me those stats.
Okay.
Do I need to roll for attack?
Only this one makes it.
Oh, sweet.
No, the barrage just happens.
Oh,
They're all
sweet.
caught in it.
Okay,
So
cool.
all of them take full damage, except for this one takes half damage. So go ahead and roll the damage on that.
15, and then 20 for the big one with the Hunter's Mark.
Okay.
go slightly higher for combat.
Alrighty. So, do you move the stat? Do you want to move trinket as well?
Can I have trinket attack?
Trinket.
Oh, that's a lot of them.
Well, the spell you cast was an action. Trinket can attack as part of your attack.
Okay, so I get a second attack.
Well, no, your spell is an action, so like that's your turn. Like, you do conjure barrage.
Cool, I'm gonna step back against the wall.
All right, so you step back there. Do you want to move trinket anywhere in particular?
Nah, I can't really get anywhere. It's
All right, trinket there.
It's good times, guys.
Angrily, growl at the distance. Grog, you're up.
I'd like to hold my turn.
What? Right.
Ooh, yeah.
Grog holds initiative. Strategy.
good.
Fight, you're up.
Okay, how far can I move up to use a spiritual weapon?
You can move through your
Forget
allies
to
without
learn
initiative.
that,
You can shift through your own guys without a problem.
Okay, so I would like to, cast a gold...
Oh man, there's a whole diatribe and point that I would try to be very succinct on when it comes to player trust. If Orion said that, I'm getting annoyed right now. Travis said that, I'm getting excited. That's when I was talking earlier about like trust at the table and how it enhances everything. It's like even something as simple or as like, relatively benign as holding a turn is just infinite. Like I just immediately trust Travis and don't trust Orion. And it's an unfortunate thing, but it's just the way it is. Holy based. Yeah, man.
Spiderweb of thorns. What?
Nice, fancy.
All right. Okay.
And encase the spiders.
Okay.
That's cool.
Okay.
Like a thorny net. Like a thorny net.
This would be considered a net if you were consider a weapon that you are
I'm
conjuring.
just making it look really pretty.
Right.
Basically.
Okay. So the effect of this, because you're able to letting you hit multiple guys with.
Okay. I like this. I like that Matt is actually assigning this an actual weapon now. And like, so that now you can derive stats from that. I'm sure that he will not totally ignore the stats of what he just said it was. Oh no, I've read ahead of the subtitles. How does he do it? Matt, why are you... You're like, I'm gonna consider it a net, but also I'm gonna let it do this thing that a net can't do. It's... I get it. I get the attempt. I get where you're going with it, but it's not quite there.
This, it would not do any damage.
It wouldn't do any damage. It would just contain.
It would possibly have an effect on their ability
Even
to
if
move.
they're thorny? But like holy thorns? Oh.
And this is something else that I've kind of talked about in regards to Matt and Ashley Johnson of it's good that he is encouraging creative play. It is good that he is allowing her to do interesting things that she wants to do. But there's also a certain aspect when you are playing with new players that it can be good sometimes to slightly restrict what they can do compared to maybe other people at the table. Not extremely, only when it comes to DM fiat type stuff or interpretations. And go maybe slightly on the restrictive side just so that they can understand the normal rules. And then once they understand the normal rules really well, they can then move into doing interesting and creative things with said rules. Now, this advice has to be taken with a heavy grain of salt. It is super dependent on the player you're working with, the other players at your table. But I would really keep it in mind when you're working with players, because I have seen a lot of Ashley not understand her spells, and half of the time she's casting spells, Matt is changing their core functionality on her, which is fine, but it's not helping her learn them.
It would be very itchy for her.
All right, you know what?
Well, I mean, that's not.
I think you should do it. That's awesome.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
I'll contain
yeah.
them.
All right.
Contain them so you can just throw
All right.
fireball.
Go ahead and roll a d20 and then add 5 to it.
12.
12, okay. Okay. These 4 in the immediate front, right there. As you bring back your mace in the air, you kind of hang it to your side with the leather strap around your wrist. You reach and grab your holy symbol. As you release the holy symbol and hold your hand up, divine energy streaks out from your fingertips and forms into this kind of gold and silver net as your arm is doing this kind of
I'm really confused. What just happened? Why did she roll and then all of the people... Was that like a contested check? I mean, I've already talked about my views on contested checks, but separate from that, this is just sort of... I've said this a lot where I feel like Matt kind of not confuses, but misuses checks versus saves. And this is like a very clear and obvious area for a save or an attack roll against AC. Like, there are certain things that should be less random, right? And again, not helping Ashley learn. Like, I get that you want it to be cool. I understand, like, the tones and everything, but this is not great for Ashley's education. Seems like a contested check. Matt's just doing his own thing here. Yeah, which, like, is fine. I'm down for DMs to do their own thing occasionally and often. But, yeah. It seems like he's treating it like an AoE grapple. You might be right. That might be what he is doing, which would kind of, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, even if we're just like basing it off of an actual, like the net that doesn't work like that. Yeah, weird. Just a weird sequence. Found the answer. It was in the Q&A at the end of C1 Ep4. This is Orion's first campaign. He played Magic the Gathering a lot prior to the campaign. Right. I do remember that. So that's why he knows all the lore. Okay. I mean, that does put a bit of a dampening on some of his bad issues and decisions and traits, but there is still the aspect that we talked about of his attitude towards everything, which is pretty separate from the actual decisions themselves.
Throwing animation in the air like that, the net shoots out from the front and spreads down onto the spiders and contracts around. You can see it catches them and they start scrambling inside. These front four are considered grappled.
Yeah! All right. Nice.
He did say grappled, so he must have been treating it as a contested grapple check. That's so interesting.
That's it.
It's a way to do it, but if I, as an experienced DM, am having trouble understanding his fiat rules right now, you are not doing Ashley any favors.
That brings it to Keyleth.
Okay,
but you don't always. Everything doesn't always have to be a learning moment. It doesn't always have to be a learning thing. Like, it's a give and take. I think it's just specifically I've noticed it with Ashley and Matt that it seems especially perhaps not great of a setup. And he don't know how serious they were in learning all the spells and rules during the 2 years they played Pathfinder pre-stream. That's very true. And we don't know how much work that they put into learning the D&D rules. Like, there's a lot of stuff we just don't know about their levels of experience. I feel like Ashley's just happy to be here and everyone else is also happy Ashley. Which is true, which is why, like, it's okay and it works and the vibes are fine, is because Ashley is so dope and like kind of doesn't care that she doesn't know how to play, and like the other people don't really care because she tries and she is nice and good about it and creative when she needs to be, and she's just great. She seems very, very cool. At least, you know, on cam. But yeah, it is, you know, more in the aspect of teaching new players type DM advice. I don't know that he's doing the best job of teaching her.
New developments.
Wait.
I can. I'm gonna do a poison spray though. Where am I right now?
You're right here, behind Pike. I should throw a giant golden net.
I'm gonna be like, excuse me.
Oh, very true, John. It's impossible. That's lightning in a bottle.
Excuse me, Pike. Excuse me.
Yes.
Sorry.
Oh, go through.
Thank you.
Go.
Thank you. Whoosh. Poison spray.
Okay.
So it's a cone. 10-foot cone.
10-foot cone. If you want to get right up in here, you could get these three there.
I'll do that.
Okay.
Whoosh. So it's Constitution saving throw.
Okay. This one succeeds. This one fails. This one
Music.
fails. All right. So this one succeeds, so no damage, but these two take damage. Go ahead and roll it.
Okay, so I take 2d12, 6. 7 damage.
7 damage.
It's not great. I think he takes half damage though, even though he fails.
Does he? I think poison missed it. Poison breaks. This is the cantrip. I think it's like damage or nothing.
Oh yeah, I guess so.
You guys, I just had a thought. I don't know. I just had a thought. No one freak out. No one freak out. Because I don't know if I want to do it yet. And I'm going to let it marinate, and you guys should all let it marinate. But obviously, one of the things that I'm doing with watching Campaign 1 is I want to go through an order. I want to understand the lore. I want to see development, all of that stuff. But also, I just thought about the fact that I know that they have Campaign 3, but they also have Candelabra Obscura. Which I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, is tied into the Critical Role lore. But there's the potential for them to voice spoilers or for them to, you know, say certain things and for me to see things that could impact my CR, my Vox, or not Vox Machina, but my CR D&D experience. But also, then we would kind of be like current with that. I don't know. Let it marinate. Candela is completely separate and a different system. Yeah, which is one of the things I'm super interested in with it. Is it would be super interesting to like watch and learn a new system along with that. It won't happen anytime soon because if I was going to do it, I would want to set it up kind of like this. Where it's like a consistent day every week. And, you know, we talked about at the beginning of the stream, I don't really have any days I could add. But maybe keep it in the back of your heads. And I'm gonna keep it in the back of mine. Depends on how you want your CR experience to be. I watched through pretty much chronologically, which was neat seeing them develop. That's one of the things I'm thinking about, Restay, is like, do I want to jump to the point where even like, regardless of spoilers, where their production value is so much higher and not see that progress and develop? There's only 3 eps out. The 4th one comes out this Thursday. Comes out 1 episode a month. Oh. I'm going to have to give this a lot of thought. You guys marinate on it. I'm going to marinate on it. We'll think through it.
All right. So you want to keep moving or you want to stay where you are?
Can I get out of everyone's way?
You're currently, actually, can I recast it? You would be able to move out.
Can I back up a bit? Yeah.
Yeah,
I just kind of like, yeah.
There. All right.
Your turn.
So it's your turn. Vax, Percy.
Please be my guest.
Did you say Vax Percy?
Yes.
And I'm doing my best to see what I can see here. Keyleth is right in front of me.
She wants to just pull behind you.
I'm
No, you're in front of the spiders.
You're good, you're in front.
There's a little bit of distance, so I'm just going to start hucking daggers at them. I'm going to start with Dagger Black Stealing.
You're only like 2 squares away.
16 to hit.
16 to hit, hits.
Okay. So that is 4, 6 is 10 of damage.
All right.
Then Keen Dagger follows. That is a 27.
That hits.
That hits for 10 damage, and then one dagger.
Woo!
You're not hasted anymore, by the way.
You're right. Forget it. Yeah, forget that last. That's right too.
So as you're off to the side, kind of hiding amongst the slowly burning webbing, you move around, hug both daggers. One strikes a spider right in the center of where its eyes are, and it screeches for a second. Before it curls up, its legs kind of pulling into its torso. The other one begins to pull out of the net that Pike set. As it does, you throw the secondary dagger. It strikes in its abdomen, and the blade retracts and returns back to your belt. As it does, it leaves the streak of greenish liquid. And you have a better view of these spiders now. Go ahead and make a nature check, both Keyleth and Vex.
Dope.
By the way, I'm here, but I'm also there.
Natural 20.
Yeah. Nice. You're also there?
Because I rolled an 8.
There's like 2 of me.
All right. So, Keyleth, you know, as most spider-like creatures go, you're used to like the darker.
Has the cloak of displacement been established? I've never heard of that. What?
Furry wolf spider types. These have a different color. Their physical bodies are more white and blue. Like they're mostly covered. The coloration is white, like kind of a bluish hue to it, and their eyes are almost pink and white in color. They're very strange, different kind of spider.
Is that all I know with my natural 20?
You haven't encountered too many types of arachnids, but there's something about them that seems loosely themed in the ethereal. You and your experience, you've heard of certain spiders that can travel through the planes rapidly.
Damn plane spiders.
Gotcha. Hey guys, I think these are like magical bamfing spiders.
Okay, cool, bro. Let's
Yeah,
go.
let's kill them.
There's one spider that's not caught.
There's what? There's
Yes, one back here.
All right, I'm going to take a
Spiders
couple
left?
shots at it with my sharpshooter. So let's start with 17, 18, 19, 20, 24 to hit.
Was it
24 to hit?
That hits.
And let's do this. My first shot. That's depressing. But I get the bonus, so see that's 18 points of damage.
18 points of damage, alright.
That's not too depressing. Because I'm taking a -5 to hit.
Bam.
And that's... Oh, that's not bad.
Bamf is definitely my favorite onomatopoeia.
16. I have new numbers. 16 to hit.
16 does also hit, yeah.
And I'm gonna same target with an added fire bonus. And 3 fire damage and 16, 17 as well.
All right.
17 plus 3 fire damage.
That spider gets splattered. You see the burst of flame as its body is knocked in the air, torn asunder, and then consumed by the flame burst at the same time. You see, like, it looks like a scattering of ash across the ground, and the steps beneath it.
It looks like flash paper.
Essentially, yeah.
And I duck back behind Grog.
Nice. Where are you going?
All right. These two spiders that are currently caught in the net both vanish, and the net falls flat.
Oh, shit.
One is striking at you. That is a 21 to hit.
It hits me.
Against Percy, that is a 25.
Oh my god, that hits.
All right. You both take 13 points of piercing damage. And I need you both make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, that can't be good.
That is one of the things I'm worried about, John. Yeah, that's why I'm marinating on it. The other thing that I was just thinking about with these phase spiders, this is a fantastic opportunity. Imagine if someone aggressed them earlier when they were talking to the high dickhead or whatever his name was, Born. And when they were talking about, like, oh, fucking, if they said, like, how, it's so safe, how could a spider infestation move in? There's a fantastic opportunity there for him to narrate how the high priest looks kind of uncomfortable, and he's like, honestly, we don't know. It was odd. I know that we said we had consecrated the chamber in 15 years, but we do check it fairly frequently, and it was like one day there was nothing, and the next day, out of nowhere, there was this infestation of spiders that seemed to have, had generations. They looked like they'd been there for years. Which can already hint towards this, like, kind of out of nowhere phase, like, property of the spiders. So this is where I talk about really loving it when the players engage me on these sorts of things, and I have to, like, pull the pieces together to make it all make sense.
13 points of piercing damage.
17.
All right.
Oh, wait. Yeah, nope. 19.
19 Constitution saving throw.
Constitution saving throw.
Oh no!
Roll a 1.
Percy!
So, as all of a sudden the strange sound streaks behind you, you turn over your shoulders in time to see these spiders pop out of seemingly nowhere and strike into you. The fangs sink into your side and you knock them off with your elbow. You feel the venom extract itself from the fangs, but just as you pull it out of the side, so it actually does not envenom your body. Percy, you're not so lucky. The venom pulses into the side of your shoulder and you feel this burning sensation ripple through your entire upper right torso. You take 21 points of poison damage.
Oh! Shit! Oh!
What was that number again?
21. Is that all it does? Is just poison him?
Yep.
I am poisoned though.
You're not considered poison, it's a damage. It's just a
Oh,
poison.
straight up damage. Not too bad.
Could be
That
worse.
is their turn.
I do take
Tiberius,
protection.
you're still in your turn, Rod? All right, Tiberius.
Cast that on.
If necessary.
So we're in a hallway, a
Yes,
stairwell?
it's a stairway heading down essentially right here, and then it evens out at the bottom point there.
Fighting on the stairs.
How is it like a big? Is it?
It's about 15 feet up to the ceiling.
10,
15.
Very well. How many are left? 2?
Yeah.
Obelisk of stone.
Okay.
Squishy spider.
So as both the spiders are knocked off both Percy and Vex, you guys kind of rear back, ready to defend yourself. Suddenly the stairwell shakes for a second, and pillars of stone go from underneath, similar to the trap room you encountered earlier.
Inspiration.
21. 21. And what's the DC on your spell?
17.
17. Both spiders get mashed pretty horribly into the ceiling. You see where the pillars are slammed into the ceiling permanently. You can see the legs kind of dangling out for a second, and then just slowly curl in towards the edge of where the stone pillars are
Eat
making
it.
the ceiling.
Are there any corpses that are more accessible than the one that got torched and the ones that are
Are there any
squished?
spider fangs we can put in the bag?
Yeah, because I have that book that helps me do that now.
So when I shot,
You can actually. There are there's one that you shot. Actually, the one that you killed is the one that burst into flame.
There's one that burst into flame.
That one's not going to be salvageable. There's a few that you and Vex killed. Vex and Vax both just kind of wiped out a few spiders. Go ahead and make an herbalism roll.
Ooh, I bet we can see that poison. Dip the arrows in it.
What did the book do again? To give me a plus or an advantage? To give me an advantage on rolls? Or like a plus something?
I have to write that down. I would say advantage.
Oh wait, you did ask me to write it down, and I think I did.
First bonus, which the two is it?
Oh no, I didn't write it down. I just wrote that I have the books.
Restay, yes and no. Yes and no. So and this is one of the problematic aspects of having significantly more than 4 players. Basically, the entire system is balanced around a party of 4. Straight up, that's just the fact of the matter. So, the more you go up and down, balance can get weird. Not necessarily better or worse, but weird. So when we're talking about having 7 or 8 players, 7 or 8 players is significantly, let's for easy numbers, let's say 8. 8 players are much more powerful than 4 players. Not just 2 times as powerful. The fact that they can stack bonuses much easier. So an easy example is Pass Without Trace, right? Affects everyone in the aura. That the fact that they can easily apply that to 7 people consistently rather than 3 or 8 rather than 4 makes that spell better. So, and this applies to a lot of spells, kind of across the board. This, the fact that having 7 other people makes a lot of these features much better. It also increases your skill coverage so that more often there is someone who can do a thing that you need them to do. However, when we talk about big scary numbers, because the party power is so increased, it's not just 2x as strong, it's probably closer to 3x. Like 8 players are probably close to 3 times stronger than 4. And because of that, if you have a party of 4 level 10s, you can hit them with like a CR10, right? That's supposed to be the balance. In a realistic scenario, if there's 1 CR10 versus 4 level 10s, the 4 level 10s win easily because of the action economy. So, all of this kind of gets into it where the higher you have scaled because of the stacking boons, the action economy, their power level is so high that if you are not contesting them with like at least 8 enemies, but you still are doing the CR calculation. So I think they're level 10s here, maybe level 11s. Call it level 10s. That is essentially, according to directly to the book, that is essentially CR20. They're about CR20 as a group. So just imagine trying to put up a challenge that is equivalent to CR20 if you only do it with like 2 or 3 monsters. And again, CR20 is not actually how strong they are. They're probably much stronger than that. They're probably closer to CR like 25 or 30. So say you're putting up that sort of challenge, but you're encompassing it within 2, 3, 4 monsters. Those monsters are going to be incredibly powerful. Much more powerful than any individual member of the party, which means that they're throwing out crazy damage numbers, which really increases the chance of like accidentally one-shotting someone. Like, if these monsters are meant to put up a really significant and really challenging fight to the party, they have to be able to put out insane damage, which is good against the party in aggregate, but has the very distinct chance to just chop one down repeatedly. So there are some things you can do to mitigate this, but it does make it much more of a challenge. The balance starts to get much more weird and wonky once you really start shooting up those power levels.
I don't remember what I did for that. I will say advantage. That's the easiest to remember.
That's better. So 24.
24. I managed to extract 2 poison glands from one of the spiders. The other one were 2 damage beyond repair. Two small venom glands.
Nice. I give them to the twins.
Okay.
Oh, we can just like use them?
You don't know.
Okay, cool.
She hands you 2 nasty looking glands that are like still wet with spider ichor.
I got this for you guys.
Oh, thank you, Caleb.
That's sweet. I love it.
Would you like to have a little glass vial?
I think I have 2 left. I need to get more. Here we go.
Thank you.
Well,
It helps.
I'm ready to make my attack turn.
Thanks. All right. There's nothing there.
I sheath my soul.
There you go.
A little help here.
Yes.
Be nice.
Oh wait, I thought you were poisoned. Oh, you need healing. What are you at?
I'm at 47.
Okay.
You're fine.
I guess we all need
Suck it up.
somebody else at.
That's where I was at after I healed myself up with a handful of hit dice after getting crushed into the
Yeah, but
ceiling.
we can short break. I'm not doing that now.
Use your hit dice. You'll be
I can just use
fine.
my.
You want to take a short rest? Is that
No,
what you're doing?
no,
we're
we're
good.
Hold on. Can I ask a question while she's healing first?
We can take a short rest.
The
right?
grappling arrow I used on the little halfling, I can get that back, right? Because
Yeah, you retreat.
Just making sure.
I'll continue on down the hallway.
Okay.
I'll join him.
Keela, are you still using Pass Out of Trace?
No.
No?
You have the break.
Concentration spells, is it?
Yeah, but I cast Stone Skin on myself.
You did. All right. So go ahead and make stealth roll.
Sorry.
Not good.
I'm with
9.
9. All right. As you
I would like
progress,
to continue to stealth ahead of the group and also continue checking for traps.
We already went.
Oh, he is.
as you stealthily move along the side of the wall, Scanlan comes pattering down the stonework
And I know.
into a large central chamber. You can see webbing scattered throughout the entirety of the stone room. It's about 60 feet up. There is very, very low light from the flickering sconces that are on the walls of this towards the base of the actual room. The building in the center, it looks almost like an ancient mausoleum structure, how it's placed in the center of the room. Closed stone doors, but what catches your eye is the entirety of the structure seems to be crafted of the same platinum-like material as the container that you guys are carrying.
There's sapphires all over the walls in here then.
Not the walls of the actual chamber itself, just this central building right there.
We're not stealing from this place.
So make perception check. Anyone who wishes to look for traps?
While we're out there.
Oh no, that was my big fancy one.
Nice. I'm gonna check for any arcane stuff. I got,
14.
14 perception.
That 14.
I'm gonna check for 25.
It's a
21.
but then I really couldn't see it.
Perception.
Perception 21.
25 for arcane.
Yeah.
Best you can gather as far as the presence of any arcane in this room. The scrolling on the structure in front of you. There are elements of the scrolling that you can see are based in the arcane runes that are used for ritual inscribing, but there's nothing of any magic you've ever been familiar with that is utilized in the structure. Would you roll?
Oh, really, really high. 8.
All right. So who's moving in? Who wants to?
I moved in with Grog.
I guess
I'm moving in.
can I try to stealth and move alongside, or just kind of keep the
Going
edge?
in.
I'll go.
Ditto, kiddo.
All right, you move off to the side, kind of pushing through some of the webs, and there's still webs on the side of the room.
I'll keep close to the guards in the box.
I'll go
call.
in. I rolled 18 on the stealth.
All right.
I'll go in like kind of close to Rogue.
All right.
I'm going to tail my sister, actually.
All right. Move around over here with your sister.
And Trinket's gonna stay next to Keela.
All righty.
Come here,
At
Trinket.
this point.
I'm going to go invisible.
All right. You are currently
I'm third.
marked as invisible. Scanner.
Can we see a spider in here? Like a big spider?
You don't.
There's always a big
Okay, can I dark?
But no one's.
It's very low.
I'm gonna use my
I know.
primeval awareness and see if I can sense any spiders in the area.
Okay. You take a moment to concentrate, and you sense.
Are spiders her favorite? What the fuck? Or spider? Everything is Vex's favorite enemy, her favorite terrain. It just depends on the day.
While not invisible range, on the opposite side of this room, a whole bunch of tiny little life sources, and one rather large one.
Good to know. Lots of spiders. I'm gonna cast protection from poison on myself while we're
All right.
I cast Turbinex.
I'm drinking a healing potion.
All right.
I'll
I'm gonna do the same.
also go. I'll go ahead. No, it's fine.
Yeah, what's the level 2 healing potion do again?
I'm gonna keep my Stone Skin up.
Yeah, what's the
I'm going to go.
Level 2 healing potion is 4d4 plus 4.
I thought
Once you
gold
go,
was
use
her
regions
favorite
of
terrain.
Okay.
As well.
All right. So you're also considered invisible.
Because I can cast.
It was Tasha's. That's fair.
All right. Kima kind of pushes ahead to the group. You guys doing this? Walks up to the front of the chamber, and you see she takes the holy symbol around from her neck, the symbol of Bahamut. And much like she did to the doorway that she had opened at the bottom of the temple earlier to find the central passageway, she feels around in the scrolling and eventually finds a section of it and kind of rotates. It looks like a circular part of it that
Oh.
shifts and then pulls out. When she pulls it out,
You know what? Fuck. I'm gonna get investigated. I probably not gonna get disbarred or anything. Not lose my license to practice. But I just implied that the rules were different than they were, which does present an issue to my rules lawyering. Primeval awareness does not have to do with your favored enemy, which I did imply. You do have to be in your favorite terrain, which I don't know if we fucking are or not, because I barely even understand what her favorite terrain is. But you can choose the type of creature within that. There's another small aspect to it where it has to be like a weird one. It has to be like aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fae, fiends, or undead, which I don't think these might count. They might be aberrations, to be fair. But she would have had, it can't just be like spiders. But the thing that is wrong is not what I originally said. Yeah, she gets lair actions on gold. Yeah, she's a gold drag. She's just a dragon. The dragons really are her favorite enemy. She gets lair actions related to that. Dude, I would love to see her be like a dragon warlock if there was a dragon subclass for warlock. Oh.
You can see there is
She'd be
an
great.
engraving there. There was a recessed engraving in the same shape as her holy symbol.
Before she touches anything.
I think it was, I can't remember, maybe Astrid that posted that subclass in the Discord in the general chat. That was the warlock patron that was the dragon. She'd fit perfectly. She gets the Scrooge McDuck swim lair action.
Can I let her know that there's a whole lot of spiders on the other side of the room?
Wait, what? You didn't tell any of us that.
Her right flank, just
So
a
yeah,
corner of the mausoleum.
just so everybody's aware,
Right there.
those things we just fought, there's a ton more of them on the other side of this little
Oh,
chamber.
thanks for telling us.
No problem.
Rod, quick seltzer.
Natural 20.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
Put that beard on because it had like bells and shit.
No, the beard is still there.
No, it fell off.
Its most
Not
majestic
the-
part fell
Yeah,
off.
there's still some Goliath
Substantial
feet fuzz there.
Viking is happening.
As Rod, for a moment there, you were assessing to your old hunter training when you were traveling with the barbarian tribe, and you taking the darkness around you and walk fleet of foot, making your way to the edge of it, not making a single sound. You're damn proud of yourself.
Quietly.
Right, so as he tells the king, he goes,
Spiders. Is that going to make noise?
I don't know, I haven't been in this chamber before.
Perhaps we should deal the spiders before we make some noise, or maybe just kind of be prepared. In fact, you know what? I'm going to cast spike growth on the ground in between where they're going to have to walk through.
Ooh,
All right, so
Because they can't
wait.
freaking see it right now, can
Smarty
they?
pants.
Right, yeah, they're... Yeah.
So say spike, how much does it affect?
Damn it. I didn't put it in my thingy. 'Cause I'm dumb. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Not
sorry.
dumb, you're a strong, smart person.
Spike growth.
You're more than arrows.
You're more.
You are a
It's
strong,
20-foot
smart
radius.
person.
Okay, cool. So you can do this whole area right here is all now
Okay,
spiky
and
growth.
it spikes, hard spikes and thorns.
Good to know.
All right, I'm gonna follow suit. I'm gonna follow suit and go to the other side and cast Stinking Cloud. No, no, on
Over here?
over here. Yeah.
All
My
right.
side's the best.
Go ahead and make another stealth check.
Okay. 15. 17. Wow.
17.
It's the best stealth I've ever done.
You quietly combine, mutter under your breath, your arcane control sudden. And what was the stat on that one?
30 feet? I think it's 30 feet. Hold on.
While he's doing that.
90 feet. Oh, that's the range. It's 20-foot radius.
Oh, your cards are cool.
Actually, 20-foot radius
Nice.
is the
Oh, they're like purple.
this whole area
Mine
here.
has like, oh, nice. That's good.
This whole area here.
Actually, I did see this.
And you also now make a very nasty cloud in this vicinity as well. This whole area is completely marked off on both sides.
I'd like to walk up as I see what's going on. I'm going to take out my deck of illusions. I'm going to toss 2 cards both ways, or 2 cards on each side. So I'm going to
Question,
do this.
that chamber in the center of the room, does it go all the way to the ceiling? Or is it...
No, there is a gap.
Deck of illusions, everyone.
So there's so technically the spiders could crawl up the ceiling and drop down on us?
Yes, in theory.
Why would you give him ideas like that?
Just
Feed
cut
him
it.
irony.
So,
So,
10 of hearts. Yes! Joker. Queen of hearts. And then the Joker! What? So,
wait, you threw.
so 2 on each side.
Oh, 20 side.
Yeah, so like 2's over in that, like before the mess over there, and 2's over in the other mess.
The one up top? Yeah.
So the Jokers, and a female version of me.
Ooh,
Alright.
that's
So,
awesome.
a secondary Tiberius appears.
Hello, everyone.
There.
You thought you make a good woman.
Female Tiberius appears over on that side.
And then whichever side you decide.
Queen of Hearts.
Queen of Hearts and 10 Hearts.
Say, a succubus appears over here. Winged.
That's fun.
So this was the one?
Queen of Hearts and 10 Hearts.
10 of Hearts. A cloud giant. On this side of the room. Use that for now, it's fine. All of a sudden appear, kind of translucent, their image flickering. It's not a great illusion, but it's enough where it catches some attention.
And they're and they're positioned right before the messes of each side.
Yeah, right there. Alrighty. Kima's now saying like,
Go, do it.
puts her symbol into the recess as it does. The stone doors kind of shift. There's a dull kind of creaking of the stone as it slides, not open, but into the walls, revealing an interior that is, as kind of the light filters in, the entirety of the wall, floor, and ceiling of this room is of the same scrolling, the same platinum sapphire material as the outside of this building and the box that's there, except for the design seems to all filter in towards the center, like the center of a spider web. All the design coalesces to a specific point. It's not an actual spider web. And there was raised.
Dude, for anyone who has read Mistborn, this place gives me such massive I'm trying to think of how to say it. I'm trying to think of how to say it with no spoilers, but it gives me really, really huge the area that is most of the point of the first and second book. That is like very central to the plot developments of those books. It's giving me big that area vibes. And I guess if you know, you know, and if I'm not describing it well enough, I'll put a spoiler tag on it in Discord. But if you've read Mistborn, which books? Oh, sorry, Mistborn Era 1. Oh gosh, I'm forgetting the first book. It's not I think third or second is Well of Ascension, and third is Hero of Ages. I don't remember. Oh, Final Empire. So Final Empire and Well of Ascension. The room that is very central to those two books. This is giving me big that room vibes.
Dais in the center there, about 4 feet wide, about half a foot thick. Kima kind of takes her symbol, puts it back around her neck, steps to the side, and kind of motions like this. The two scale bearers begin to move down, carrying the case. Look around at the rest of you for like...
I visibly follow right behind the box.
All right.
You're on Hero of Ages? Oh, that's so sick. I think, okay, personally, I think Hero of Ages starts really slow. Personally, I don't think it's like paced quite as well as the other two. But, oh man, does it accelerate into the ending. The ending is so sick, and really like... I'm now reading the Stormlight archives. I'm almost finished with, or I think I'm almost finished with Era 2. It's just, it made me really get into the whole Cosmere. Was specifically the end of Hero of Ages. Very, very good.
Still keeping my illusions in check.
Yeah, I'm not gonna move.
As you will.
No. Yeah. In fact, let me shift one over just so I'm not in Trinket's way. The other way.
That's fair, and I might say if you didn't love Final Empire, it's debatable if you'll like really love the other two. I think that the third, and especially the second half of Hero of Ages, is probably the best segment anywhere in the trilogy. But I really liked Final Empire. I thought Well of Ascension was good, but it had some slow starts, or it had some slow moments. It's much more of a political drama, which is interesting. The Way of Kings was pretty good, though. I'm about to start Way of Kings, because first I read not Elysium, Elantris. So I read that one first. But yeah, anyways. The plot twist regarding the BBEG and Final Empire really bummed me out. Oh, really? Interesting. Interesting. Is it a function of it being related to the hard magic system and like the fact that like that was like kind of part of the plot twist, or I don't know if I want to go into it on stream for protection from spoilers, but Restam, I'm so curious. You might have to put it in spoiler tags what you mean, or maybe I don't know. Maybe I'll try to grab you in a voice chat someday so we can talk about it, because I'm so curious. I thought the BBG was more interesting pre-plot twist, and the plot twist took that interesting element away from... Oh! Okay, I do understand what you mean. I am of the opinion that Hero of Ages brings back some interest for him. But I get that. But I can drop it. Yeah, maybe we'll save that for a, I don't know if you'll ever be available during the middle of the day for like lunch club or something, but maybe we'll have a spoiler full, lunch club at some point, Resay, where we'll hop on and talk about it. Cause I'm interested to dig into that, but I don't want to do it on the CR stream.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, so as they enter the chamber, Kima enters as well. You guys following in behind them. I need you all to make stealth checks.
Everybody?
No, Tiberius with advantage because you're...
What kind of check?
Stealth. Not you. No, you don't worry about it.
I don't?
No, you do.
Is that 17? 2? No.
3?
Clang.
So you step into the chamber, losing your footing for a moment on the smooth, kind of platinum-like ridges across the ground, and you kind of catch yourself. Your plate hitting the ground with a large ting sound. At which point the two scale bearers kind of look at you
Sorry.
with a heavy sigh. And Kima goes, go. They both step forward and take and place the box into the center of the room on top of the dais. As they both release the chains, the box seems to levitate on its own to the center of the room, much like how the horn itself ascended and was kept aloft from the center of the box. The box lifts up and slowly begins to rotate on its own. As it does, you can see the sapphire bits that are ingrained in this box flash with a bright blue light. And all of a sudden, the blue energy spreads into the ceiling and the floor of this room, and all of the blue and silver veins that are carved into this begin to glow with with a similar blue light.
Cool.
At which point,
I love light.
the doors, you know,
Which doors?
the doors you guys entered this room begin to close.
We should leave. I'm a
you guys-
scooch.
Yeah, you guys immediately scooch out of the way. Kima darts off. Both of them turn around and start running back. They both make it out. Both manage to squeeze through fast as the doors slam behind. At which point,
That would be terrifying.
you see a series of spiders beginning to try and cut around these here. What's the DC on your
My spell?
spell? Yeah.
17. Because I didn't do it through the hand cover.
Should we run?
Both of these spiders
We're gonna clear it.
get disoriented and begin trying to find their way through the sticky cloud. Kind of like trying to make their way through. The rest of these coming forward. What's the roll they have to make for the spiky growth?
14.
15. Had the room broke anyway.
Both Mr. Say. What's the name of that?
That's 2d4 for every 5 feet crossed.
They're probably skittering around here halfway through before they change trajectory. So
I'm gonna make my-
24 D4?
2d4 for every 5 feet.
10 D4. Huge.
Nice.
Charging around the corner rapidly.
10d4. That's cool.
Oh, nice. What?
Perfect horns.
Sweet horns.
My little sister once fell in a rose bush.
Good
It was
story.
very painful.
One time I fell in a fire ant hill.
That sucks too.
22.
Quite sucks.
22. Both of these spiders stop in place, looking severely messed up and damaged, and just kind of hold their ground, looking very confused. You see, curling up over the top of.
Okay. Good job holding yourself back, Orion. I saw that you really wanted to talk there. You really wanted to interrupt. Good job holding yourself back.
This structure, one large white and bluish spider that leaps up. As this is happening, you guys notice that blue energy is cracking through the floor, and now following the pattern across the entirety of the structure, it crawls up the walls, and that blue energy reaches to the ceiling, illuminating. And what you missed when you entered the room is you can see recessed into the ceiling of this room 4 large humanoid entities that are just currently held aloft, buried in the ceiling of platinum armor. One of them suddenly flashes, dislodges, and squashing the spider in the process.
Dude. I totally forgot about it. Speaking of foreshadowing, I mean, it was really directly foreshadowed that there are defense systems, and it can be implied that maybe like the grinder and the mist were the defenses, but it makes a lot of sense for there to be direct defenses in this room. All right.
What is that?
Screeching sound as the spider slowly tries to curl in place. The giant platinum golem now slamming on top and squishing on top. You see as it slowly comes to stand. Each hand holding these giant platinum cleavers. You suddenly hear a voice.
It is somewhat weird / interesting that these golems have not killed all of the spiders in the room yet, but we'll see.
Voice ringing through your heads collectively.
You heard the man! You heard him! You heard him! Earrings, everybody! I heard him! Wait, but can we just leave the thing here with this golem? I think he's gonna kill us. He's gonna kill everything. Oh, then let's go.
All right, so all you guys start bolting out. Everyone to go ahead and make a dexterity check.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
13.
All right, anyone lower than a 10?
What about on
No.
a 10?
Lower than a 10. Everyone. All right, here's what.
14.
Awesome. You guys all come running out of the room, except for Kima. So all you guys come running out of the room. The rest of the scale bears come rushing through now. They're no longer encumbered by it. Kima's kind of helping everyone else get by and trying to keep everyone at bay, being the hero. As she turns around, the first one comes leaping off of the top of the structure, runs toward her and gets one giant sweep with one of its blades. With a... Ooh, yeah, that'll hit. You see the blade streak across the front of her silver armor. She takes 24 points of slashing damage. It sends her flying back 10 feet with the sheer force of it, but she manages to roll out of it. Yeah, with an acrobatics check, catching us up her feet and just keeps bolting behind the rest of you guys. You now see behind 2 more. Dislodging from the ceiling as the one that's charging after you is coming up the stairway. Through this, we're now going into a skill challenge. You guys are rushing out.
Yeah,
Skill challenge!
Now, as you're getting through, there's still a bit of webbing in the way. I want to go ahead and make another dexterity check.
Yeah!
Oh, okay, yeah, sure.
21. Anyone?
25.
22.
17.
11?
22. All right.
19.
All right. As you guys are all charging up the way, kind of like helping each other, also clamoring to get through. Kima's rushing up. You see one of the scale bears is now tripping and falling on the stairs.
no.
She runs past, leans back to reach her hand.
I mean, it is. I will note, if we're in the conspiratorial thinking mindset, it's like a everyone else leaves, and then Kima and the other one left. I'm just saying that time stop exists. I don't know. It's still very, very possible that she could have gotten a little bit frisky with her hands on the horn. Kima has time stop. Maybe. You don't know. She could be a time bandit.
out as the golem comes up behind. With 2 hands, swings down with both blades.
Schema again?
This is against one of the scale bearers.
Oh, okay.
Should I be going for trinket?
One, I'm missing a trinket with you.
Okay, thank you.
We'll do that next round. Okay. All things considered. One of them hits the stone and just shrieks off sparks flying through the air, illuminating the space secondarily. However, the other scale bearer takes 28 points of slashing damage from the blow as it reaches up again for a second blow. Kima reaches down, grabs this one on his arm, and lifts her up off her feet, and they both go charging forth. You guys make your way up the stairway as you see now the golem is pushing its way through.
I'm going to dissipate my card illusion. I'm going to cast fly myself.
Okay.
So I'm hovering.
How much of a gap is there between this like last trailing behind scale bearer and the golem?
Well, now the King's got them rushing up. Starting to behind, there's about a 10-foot, 15-foot gap now.
Okay. I'm gonna turn around and do wall of stone. Boof.
Okay, as they just rush past the wall of stone, slams up as the golem goes smashing into it.
I'll do support. I'll do obelisk right behind it, dude.
All right. So as you guys come rushing up to the top of this, you guys are just building the stone wall, obelisk.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, Hans. You're not. You're not wrong about that one. It could. What if it's a single-use artifact? What if it's a consumable? What if it's a spell scroll? There are other options for why she maybe doesn't have this power consistently. There are lots of explanations. We need to play the Kima conspiracy straight through the entire campaign. Who's to say we're not? It still makes sense to me. Oh no, is she the
so you cast
rest
twice
of
to
the
reinforce.
campaign?
All right, you hear the impact from behind. Poof! You hear the stone crack and break, and you see 2 of the pillars that you put up impact. Dust bits of rock shoot out, but it settles. Apparently, it's holding strong. And you start hearing slamming of some sort of heavy weight behind it, as well as the following of additional giant heavy footsteps. It's now got its reinforcements caught up to it. You guys charge into the room of the broken trap, which now has like partially raised platforms. You're rushing around and trying to find your way through. You get to the other side of the room. There's now a room filled with mist in front of you.
Oh no.
I still have it. I can gust a wind.
Okay.
That's my last level.
All right, gust of wind. I'm gonna ask all you guys to make a wisdom check as you rush through.
Including me.
Everyone.
Wisdom check or saving throw?
This is a wisdom check.
Oh.
Not good.
Just adding your wisdom.
Okay, in this one, it actually does make sense for it to be a check, in my opinion. Like, this is things that they are actively trying to do rather than things that are happening to them. Among a druid, bard, sorcerer, and cleric, they have a lot of spell options during their encounters. Yeah. I mean, this is one of the things that we talk about when we talk about there being 8 players, is the sheer variety that they can wield upon the world gives them so much more power. Like, there is power in flexibility, and them having 8 more people, or 8 people, 4 more than a normal party, gives them crazy flexibility.
Nice!
24.
Saving throw or just your ability modifier?
12. Ability modifier.
So, okay, 16.
-3. 10. 10 for me.
14.
13.
All of you guys come rushing through.
Wow.
Okay,
All right, so as you guys come rushing in, you're like, go. You see Keyleth focusing and getting the window escape. Keyleth,
It's very nice. This is a very nice sequence, and I like abstracting it into like 1 check per room. Very nice. Like, yeah, this is a very good sequence of going back through the dungeon, especially because I've always thought, and I thought it in Skyrim, is that the Skyrim style of like, here's a shortcut at the end of the dungeon is tired at the best of times and can often directly take you out of it. And so this of like, hey, you do have to go back through the dungeon that you already went through, which is kind of boring, but we're going to make it not boring by have it essentially be a chase sequence where you're, dodging through all these traps. Very well done. I completely agree. Very, very cool.
Keyleth rushes up. Kima comes through with the 2 scale bears. Everyone comes through. Grog's bringing up the back. You can see now in the back behind him, a giant blade-wielding fist of the golem comes smashing through the wall. The rest of you guys, like, ushering Grog along. Grog comes running, hears the silence over his shoulder, and the chaos of it, his trajectory is off, and he ends up brushing into the side of the mist. Grog, go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
12.
You end up taking 24 points of fire damage as the pillars spin, unleashing a torrent of flame.
Oh, back car wash! Back car wash!
No, Ron, your beard has been saved.
You reach up and feel that smooth as a baby Goliath face.
Oh.
How that work? As you guys charge the rest of the staircase.
Is Rod behind us?
That's so much worse than any amount of damage.
Not like the furthest way.
He's just caught up to you guys. You're rushing up the staircase. You get to the final door. You exit as Kima rushes everyone through. She brings out her holy symbol real fast. As she pulls it off her neck, you see the first golem reach the bottom of the staircase. It begins looming up.
We're leaving! What are you doing?
Go home!
I take
Go
it.
home!
Okay.
Bad golem!
Kima pulls out her holy symbol and holds it aloft in front of her and just says under her breath, at which point it begins to glow with this extremely vibrant glow. As it does, you see a symbol emblazoned on the front of the golem. And it flashes with light as it stops. It just kind of holds its place and waits. And Kima looks at the symbol like, I wasn't sure that was going to work. She takes.
Tell it to go kill the spider.
She takes the symbol and puts it back in the side of the stone door that originally was closed. The door slowly seals shut once again. She pulls the symbol out. And she falls to her knees, breathing heavily.
Oh, Kima.
We did it.
Next time, lead with that.
I agree, Grog. Very well said.
Kind of happened very quickly, I'm sorry.
Alright, so people can heal.
Dude, oh wait, I was thinking that in my head of like why didn't you do that in the other chamber? But Matt lampshaded it with the very quick, I wasn't sure that was going to work. Suddenly takes it from conspiracy theory fodder into like, okay, last resort.
Kima for sure. I'm actually okay. Grog's got a burned face.
No, I want to wear this paint as a remembrance of my people.
You guys make your way up.
You can grow it back, Rob.
You guys make your way up to the main chamber, where High Bearer Ford is currently waiting for you. He turns to you as you enter, and so I am to assume that your journey was a success.
Yes, surprisingly so. It was without a lot of hitch. Well, yeah.
You got some good security down there.
Very good.
I told you, once it's instilled, it is safe.
A little warning next time.
25 points of healing.
Yeah, girl. That will top me off very nicely.
Check that.
Well done, everyone, by the way.
Yeah.
That could have gone well.
Of course.
Which point, the High Bearer Ford kind of raises his hand. Yawn, if you do not mind. And Yawn kind of shuffles forward.
Such a bore.
Yawn.
Excuse me, I'm right here.
It was a play on words. Your name also means something that you do when you're tired.
I don't like you.
He reaches out and puts a big old sack of coins in your hand.
I'll
Of course. We should mention that you may have to have one of the rooms repaired. Take a couple out.
Good to know.
The spinning column
Circle of Death.
Circle of Death
Yeah.
may have gotten
a little broken. We thought we maybe were just disarming it, but I think we probably broke it.
If you find the remnants of a glorious beard, preserve it.
Oh, Rob, actually,
What?
I've got some remnants of a lovely beard,
And I try to smush it onto his
It is
chin.
not the same.
It is
That
not
was
the same.
pretty good.
It is not the same. At which point, the High Bearer turns to you, Pike, and says, Mighty Cleric, I see this meeting, though it escaped my vision more so, you bear the holy sigil of the Dawnflower, the Lady of Redemption herself. While we may walk under different stars, I offer these words that caught my ear not but a week ago. An excavation beneath the toppled tower of Sirac, a long cursed ruin that sat like a blemish upon this city for hundreds of years, was revealed that...
Oh my god, the courier just ran up for me. He's got a letter for my eyes only. The fuck is this? Well, just reach out really quick. Just hand me this letter. That's... Whew.
Perhaps the 5 holy paths that began here at Vaselheim. There may indeed now be a 6th.
What?
The forgotten temple to Serenray has been uncovered. Crumbled, lost, and without light, it is sacked, forever and a day. And few are around in this city in her guiding flame to recover and restore its glory. Perhaps you should look into it.
I will gladly look into it.
A ruin rise to the west of here, at the base of the city's mountain. Look for the Darkstone ruin. Nevertheless, I thank you for your time. Kima, if you wouldn't mind, we have some things to discuss as well.
Oh,
Kima.
real quick, Vorg. Just, you wouldn't...
Ford. High Bearer Ford. But that's all right.
High Bearer
Yes.
Ford.
Oh my god! He sounded like the Emperor! Vold. It's Snape. Severus Snape. Dude. Yeah, boy.
Vord. You wouldn't have happened to hear of maybe a druid tribe called the Fire Ashari? They call their little hometown Pyra. Do you happen to know? If you know, maybe.
He gives you a keen look and says, there has been talk of a rogue band of druids, not more than 2 days' travel in the... Let's see, where did I put that distance massive pass here? Thinks to himself for a moment, considering where... Towards the Sunder Peak mountain range. Dangerous territory, fraught with volcanic activity, yet these folks seem to call it home.
Is it is Sunder Peak like west or east to where we can like...
Southwest of the city. It's hard to miss.
Southwest.
Look for the plumes of sulphurous smoke.
Is the temple to Serenray
Sulphurous.
on the way to the...
Temple to Serenray is on the same mountain that this temple is built on.
Oh.
To the west of here. Follow the mountain base.
Yes.
So we can like stop there first?
Yes, it's close, it seems.
All of us can...
Before we part, you seem to be
faster,
quite
alright.
learned of certain many things that I am not. Have you ever heard of anything called the God's Hammer or the Pale Stone? Any kind of particular artifact? Robes of Mercy, perhaps?
Can't have, unfortunately.
Okay. really fast. I have to pee so bad. And clearly, if there's something I need to slow down for, I want to be paying attention. So I'm going to pee really quick, and I will be right back. I'm back. Megaphone man doing the opposite of getting water. Look, dude, I drink a lot of water, and I have the bladder the size of a chipmunk. I mean, of a chipmunk's bladder. I actually think a bladder the size of a chipmunk would actually be fairly large, but comparable to the bladder of a chipmunk. That's one of the reasons I used to be chronically dehydrated, and why I'm so about the drinking water bit is because I used to not like how often I had to fucking pee. But now I just deal with it. But hey, let's finish it out. Nastroya.
But I shall keep this in mind.
Salute, all that. That would be concerningly large, yeah.
Gives you a look, give it a glance, and notes. And for the record, while your color is not what it was when you first entered, know that the great platinum dragon sees through the skies to the heart beneath.
Yes, thank you for noticing. I agree with the same sentiment, and I bow, and in the draconic fashion.
Well, Kima, business. Thank you all very much. And he kind of lends his hand out. As he extends his hand, the doors on the opposite side of the room open up.
Magic. Thought it was banned.
For the sake of brevity, because we have people who have to leave on this very soon. Doesn't take you long to find your way across the city. You find some of the city's bastions standing guard on the outskirts of this crumpled tower ruin. This like black and soot-covered stone that is just almost like a plot of land that has been left untouched. Like once it fell, no one wanted anything to do with it. You speak with the bastions, and they eventually let you through, especially given the aid of those you walk with since arrival. You come to the ruin, and you can see there's about a 40-foot gap in this pile of stone that is a recess in the ground, almost like a small sinkhole. Looks like there's some sort of an excavation that has been set here. Very haphazard. There is very, very simple wood boards that have been placed into the side of this small sinkhole to allow relatively comfortable, though a bit rickety, descent into its structure. As you make your way down, your eyes adjust to the little bit of daylight that spills within this dark subterranean cavern. And there before you, you see a surprisingly glorious sight. A simple structure of brass and polished limestone, ancient as the day is long. One of the walls is partially collapsed, and you see what looks like 3 figures rummaging through the debris. An older human woman is being held by 2 others, a young man with blonde hair and simple clothes, and an older gnome that's carrying a crutch. under his arm. And they're all in the process of collecting and setting aside and cleaning up various things that have recovered from this temple. You immediately see against the brass structure the very kind of simplified symbol of the wings of Sarenrae, multiple times across the structure in various incarnations. This is very much indeed the lost temple of Sarenrae.
I would have just ended in the room with the high guy or whatever. Like, start off next session with this like big Sarenrae temple reveal, walk them through it a little bit slower, maybe some checks involved in like actually getting down into it. This is rushed. I don't There's a slightly meta reason for the reveal. Oh, okay. I'm glad, because I'm like, this is very fast. Like, you know, and Matt's even talking about like we have to end soon, and I'm like, well, why are we rushing through all of this then? Okay, good to know.
So, when they've fully excavated it, you can come back and check it out.
Yes.
Or you can stay here and restore it.
At which point the older woman sees you guys walk down and goes, "Please, there's nothing to take. There's nothing but history and rock. I guarantee you. Bandits are not welcome here."
I take out my symbol and I say, no, I'm here to help.
You hear an audible gasp.
This is okay. I'll let it ride out, but this is Ashley. Ashley has to go on another stint on a TV show or something. Okay, interesting.
Somehow she says, "My eyes don't deceive." Oh, I am sorry. My name is Jasira. I'm a simple painter, but one of, as far as I know, the three devoted to the Lady of the Everlight here in Vaselheim. Now the fourth. I know where you came from, but would you stay with us for a bit and help us rebuild? Bring her name into the light amongst the others here in Vaselheim. Restore it to its glory.
Yes. Oh man, I don't want to leave you guys.
Oh no, because
it shouldn't take long, especially with your help. And we can bring the light into the heart of others, and you can see the two other kind of joined her at the side, and they all look at you with this look of hope that you can probably tell from the wrinkles in their face that they haven't had in quite some time. And they look up to you in their simple clothes as the first true, strong bastion in this city for Sarenrae they've seen in a long time. With that, Pike, you get to turn to the rest of the group.
Well, I think this is a pilgrimage I have to take. So, Vox Machina, keep your eyes out. I will contact you every once in a while if I can, and we will meet up once this is completed. Okay.
Inevitably.
All in.
Right.
Vox Machina on 3. 1, 2, 3.
you will be missed very much, Pike.
I miss you guys very much. Okay.
And on that note, we have to close because people are in a rush. Ashley will be leaving us for a time. She is going to New York for a few months to shoot a television series.
It's a little web series.
Yeah, it's a wonderful television series she has recurring on. We're really happy and proud of her. We're just a jumble of emotions in this circumstance.
You guys have been so amazing and have made this whole experience just even better for us. And thank you so much for going with us on our journey. And it will keep going, but I will be back.
You will be back.
When I can, but it might be a long time.
Yeah, she'll pop in and out if she can, and there will eventually be a return of Pike. But for the time being, she feels the calling to stay and help rebuild this temple of Sarenrae.
We're going to miss you, Pike.
I'm gonna miss you guys.
But we understand personal journeys.
Personal journey.
You have a good time.
Okay, I will.
Scanlan will not physically wait for you, but emotionally, I will wait for you, and I will not stray emotionally. I will always be there for you, emotionally.
Okay, Scanlan.
Physically, I mean, come on, it's gonna be months.
Well, thank you so much, Ash. We're gonna miss you, but we'll keep you tabs and we'll have you back soon.
Okay.
All right, and thank you all so much for watching. Give everyone give Ashley love on the Twitter, on the internet. Keep tabs on our adventures. And we'll see you guys at Comic-Con next week. Those will be.
That is so cute. Oh. Okay. Fair enough. I was like, why is this so rushed? I don't get it. Why wouldn't you just wait for next time? I understand. Oh, that's so sad. And it's so sweet, and she's so sweet, and it's hard because I know it's like, if I'm watching this in person, tears. Absolute tears. But I know that she will come back, and she's in the next campaigns and everything, so I know that she will be returning. But it's like, if I'm watching this live, it's like, they say that she's returning, but is she really? And, there's a whole thing there. Oh my gosh, this means that soon they will be 6. Oh, joy! It was on this day his heart grew 3 sizes. Oh. Yeah. It's, I've made my comments about Scanlan's pursuits of Pike. I give it a pass there because we're already kind of in the kind of suspension of disbelief, sort of mix of out of character, in character stuff. It's a good way to break the tension. It is what it is. I don't think it was too bad, but that was poor Pike. Right after I talked about how he didn't even teach her the system well. Dang it. No, that was good. Good episode, everybody. Sad ending, but good episode. Oh, I think overall interesting to see the categorization of a new city. I can imagine that the next title might have something to do with smell, but I don't want to do, the two-peat on smells. I'll have to figure out another interesting angle for this episode, for the takeaway. But very nice episode. I had a lot of fun. I enjoyed myself. And maybe look out for me either around noon tomorrow, around noon Wednesday, somewhere in there. I'll be streaming more often, and I will see all of you guys next time. Oh, I'm sleepy. Can you feel my energy leaving my body? Especially with all that. In the 3 weeks between episodes, they had a Q&A, but I think you'll be doing Ep17. I think moving forward, my plan is generally to just keep trucking on the episodes on Mondays and Wednesdays, and then maybe work in like the Q&A back end stuff on some of the lunch clubs. I won't be able to like plan them out and let people know ahead of time, but if there will always be the VODs. So if you do miss live, there'll be the VOD there. Yeah, good night, Restay. Good night, John. Good night, Inspire Red. Thank you very much. I am going to go and get some rest. You all get some rest as well, and I will see you at minimum Wednesday night for episode 17. Good night.